ABC Sport.
We begin this broadcast by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which this match will be played today and pay our respects to their elders past, present and emerging. We extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples listening.
It's all on the line. Here we go.
And the moment of truth has arrived.
What a match-up this is. What a game.
The umpire holds the footy up.
I wouldn't want to be anywhere else on earth.
On ABC Sport, this is the AFL.
Oh, there's a bit to get inside of the net.
The intensity and the pressure around the ball is unbelievable.
Take your moment. This is that moment of the game of footy.
This is just football at its best.
And that'll be it. From walking on thin ice to dancing on the mountaintop, the Brisbane Lions never stopped believing. And they are the champions.
Sit back, relax, witness the greatest. It don't get better than this.
He's pulled the through for a magnificent goal.
Comes out, gathers, snaps, goal.
An extra bit of class.
He smashed that through. What a kick. What a kick. Goes bang with everything he's got.
They are leaving nothing out there.
Listen to the roar.
The drop punt. He's gone. And the building is jumping.
We know he's a big shot taker. He's a big shot maker.
Leans back on the kick. Game on.
That camera action, baby. Countdown to contact.
From the right forward on it. Oh, he's a sharpshooter, all right.
Step up in the big moment.
Points to the man on the mark. Drop punt. He's there. Gathers. Snaps. He'll bring the house down.
Sit back, relax, witness the greatest. It don't get better than this.
He'll put it on the boot. Kick up towards the leg.
Take a seat, cause it don't get better than
He
this.
defies the laws of gravity.
He runs onto it 50 from goal. He's in Dusty's pocket. He shoots. Oh, he's as bloody good as Dusty. Oh, yeah.
Rose snaps goal. The drop punt. It's good. And you can hear that body roar.
See, cause it don't get better than this.
Walks one way and the next and the snap. There's the finish.
60 out. Oh my goodness.
Oh.
That's a massive kick. Big time spot. Big time goal kicker.
That's why we love football.
Brilliant to watch.
From the centre wicket. Whacks it for six. Scores level.
Running pass. Throws it on the left. Could that be the sealer?
Seconds ticking down. We're not done yet. What a finish.
Welcome to the 2025 AFL Premiership season on ABC Sport. On radio, on digital, and on the ABC Listen app.
You take a seat, cause it don't get better than this.
Two teams that know each other extremely well. The traditional Easter Monday blockbuster. It is Geelong versus Hawthorn. Two teams that shared 7 premierships in 9 years and a heated rivalry across that period, often culminating in what happens on this day, the Monday public holiday of the Easter weekend. Happy Easter to all the Christians out there. Hope you've enjoyed the weekend. Great to have you with us on ABC Sport for some Monday footy. The final game of round 6. What a round it's been. Started back on Thursday. Here we are on Monday, and the last two teams to tee off, the Geelong Football Club and the Hawks. Of course, the Cats coming off the back of a stirring comeback against Adelaide to start gather round. Feels like a long time ago now, and a lot of footy played in between, while the Hawks are off defeat for the first time in 2025. My name's Corbin Middlemass. We are here so early, as we love to say on the ABC. First to the footy and last to leave. The teams aren't even in yet, and so we'll bring them to you as they happen. We'll go inside both camps, and we're counting down to the bounce of the ball, which is coming up in about 70 minutes' time. You'll hear it all this afternoon right here on ABC Sport. Matt Clinch is here to call the footy with me. Hello, Clinchy.
Good afternoon, Corby. Good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, just the 2 days we don't have footy in between the Easter weekend and, of course, the Anzac weekend. So it is, as you said, one of the great traditions on our footy calendar. And for these two sides, I mean, it's been that sort of puff your chest out. Would you prefer to be a Hawthorn fan who has the premierships across the journey? Of course, they were able to do so in that Alistair Clarkson period. Or would you like to be the Cats, who under Chris Scott have won 2 premierships but perennially in contention? They've only missed finals on 2 occasions. And yet, as we try and work out who's in a better spot at this stage of the season, keeping in mind the Hawks lost their first 5 games to start the season last year, it feels like Hawthorn with a chance to move to 5-1. Can they respond after the loss last week to Port Adelaide? How out of character was that? And barring not a late change for Geelong, can the Cats all of a sudden start to make their move in season 2025? So many storylines, looking forward to it, and the possibility of a record crowd. 80,000 has been the biggest attendance we've had for Easter Monday. The MCC are anticipating we'll just surpass that this afternoon.
So we're 6 rounds in, the completion of today. There's 24 rounds on the season, so quick maths, we're a quarter of the way through the year. So a lot of people are getting to this point of the year and we say, oh, look, there's only 5 teams that can win it. There's only 6 teams that can win it. There's only 7 teams that can win it. However many that you've got in that conversation, I think everybody's got these 2 teams in it, which is great for us this afternoon. Geelong and Hawthorn on what is a fine day for now at the MCG. 20 degrees. There is a little bit of rain around the metropolitan area, but at the moment the sun is beating down on the playing surface here at the mighty MCG. Luke Ball's here, the Collingwood Premiership player. Hello, Bally.
Corby, thanks for having me. Yeah, it has become a great fixture, hasn't it, this one, the Easter Monday. Hawks and Cats clash, regardless of how both teams are going. But I've come along very excited today because, albeit off a bit of an ordinary day last week from the Hawks, I tend to think that's more of a mulligan, I think. And of course, the Cats were magnificent in the same round over there in Adelaide. They both come here today in really good form, and as you said, Corb, it's 2 sides who we all think will be there at the pointy end of the season. So really excited.
15th Easter Monday clash, and the Hawks have only won 3 of them for the family club and your family club, your childhood team, Bally. So let's see if the Hawks can try and build on that today. It is the day of the Stall gift. Man who's been burning the turf up out here in the past. He's an AFL sprint winner. He is a 2-time All-Australian, 2-time best and fairest winner, part of our team on ABC Sporting. Brett Delidio. Hello, Lids.
Hello, Corby. Yeah, I'm not sure how I'd go in a Stall gift at the moment. I've just driven back from Adelaide, so if you hear me make a few old man noises tonight or today, you know what that's about. But
that's a good drive. Non-stop?
Well, I had one little quick pit stop, to fill the car up, but up at 4 and on the road, and wanted to be here with you fine gentlemen.
Commitment.
A lot of commitment.
Great effort.
Yeah, while the girls just kick back on the aeroplane, which is nice. But no, we had a great weekend over there. But looking forward to this game. I was here last year. I had the Lightning halt in play last year. Right. It took forever for it to get up and underway again. But Hawks a bit doughy, to use one of Josh Franco's terms last week. They're coming off a 15-day break, and they weren't sharp against Port Adelaide at all. So interesting to see how they bounce back today.
40 minutes was that delay last year between at three-quarter time. It was a milestone day for Tom Hawkins. There was rain and lightning, and in the end we didn't finish till almost 7 p.m. So hopefully we get through it a little bit quicker this afternoon for the Cats and the Hawks. Still a few minutes away from teams dropping. The news in the footy world today, Clinchy, you were at Docklands last night. Of course, a big win for the Western Bulldogs. It was soured somewhat by the injury to Sam Darcy. But the good news today is that he has been cleared. So avoided an ACL tear after scans came back this morning. He hyperextended his knee. He is still needing surgery, so he will still have knee surgery. A knee fracture is the term that they're using at this stage. So a knee fracture for Sam Darcy. They're saying until surgery is conducted, they'll have more of an idea on what the timeline will look like, but he's expected to still miss a few months. So they'll be without him for a large chunk of the year, but the fact that he hasn't torn his ACL is good.
Sigh of relief. Great news. Yeah, it is. And sometimes, just watching it last night, it looked bad, didn't it? But sometimes when you don't have the twist as well, and probably a bit sort of over-technical here, but I'm an ACL alum, I guess. I had a reconstruction one year, and sometimes when it's just a straight jarring or that and you don't get the twist as well, you can get away with a bit of bone bruising or just some bone edema or a fracture. So still nasty, obviously, but yeah, that was the sort of the 5% last night. I thought maybe he's just got away with. He can get away with that, and so it was. So out of what looked like it could have been a disaster, a little bit of hope there that he might be able to still feature in this 2025 season.
It feels like it's sort of important for the Western Bulldogs season. I mean, Luke Beveridge out of contract at the end of the season. What happens with Jamara Ugle-Hagan? They end up kicking 15 goals to 4 in the second half. So it was a pretty clinical display, given you could feel at halftime the emotion of the Western Bulldogs players and support staff. His parents were down in the rooms. There was tears as they thought it was an ACL, and we know the doctors are pretty good in this area, Corby. So when they're giving you this might be, as bad as what it could possibly be, then you're starting to prepare for 2025 without Sam Darcy. So I think the upside is we don't have too many players in the competition that generate that sort of excitement amongst the key forwards. So to have him, how many games he plays for the rest of the season doesn't really matter, but there's a carrot at the end of the season if the Bulldogs can get there to September.
Yeah. Did we have another one earlier in the year where someone thought they'd done an ACL and haven't? I'll look that up as we progress, but that is great news. So the doctors in this case, that what they were fearing as an ACL tear didn't eventuate. How spooky is the stat too that his dad round 6, 2005. So it's 20 years ago, the corresponding round that his dad did his ACL, the first of them. Fortunately, it turns out in Sam Darcy's case, he hasn't. But what does Luke Beveridge do now? Is it more Buku Kama's forward? I know he started there last night. Rory Lobb, your old teammate, Lids, could he go back to the forward line? And I even heard David King suggest last night, perhaps even Marcus Bontempelli, a bit like the Dangerfield role, a bit more stay-at-home forward.
Yeah, it's an interesting one, isn't it? He is such a focal point, having Sam Darcy, and it was, we saw it firsthand down at Norwood last week. Just kick it in the air and just let him go to work, which he has done for the majority of the start of this season. But I suppose they'll try a number of different things. I know earlier in the year they had Caleb Poulter, who's 194, 95. He was playing like that third tall. You never know whether Jamara's going to get back or not. So let's I don't know. We'll just have to wait and see, won't we?
What can you tell our listeners about Jordan Croft? Of course, the son of Matthew, former Western Bulldogs player. Could he be ready to take that step into AFL level, or not seen enough yet?
Well, I think he's been playing more on the wing, because he's a great runner. So I believe that he's been doing a lot more work there. I know there's another young, one of my young boys down there's a young ruckman developing his forward craft as well. Could he just be a key target? I don't know. Look, they've got. Depends what you want. You're not going to get Sam Darcy, are you? So you're going to get someone who's either going to create that contest for you. Norton's going to have to take a lot more of the forward line role there. But geez, it's disappointing. But great that he hasn't done his ACL for sure.
He sort of tried everything a bit. Luke Beveridge last night. Such was the state of the game. So he threw Buku Kamas for a bit. Threw Rory Lobb forward in the last quarter. And Marcus Bontempelli was coming off the back of the square playing off centre-half back, and then all of a sudden he would swap with Tom Liberatore, who actually gave away a 6-6-6 because he had no idea where he was meant to start on the field.
Yeah. I mean, we're going to see it today, aren't we, with Paddy Dangerfield. Now, different athlete to Bont, but same sort of standing in the game. And Danger's a little bit older, obviously. But I think that provided, I mean, we've seen Sanders make some really good steps through the middle of the ground. We hope to get Adam Treloar back. I think Richard's emergence through the middle of the ground. If they're confident enough, I mean, it was a domination, wasn't it, last night out of the centre clearance. If they're confident enough with that, I think there's no reason why Bontempelli can't do, especially as he's coming back from 6 weeks off, do 50-50, spend a fair bit of time for it. I mean, the other thing, we've got the highlights of the game here in the box now. I mean, they're paying Aaron Norton like a premier key forward, like a top 10 player in the comp. So I think that's the first port of call, isn't it? Let's look no further than that. Yeah. Righto, Aaron, this is your time. So you've been... Maybe in the start of the year he's a bit slow to start, wasn't he? You've been in the shadows of Big Sam at the start of the year. Now's your time, and players like Riley West and others are playing good roles as well. So I don't think it needs any sort of radical shift yet. I think it'd be silly to, given what they've found with Rory Lobb and James O'Donnell and trying to settle them across the back six. I think it'd be silly to make any huge moves like that at the moment. And we hope that Cody Waitman it comes back by the back half of the year as well.
He's 25 now, Norton, and 150th game next week.
Yeah, so now's the time.
He's kicked 51 goals back in 2022 and feel like we haven't sort of seen that version of him since. But big win for the Dogs last night. They had almost 70 inside 50s, the most that a Ross Lyon team.
What does that say about the Sainers and where they're at, Paulie?
Oh, geez, they're short. I mean, we probably already knew it, and they know it too. That's why they've been so aggressive, haven't they, at free agents and targeting. They're just light on through the middle of the ground for high-end talent. It really stood out last night. I thought they started okay, and they've been able to cover pretty well over the first 6 weeks, haven't they, with Sinclair going in there. I mean, Wangerley Miller, he's a star, isn't he? But he's not an inside mid. He's not a centre bounce player, but they just got absolutely towed up in the middle of the ground last night. So that problem is not going to go away for the rest of the year. They're going to try and address it with some younger players. I think it'd be great to see, and I've gone blank on their early draft pick from a cup. Philippou, I think he'll be back soon. So can he become that bigger body inside mid? It's going to take him a few years though, isn't it? So they're just going to have to keep trying to find one or two really through and also a key back as well. I mean,
they drafted two of them last year, and
that's right,
Alex Taru and James Barrett. So look, there's two boys there, but they're going to take time to cut their teeth.
Right. Yeah, so they're light on there. I mean, Wilkie can't do any more, can he? But he's not a monster key back who can't play on the big guys. That's right. And Caminiti, they're trying to make a key back out of him, but they've got some glaring weaknesses which they're well aware of.
The other concern, Paul, is some of their senior players are not in great form. I mean, Jack Steele is having a struggling start to the season. Roll Marshall doesn't look like the player he was last season. And Liam Henry, bizarrely, played the first half, had one disposal, and then was out doing run-throughs after the match. So there's something that just is a little off about their senior players at the moment who they need a little bit more out of.
Watch this space.
Yeah, the other game yesterday, so Port Adelaide and Sydney, the Power obviously winning there by 8 points. There was a bizarre incident where a fan seemed to throw a clapper or it was basically like one of those paper fans, where they hand you a bit of cardboard and you sort of bang them together and it makes some kind of noise that the sponsors sort of give out at Alia as he was running towards the fence. Of course, former Sydney player, young fella, stood up, seemed to make a motion to throw it at him. Obviously, let go of it. There's a debate as to whether he aimed to do that or not, and Alia clearly wasn't too happy with it. Went over to him, essentially quite pointed, and gave him a stern talking to. Got on with the rest of the game. The Swans released a statement last night saying a fan was removed from the stadium in the final quarter of Sunday's match against Port Adelaide after throwing an object at Port Adelaide player Alia. Fan was removed from the venue and has been interviewed by police and SCG staff. The club is working to ascertain if the fan is a member. We'll learn more about this as the day goes on. But I mean, it's a
I get it, but it's a piece of paper. Come on,
and I'm of the view. I don't reckon he meant to throw. It was one of those things. Was it? He found himself in a situation that happens rarely in a game. I thought it was well handled by Alia at the time. It sounds like the Swans have handled it well too. Tom Harley went down and diffused any thought of any sort of potential situation. He looked like a young guy. He would have woken up feeling horribly remorseful today.
I just want to emphasise that you mentioned Tom Harley. That is such great leadership, and it's so rare that you see that the CEO in his suit out there in the middle of the ground immediately after the final siren, basically straight to Alia, and don't let the situation get out of hand. And 10, 15 minutes pass, more conversations happen. They go down to the rooms, they're getting asked questions about it or whatever. He went straight to Alia, who admittedly he would have a relationship with, obviously, as a former Sydney player. But say to him right there, hey, this is what we know. Sorry it's happened. Hope you're okay. What do you need to tell us? We'll handle it from here, and hopefully we, as a footy community, move on.
It was interesting. The grandfather of the 13-year-old offender rang Talkback Radio, said, look, he's distraught as to what has taken place. His daughter, the mother, is trying to work out how this has taken place, and obviously police are involved, and he's dealing with police trying to explain what came across him, and he's obviously had a moment where he will regret, but some of the social media stuff that has taken place as well. So he was really fearful about the effect it's going to have on him after this, and hopefully the AFL maybe can use it as an educational purpose to have a video before each game to remind fans that if you do misbehave, you will be banned for X amount of years.
The other unusual moment that happened in the game yesterday was Ollie Wines, who for the third time in the last 4 years was subbed out with his heart basically out of rhythm. This isn't a new thing for him. In 2022, he was diagnosed with a non-life-threatening heart condition that basically gets off rhythm from time to time, and that's what happened in 2022. He ended up missing the following week after being subbed out. It happened again last year. Interestingly, in that game, he played the next week. So Hart was sort of back on beat and he was okay. And the club saying last night that he was feeling much better even in the room. So went down there. Hart was able to get back onto the certain beat that it was meant to. He goes and sits back on the bench. He was fine for the rest of the day, and they're optimistic that he'll be right to play their next game against North Melbourne on Saturday. So I think we immediately hear, heart condition, it's very scary. It's not something you expect to see, but clearly Ollie Wines and his cardiologist and his medical team around him have said, look, this is something that you can play with and can manage. And so even though it's 3 times in 4 years, as of right now, it looks as if he's every chance to play next week.
Yeah, you're just backing the doctor in there, aren't you? I mean, we can sit here and talk with a bit more experience about knees and hamstrings, lids and calves, all that sort of stuff. But when we talk about, when we talk about hearts, it's a bit, it's obviously a bit different, isn't it? And a bit sort of scary in a sense. But but it sounds like he's got the best possible care there. And from our point of view, it'll be, whether it's next week or the week after that, it'd be great to see Ollie back out there doing his thing.
This is ABC Sport. Great to have you with us. Monday footy. Of course, the Easter Monday. That's what do we always say about a Geelong game? Death taxes and a late change. And we got it again.
Not again.
Of course.
Teams are in. There's a late change for the Cats. Ted Closey is playing. O'Shane Mullen is out.
I actually saw him doing a fitness test down below us.
Yeah,
so it does feel like they are...
I think with the Monday, you give them the benefit of the doubt that it's been a bit of a quirky build-up to this. I'll tell you who's feeling okay about this.
The teams yesterday.
I'll tell you who's feeling okay about this based off Saturday's questionable announcement of the team that he had such a big build. B. Cameron is feeling good about the fact that he had to force Jeremy Cameron back into his first name team on the weekend, having absolutely blatantly left him out, forgotten about him.
Yeah.
That Jeremy Cameron came in and he had to relegate Shannon Neal, his teammate, to the emergency. So Ben's feeling a bit better about the fact that the Cats have done it again. Another late change.
They're just playing with the footy world now, aren't
That's
they?
the thing.
This is where
I think Chris Scott's at the stage where, and he loves it because he gets asked about it, doesn't he? And so he almost bristles about it a bit. So he's at the stage now with his coaching status in the game where he says, you know what, I'm just going to keep doing it, keep annoying them.
fifth time in as many games they've had a late change. He said during the week, I don't care, get used to it. He said, I really don't care about the people that bet on footy. He said, I don't care about them whatsoever. So he doesn't make any apologies for it. They're the only team that do it. Is there any gamesmanship in it? Like, if you're an opposition coach, would you feel like, come on, guys?
I think you prepare for all, don't you?
Yeah,
like,
that's right.
You get a squad of 24 or 25, you prepare for every single player.
Yeah, and with respect to Ted Close, I don't think this one's going to move the market. Is it too much? He's going to come in and he's going to start sub, isn't he, and play a role?
Same thing at Gather Round last week where they made that late change and they wouldn't tell us who was coming in, even though everyone knew Stewart was ill, and it sort of leaked during the day.
See, that one's a bit different. Yeah, that one's a bit different. But I think he's genuine about that. Like, he's no one's going to tell me what to do. I don't care about the peripheral stuff of the game.
Why doesn't every team do it? Like, why wouldn't you just... If I was playing the Cats, I'd make 3. I'd literally swap all the emergencies in and out.
What does that do for the mindset of all your other players, though? It's like, you're named, but now you're not, mate. But go back out there and get a couple of good kicks in the VFL and press your case to come back next week.
I just think, I don't know, no other team in the competition does it. They're the only team that does it week in, week out.
They do it a bit differently down there. They don't train the day before the game, do they? They don't see each other until they come congregate out here 90 minutes before on the MCG. They do it a bit differently.
You do wonder how he communicates it with his players, because they must all be aware as to what's going to go on, and when the late change takes place, maybe it keeps everyone sort of on the edge of their seat.
Well, they must have known last week Stewart was coming out, and a couple of weeks ago when Blitzarms came out and Stanley was in, because it leaks and people are, good journos are reporting it during the day, so they're not keeping it in-house as well as probably what they'd like.
But as a player, you don't really care. You, as long as there's 23 guys that run out in the jumper, I think you just get on with the job, don't you?
Andrew Mackey's about to join us, so we'll catch up with him inside the Geelong camp, and Will Day, your man, Lids, he's going to join us.
I'm missing him.
So he's going to miss a period of time with his navicular. So unfortunately, no Will Day, obviously, for the Hawks today, but he will be with us as part of our pre-game coverage. So there is a late change. Ted Closey comes in. He replaces O'Shane Mullen. Closey starts as the sub, and Chankwath Jath is going to start as the sub for Hawthorn. So they're the teams as they drop. Now, the Stall gift was it's just been run. We'll bring you the results in just a moment, but... Of course, we had a great deal of anticipation about Gout and Lockie Kennedy, who were expecting a potential showdown in the final of the Stall gift. Well, they both missed out after finishing second in their semi-final. However, they just ran in what was the back markers race. So
invitational, yep.
Yeah, the invitational chance for them to go head-to-head anyway, in as appropriate as it is at Stall, of course, a handicap race. So we thought we'd bring that to you, courtesy of our friends at Channel 7 and the great Bruce McAvaney.
So up we come for the back markers. Hale about to come up in the yellow. Gout goes through his routine. And what a highlight this will be. There he is. With Kennedy on his left. Almost set. So we'll watch for the men early. I'm going to watch for Kennedy and Gout. Kennedy's got past him. Hale back a bit. Hastings, Mannix, Power going strongly. Kennedy coming with a big rush. It's the women, I think. Oh, no. Tarrant's come from nowhere and spoiled the party. But it's his party. A former Stall gift winner. I went the early crow. I thought the females were going to get home.
So there you go. That's how it panned out in the end. So no Gout or Lockie Kennedy in the final, and in the end they don't win the backmarkers race either. The winner of the Stall gift, the men's final, was won by John Evans. So he's the Adelaide school teacher, and nice that, given to round out what has been an incredible day for him, he was the man that actually kept Gout out of the final. So John Evans beat Gout in his semi, and then went on to win the Stall gift itself only moments ago. So that's how all that.
The old dive over the line too. Yeah. I like it. What is it? 40, 50 grand, 40 grand,
40 grand.
No wonder you would dive over the line.
One of the boys has pinged a hammy too on the run down, which is no good, but that's part of racing, I suppose, isn't it?
He was the front marker at 9.75 metres and goes on to win. He was pretty happy about it as well. John Evans, who takes out the Stall gift. Bree Rizzo, by the way, won the women's Stall gift from scratch.
Yeah, that's an amazing effort. Yeah. Off scratch.
Just the second athlete to win the women's gift from scratch to do it as well. So well done to Bree Rizzo taking out the women's 100. All right, that's the latest from up here. There is a late change. Ted Closey is out. Ted Closey is in. O'Shane Mullen is out. Closey will start as the sub, and Chankwath Jath is the sub for Hawthorn. We can take you down to the boundary's edge inside the Geelong camp. Ben Cameron. Ben.
Thank you, Corbin. I've got Andrew Mackie down here, the EGM of football at Geelong. That late change, which you just heard about, and you obviously knew about it a little bit earlier than us. What's the reason behind it?
Osh just hurt his hip a little bit warming up, so not ideal for him and us, obviously. But O'Connor comes in, and as you say, Ted gets a chance on the bench. So, there was a couple of nippy little forwards that the Hawks have. Would have been a good matchup for O'Sheen, but he'll be okay. It's not too bad.
Did he carry that in?
No, he just heard it now, just a little bit earlier. I think he a bit tired off training yesterday, but obviously tried to get going and couldn't quite.
You played on this day 7 times. I went through the records a little earlier. 7 wins from those 7 games. What do you think of when you think of Easter Monday against Hawthorn?
Oh, they're great days. Yeah, obviously a good crowd for one. You know everyone's sort of watching. It's the only game on the day, which is always good as a player to play in. And for the most part, they're actually pretty good games. I think there's swings and roundabouts within the games. Obviously got lucky a few of those, but great opportunity for our club to be able to play on these days.
I'll send you upstairs. The boys have a few questions for you.
Mac, it's Lids here. I just want to check up there, mate. You say O'Sheen hurt himself in the captain's run, did he?
He was a little bit. Captain's run. He's O'Sheen's a unit, but he's a powerful unit, and unfortunately, he's a bit tight in the hip. But mate, we thought it'd be okay. To be honest, he was just warming up as we before we got going earlier. So tried to jump off and not 100%, so won't take a risk.
That's fair enough. One of your additions from last year, in the trade period last year, Bailey Smith, mate, he must be wrapped with how he's been going and fit into the club.
Yeah, he's going well, Lids. He's he's a character. We love having him around. He's run and carry. He's been impressive on field. Hopefully the wide spaces today will be no different. But he's been super for us, and it's a long-term play. So looking forward to having him around for a fair while longer.
In the Hawks today, they had a bit of a hiccup last week. Do you see it just as that, or is it you find some weaknesses in their game and you think you can exploit today?
No, I think they're a really good unit. I think last week was a bit of a blimp. There was much said about the build-up there with Port. They were obviously pretty hot, the power, and can be, when they're up and about, riding out of motion. It is hard to stop, especially in Adelaide. So I think we put that down to a bit of a mulligan for the Hawks and expect the best of them today, which is quite damaging and potent. Obviously, they set the ground up really well, kick it really well. So that's what we'll be expecting.
Andy, it's Luke Ball. Good luck today. How have the boys spent the week? It feels like forever since that Thursday night game back at the start of gather round. How have they managed the week through to, 14 or 13, 14-day break?
Yeah, no, you're right, Bally. It's a bit of a unique one. Obviously, we had six-day breaks, I reckon, coming into gather round, and then obviously, we get the extended break now. We give the boys a bit of time away, a couple of days. We gave them a few days over the weekend after the Adelaide game as well in gather round. We try and let the guys do their thing. That comes with an asterisk. Hopefully they look after themselves and do the right thing. So, as I said, obviously Osh is a bit disappointed, but for the most part the guys are in great shape. So hopefully, they're in the best condition they can be, so they can get to do their thing today.
I bumped into your old captain out the back, number 14 in the media room before. I want to ask you, as I look down at the boys warming up now, I want to ask you about the new number 14, whose name's been up in lights a little bit, this year. We know it's his second year, and he's burst onto the scene a bit. He just looks so impressive, Connor O'Sullivan, of course, I'm talking about.
Yeah.
What have you? He's got a little bit of a young Andrew Mackie in him, to be fair, just with the size and the athleticism. Do you see a bit of that, or tell us what you see in Connor?
His lid's slipping you. Knocking you on the knee there.
Very good.
Lids has looked after him, and to your credit, Lids, saw it pretty early, signing up, one like him up. So, he's impressive. We've been trying to, even last year, get him more than one game, but we always knew it was coming, the talent and the raw abilities there and the athletic profile. So, sat down with Brett and his team early in the year and said, no, just back us in, he'll get his chances, and that's happening. It's worked out, for him obviously, and us. He's helping us win games of footy, and we're super excited about what the future looks like for him, and I'm sure all the Cat supporters are too.
Well, I guess the challenge comes when it comes to, is he had a contract? When's he had a contract?
We got a little bit. We got a little while, 18 months or something. But.
Just to fill in the blanks for people, Brett Delidio is the manager of Connor O'Sullivan,
that's right.
So that's been able to jot that in for you. This is ABC Sport. Great to have you with us as we count down to the Easter Monday game. And we welcome our audience throughout South Australia who join us for the first time from the MCG. There is a late change here as O'Shane Mullen is out for the Cats. Coming in, Ted Closey. He's going to start as the sub, and Chanquoth Jath is the sub for Hawthorn. Corbin Middlemass alongside Matt Clench, Luke Ball, Brett Delidio and Ben Cameron on the boundary with the EGM of footy at the Cats, Andrew Mackey. Andrew, just on Geelong and obviously list construction, and Chris Scott gets asked about it all the time. He always says, look, doors open to everybody. I saw the report last night from Tom Morris talking about Jamara Ugle-Hagan, and basically that the door is shut in terms of the Victorian teams on looking or being interested in Jamara playing for their club in 2026. Is that the case when it comes to the Cats? Have you closed the door on Jamara and a possible move to your club?
I get the question. We actually haven't spent any time talking about Jamara. Obviously, he's up against whatever he's doing at the minute. I only hear the stuff that I've been reading and hearing through the media. So, to be honest, I don't know too much about it. But from our point of view, we haven't had any discussion about Jamara. But Scotty's point's right. We, from a list management point of view, we do like to look at all sorts of things. No different to every 17 other clubs. You've got to be able to look at what things could be for your own team and how it might fit. But as far as Jamara goes, no, we haven't spent any time talking about it.
Would you consider it?
Not sure. Yeah, like I said, it's I get the interest in the question, but right now it's not something we're thinking about.
Just on Bailey Smith, who obviously was the last recruit to come to your club, how early are those conversations happening? Like, in retrospect, when would you have first thought, hey, that's a guy that we could do with?
Probably this time last year, or you'd like to think even pre that, sort of 12 months out. You've just got to be so far advanced with it, otherwise you're missing the boat. You want to be part of the early conversations with players if they do want to venture into that mindset of, gee, what would it look like on the other side or with another team? You just want to be part of that bunch where they think, that might make sense for me. So, it's probably that 12-month mark where you want to be having the conversations. And then from there, you just try and pester the managers, basically, and hope they got their phone on. And from there, I suppose it's just a moment in time for the player too. The ones that have choice, what is that moment in time where they think, no, Geelong Footy Club could be good for me.
And just on what Ben was saying too off the top, so you played in 7 of these games. Geelong, obviously a mature group now. You love to talk about, look, we just take every game as it comes. But this was once the hottest rivalry in the game, and obviously Kennett's curse and everything that went into it. And you played during that period of time. Does it still live with the playing group that, hey, this is a team that we owe a little bit to, and we want to make sure that every time we come up against them, there's a bit of feeling in it?
I think these guys are so pragmatic about all that. So I don't think they're thinking about the Kennett curse. They're just they've got plans for this year, this group, and what 2025 could be, and it's a massive game from that front for us. So I think we all understand that there is a rivalry, and that sort of in the footy clubs is a good thing. Obviously the Hawks feel the same about us, and we're no different. That's a great build up to the game. But as far as this game today, it's just what does it mean for 2025? And both teams would have ambitions that they'd like to be playing on this ground deep into September.
Good luck today, Andrew. Appreciate your time.
Thanks, guys. Cheers.
Andrew Mackey, the EGM of footy downstairs with Ben Cameron here on ABC Sport.
It's a bit like sort of Jasper Brummer trying to defend the late change, wasn't he? Trying to put up a United front and back in the coach, but in the end, it wasn't really that well thought out in terms of the captain's run.
Too. He probably wasn't expecting it to go again.
The second question,
I know Mac reasonably well and have done for a number of years, and he talks in riddles. So I was just, mate, I'm just going to call you out on this one a little bit. Just like, he just hurt himself a little bit yesterday. The captain's run, mate, you basically walk around and do a few handballs. I don't think you're hurting yourself.
Well, they don't do one either, I don't think, the day before the game. So anyway.
So what are you... Pinocchio?
No, I'm just saying.
Exactly what he's doing.
Yeah, he's defending O'Shane, obviously. He's sore. So it's, I just wanted to see him dance a bit.
Okay. O'Shane Mullen's out. Ted Closey's in. He starts as the sub. Chanquoth Jath is the sub for Hawthorn. The traditional Easter Monday blockbuster. 2 fierce rivals, the Cats and the Hawks, on our air this afternoon. Temperature in the low 20s. It's partly cloudy at the moment. There is some rain in metropolitan Melbourne, but at the moment there's none in East Melbourne or in Jolimont, which is good news. And that's where we are at the mighty MCG. Corbin Middlemass and Matt Clench to call the footy. Ben Cameron on the boundary. Luke Ball, the premiership pie, and the 2-time All-Australian, 2-time best and fairest winner. AFL Grand Final sprint winner, Brett Validio, with you on ABC Sport this afternoon. Let's go inside the Hawks camp now. Ben Cameron's trotted across to the other race. Who have you got for us, Ben?
I've got the injured, the wounded Will Day, unfortunately. He's got that navicular injury, so just got the moon boot on and the crutches as well. Will, how is the foot?
Yeah, I guess it's still early at the moment, but we're pretty happy with how surgery went and ready to just get into the rehab.
Take us inside the club this week. A disappointing performance against Port Adelaide. How was the week?
Yeah, I think we went in all a bit on edge, but I think we got reminded that we're going pretty well, and it's not the end of the world. So I think we just want to go back to playing our way, and really excited about this week.
I'll send you upstairs. Corbin Middlemass, Matt Clinch, Luke Ball, and someone you know pretty well, Brett Validio.
Daisy, thanks for joining us, lad. I just want to... Last week you come off a 15-day break into the game, or the boys did, and they just didn't quite look as sharp. Take it out of me, and Bally made mention they might maybe give you a mulligan for last week, and you just said then that we are still a good side with doing good things. Is that how you look at it and perceive it for the boys?
I think so. I think if we were told at the start of the year we'd be 4-1 at this point, we'd be pretty happy. So we're obviously all pretty flat after last week's game, but when you reflect on sort of the month we've had with some pretty short day breaks before this bye, we'll take where we're at.
In today's game, mate, we've seen Max Holmes and Bailey Smith being able, if they get the chance to run their own race, they can carve sides up, get a lot of metres gained. Can we expect a bit of attention for them at all, or someone just to put a bit of time into them, or just back in your midfield to get the job done?
I think we want to back in our process. I think, as I said, we want to get back to playing our way, which probably means more worrying about us than the opposition at this stage. But we know there too that have had a really strong start to the year, so it could be something we go to during the game.
Well, he's pretty calm and measured usually, the coach. Did he have one of his few, and he says every now and then you do have to have something up your back sleeve, did he have one of his few, I guess, sprays or sterner words, either after the game or during the week this week?
I think early in the week everyone sort of knew and was feeling the same way, so I think he's really good at reading the room, and I think he did a really good job in just instilling a bit more confidence in us and, as I said, getting back to our way.
Great to see Jack Scrimshaw back. He's been really sorely missed, obviously, over the last few weeks. I think he had a terrific start to the year. You must be rapt to see him back out there today.
Yeah, he's really pivotal for us. I think his balance between being a presence in the air but then also his skills and composure, we probably missed that a little bit last week, so we're really happy to have him back.
Buddy, just on your own injury, what's the time frame look like? When do you hope to get the boot off and start running and that? Have you stepped all that out yet, or are you just sort of waiting to see at this point in time?
At this point we're really just trying to get the first few weeks done and get that the best we can. So I think for me personally as well, in the past I've been trying to get back as quick as I can, whereas this one might be a bit more trying to get it right, and really know that we are hoping the season will be a long one, so be back for the end of it.
Will Day has joined us from ABC Sport. It's Matt Clinch up here, Will. Unfortunately, you spent a bit of time on the sideline. Do you have a match day role today, or what are you trying to gauge from obviously not being out there?
Yeah, I'll be up in the box today, as I've done a little bit in the past. So, yeah, I'd like to feel as if I have some influence in the game. If I was in the stands, I'd be going stir crazy, not being able to help the boys. So, yeah, I'll be up there today.
And the possibility that we might have 81,000 this afternoon, so it could be the biggest ever attendance for an Easter Monday clash between these two sides. Take our listeners inside the change rooms before the game. What's it like knowing that you have such a big crowd and a rivalry which has continued throughout the years?
Yeah, it's such a big tradition, and we're lucky we're able to be a part of it. And yeah, it's a bit of a different feeling today. I think it feels more like a final than it does a regular season game. So there's a real big buzz. I've only been able to play in one of them in my career. So yeah, I'd like to be out there for more in the future.
Some interesting stats, Will. It's Corbin Middlemass here. When you play, team wins 80% of the time. When you don't play, they lose 2 in every 3. Have you spread that message around the locker room that, hey, there's a little bit of what I'm able to do when I roll out there?
No, definitely not. I think the boys are really primed for today, so I'm backing them in.
And Jack Ginnivan obviously played in the 2s yesterday but kicked 4 goals. How is he?
Yeah, I think it was good for him to just get a bit of confidence back, and I think it probably reflects the team as well at the moment, just trying to get our confidence with ball in hand and on offence. And yeah, I watched that game and he was pretty classy, so yeah, I was proud of him.
She's very, very straight, very down the line, Will Day.
Yeah.
You're obviously part of the You're in the management group where Brett Delidio obviously resides. Have you got
nothing away, mate? That's it. You just play very straight bat.
Have you got any goss for us on lids at least?
No, he's very professional, mate. He's very good at what he does.
How much of a cut does he take?
Nothing.
All
for love.
Yeah, exactly right. He's a very passionate man, so he helps the boys out a lot.
Good on you, Will. Appreciate your time. Hey, Godspeed. Hopefully you're back on the park soon.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Real day with his foot injury, and unfortunately, Lids, there's still got a little bit of time to serve yet before we see him back out there.
Yeah, it is. And I think what he wanted to get that out of him as to how long. Let's take your time with it. Let's not rush getting your foot right to get back. If it does mean that you miss out on finals again, even though you missed them last year, it's like this is a long-term play here because, I think we've seen... Did Matty Egan have a very similar one? I think maybe
James Hurd did.
Just couldn't quite get back and right, so you just got to be super patient with him when, as an explosive player, like he puts a lot of power and stress.
Are you a bit concerned as part of the camp? Have you got any sort of long-term concerns over it? Like when you hear those sort of words, those type of injuries, again, he's young and hopefully got time on his side, but is it a matter of, not now, obviously, but when he gets sorted, just changing a few things up in terms of how he trains, how he runs even? Is that...
Well, that's the first thing that goes through your head, isn't it? It's like, so we've had Jack Henry have the same sort of thing, and it's, you look at footwear, you look at what they're doing, concrete versus grass, the whole range of different things. As an ex-athlete yourself, you sort of delve into it a lot more versus just being like, trust the process, mate, and get yourself right, But we're always looking at different options and whatever else for our players, but it's... you just feel for the kid because he had set the start of his year up so well. He was playing really good footy, but it's just a small blip, hopefully, for a kid who's going to have a long, long career.
He laughed off the stats a bit, but they're not coincidence. That's legit. And it stood out last week. They're going to have to find. I'm looking down. Is it Josh Weddle? Does he go into the centre bounce? They're going to have to find whether it's one or by committee, a replacement for Will's minutes in here. And you mentioned. The midfield group they come up against today, who have been in such great form, what they bring to the table, to me, that's obviously an area of concern for Hawks fans today.
So they're the stats since they've become this team. So 2024 onwards, he plays 80% win rate. He doesn't play. They lose 2 in every 3. Win rate drops to 33%. It's a massive fall off when I know he's...
it's not just what he does too. Yeah. It's the flow-on effect. It's what he allows, because he'll get the attention majority of the time because his ability to go inside and out and forward. But it's then the flow-on effect that Newcombe and Warple and these sort of guys are able to play to their strengths.
So I guess you look back to round 12 last year. They've won 16 out of 20 games since then, but are they going as well as what they appeared at the start of the season? How much does his absence hurt what Hawthorn can potentially be this season? And obviously they might go through a little patch like every team, the ups and downs, that they just have to try and grind it out and bank some wins and find themselves inside the top 8 and maybe even the top 4 if they're good enough.
Well, I think we'll find out more today as to how good they are. Like last week, they were beaten off a 15-day break, as I made mention, but they were up against a side that was up for the fight emotionally, and they were wound up. You could see the way they started and the way they carried out the game, but that was the first game without Will obviously playing, and now this week we'll see. They've come off a touch-up last week, so are they good? Let's wait and see at the end of this game as to where the Hawks are, what their credentials are.
I can't imagine they'll be slow out of the blocks today. I can't imagine.
And yet they win their 5-1.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I think let's not. And you mentioned it too, Cor. We spoke about it on Saturday. The season still hasn't settled yet, has it? It just sort of feels, and it's a great early part of the season with gather round now, and then there's Easter, and then there's Anzac Day. Let's just all reserve, some sort of long-term concrete judgments until I think sort of that May period.
We always do that, don't we?
Yeah,
everyone wants to have the,
we're prisoners of the moment a bit.
I saw this coming. No, you didn't. It's just like the game, the year plays out the way it plays out, and we'll see you all at the end of the year.
Well, have a look at Carlton. All of a sudden they've found a bit of form, haven't they? I think if Melbourne play like they did on Saturday, now they're giving up a bit. They're a bit like They're giving up a bit of a head start in the stall gift, but they can get on a run too. So I know we are prisoners of the moment a bit, but
Carlton played West Coast and Kangaroos too, though, so they haven't exactly beaten top of the table.
But sometimes you just need that kill, don't you, to get into... I didn't think, because they weren't playing horribly, they just weren't scoring. Their contest and their effort was pretty good. Sometimes it takes a bit of an easy kill to get that part of your game going. So, I think that's usually how it plays out.
Think about what we were talking about last September, right? So the story of the Hawks and everything else, going on the run and ultimately making it to a semi-final. The Brisbane Lions, who went on to win the whole thing. So after round 6, which is the end of this round last year, Hawthorn was second last, hadn't won a game. They had a percentage of 64 at that particular stage. The Western Bulldogs, who ended up hosting an elimination final, so they had to finish top 6, were 11th on the table, and the side one spot ahead of them was Brisbane, who were only on 2 wins and ended up winning the whole thing. So if you looked at the ladder tonight, I'm sure there wouldn't be too many people going, I really like 10th, 11th and 17th, and yet they were the sort of 3 of the Spruik teams towards the back end of last year.
But it also says pump the brakes, doesn't it? It's just like, let's not get too caught up in... I think that's where... who was it that said, stay calm, Simon Goodwin, stay calm but get urgent? You know, it's just
I like that. Yeah,
you know, you do have to just be like, right, boys, the season is slipping away a little bit, but let's not get too carried away that we haven't won every single game that we played.
Well, the good thing is there's less shows and less content to fill these games. So we should be able to just take a breath.
Don't worry about the shows, Wally. They're all going great. There's plenty of great footy content out there for you to...
They've got a couple of good forwards to come in as well, the Hawks. Obviously, Mitch Lewis and Cal Shadir. It's the 4th edition of the Dare to Hope Clash, which is the tribute today to the $4,000 which has been raised in finding research and support for pancreatic cancer. So only 1 in 10 who get diagnosed survive more than 5 years. So it is a medical cause that needs a lot of money and research to go towards it. So Cal Shadir doing the work of his late father Paul to try and keep the research and the work being done for a very worthy cause.
And purple's their colour, so there's lots of people that listen to us and sort of sync it up with the TV, so you'll see lots of brown and gold and blue and white today, but when you see the purple scattered throughout the crowd, that's for the Dare to Hope game, so as Clinchy beautifully outlined there. Off the SMS, 0437 774 774. Mac was a legend player for my Cats and now he's become a legend recruiter. That's from Andy in Wodonga. 0437 774 774.
I tried to poach him to do some media stuff with us once upon a time and very quickly got told that he was next in line to do Stephen Wells' job.
He had the gift of the gab on the field. He no issue. He didn't miss being chatty on the field, that's for sure. So he would have made a good fist of that too.
And from Lockie and Anthony heading to Kosciuszko. So love the marquee matches. Do you think it's time to create marquee matches for newer clubs rather than just the Victorian clubs? Go GWS, love Lids.
So what are you asking for, like a GWS v Bulldogs type, the rivalry that you love?
The Great Western.
The Great Western. Well, I suppose they do have the Battle of the Bridge against the Sydney Derby, whatever you want to call it.
You've got the Canberra next Saturday night, the Giants and the Bulldogs.
Yeah. So, look, I'm not sure what they're asking for. Do you want it to be against a big club? I mean, we just haven't... The new clubs haven't got the big following.
Yeah, we can't keep relying on the big Melbourne clubs. So I know everyone wants to have a marquee game, and when the Northern States want to do their thing, it's like, great, let's put on a marquee weekend. By the way, can we have Collingwood and Essendon and Richmond and Carlton, for example? But it's on the clubs themselves, isn't it, to build something? Like I love this idea, by the way, from Lockie and Anthony, and it's something that I think the clubs should beef up a little bit more. But often it's the push and pull between the marketing department and then the football department. So the football department's, this is just another game, so on and so forth. And whenever it feels like there's a bit of spice and a rivalry, they tell us in the media, hey, it's just another game, it's just another game. They're the kind of things that we should be building up into, must-see events like the Port Adelaide Hawthorn game the other night. That's a new rivalry. It gets a key slot. It lives with the playing group, and they turn it into some kind of an event. And American sport does this so well in the college scene, for example, and there's all these special names, whether it's the Red River Rivalry or the Backyard Brawl or whatever it turns out to be, and it lives very much with the fan base. So why don't Fremantle and pick an opponent and make a game out of it and build a rivalry on the back of it? I would love to see more of it, but I feel like, if anything, we've got less of it in our game over time. Remembering the Kevin Sheedy games, you'd have the marshmallow match and the jacket match, for example. So in North Melbourne, basically, were accused of being soft as marshmallow, so Essendon played them and all their fans brought marshmallows and threw them at Kevin Sheedy after the game. And it was so that forever, then the next few games were obviously known as the marshmallow match, and the jacket game, obviously, from when Sheedy famously walked down the stairs at the G and waved the jacket over his head. So I think it's up to the clubs, isn't it, to build, to be able to give them something else rather than relying on a handout or anything to come up with their own.
Do we do jumpers and that with them as well? I'm all for more jumpers and merchandise and all that sort of stuff. I mean, as a kid, that's all you wanted was to collect all these different jumpers, and even like I was a Carlton supporter, but I had a West Coast one, an Adelaide one, you name it, because I like the colours more than anything else, and something different, not just the old navy blue with the white moniker.
Did you get the gather round one?
No.
Didn't bother with that one?
Just I don't wear them anymore, mate. You know my theory. If you're over 15, you can't be putting your footy jumper on.
I guess the conversation, North Melbourne with the Good Friday, it needs to be more than 4 points. So while they haven't been all that impressive on field, the work they've done for the Royal Children's Hospital to incorporate with a day in which traditionally we didn't have football played. And the other one was last night, the Western Bulldogs and St Kilda, the first edition of the Easter Sunday match, so before the public holiday. And they were able to get 35,000. So traditionally last year they had 27,000 for that clash. So you've got to try and build something and get the fans engaged in it, and it's got to be in a time slot that works. And the day before a public holiday seems a pretty good fit.
100% and underutilised. How we haven't done that in the past. That was the biggest crowd, by the way, in 9 years between the Bulldogs and the Saints. So again, feature slot, make it work, build it into something. The other underutilised spot was capitalised upon by Carlton and Essendon. So two old teams that already attracted big audience, which was before the King's birthday holiday. They now play the Sunday night leading into that. But these are the couple of little things. Like I'm always a big...
Anzac Day Eve.
Anzac Eve, Melbourne and Richmond.
I'm a big advocate, like the WA teams, for example, the way that we have the King's birthday holiday here. Back in WA, it was formerly Foundation Day. It's now WA Day. The Monday holiday, which is often the following weekend. It's always been a footy day. There's local derbies played that day, East Fremantle, South Fremantle, East Perth, West Perth. Why don't the WA teams own that day in a national calendar?
Or play the night before.
Or put a game on the Sunday night or even the Monday night. And so by the time people come home from work or whatever on the East Coast, you sit down, you watch a Monday night game as a one-off, and everyone goes, hey, why are they playing on this Monday? And you can tell some stories of WA footy and here's some legends of the past in the waffle, and use it as an opportunity to try and promote the game and push something that you otherwise wouldn't have on the calendar. So
that West Coast Essendon game sat nicely on Good Friday, so that's the challenge to try and find the window in which you can try and beat your chest out and promote it as much as you possibly can.
0437 774 774, the SMS number. Ted Closey is playing. He's in as the sub for Geelong. O'Shane Mullen is out. We say hip in the end, hip tightness. As a result, he's
captain's run.
Yeah,
it doesn't exist.
He won't be there.
He had said sore fish from handball, I would have agreed, but sore hip from kicking.
Tightness from the car ride up the highway.
Wow, it might have been.
Chankov Jath is the sub for Hawthorn. There's no late change there. The Hawks won most of their games last season without Will Day from round 6. No, they didn't.
No, incorrect.
I can give you the numbers on all of that. That's absolutely not the case. So they certainly, if anything, they
only lost him late, and then they came back from after round 5, didn't he? I think, and then they went on a tear. So I'm not sure about your maths there.
No, I can give you the exact numbers. Hold on just a minute, Michael, on that. Brendan from Hobart, if the Saints are hell-bent on getting rid of the father-son draft rules, then there should be no academy or NGA picks. Just all players in one draft, no help for anyone, from Brendan.
Interesting take.
Luke Ball.
I like the idea of father-sons. I get it that there's been some great ones of late. There's been a lot that miss as well. There's absolutely no guarantees that just because your dad was a great player, that turns you or your son into a great player, or your daughter for that matter.
Well, I think you've got to pay fair value for them now too. That's the main part around any of these things that are different to the normal draft process. You've got to pay fair value, and if another team rates them at a certain level, they're able to bid on them and force the club to match it.
I heard Nathan Burke say last night on your coverage, Clinchy, that he put his hand up high in the air and said, look, it's
girls.
It's on me and Tony Lockett and Danny Frawley. We had all girls, so as a result, I'm part responsible for that.
It's got to hang in there, the Saints. The Rewalt boys are coming. They've just got to hang in there. At least one of them will have to get through.
10 daughters between the three of them, and I did see a little sneaky photo of, the Lenny Hayes with his kids, Lee Montagna, Nick Rewalt, and then Ross was there for the photo, so clearly he's embracing the idea if they can just get some return out of it.
Michael, 12-4 they went when Will Day played last year. 12 wins, 4 losses. When he wasn't there, 3-6.
Yeah.
So that's the breakdown on 2024 for Will Day, and you can do your own numbers this year. What he played the first 4 games, they went 4-0. He didn't play against Port Adelaide.
Yep.
0-1. So that's how it's broken down without Will Day so far. Keep them coming off the SMS 0437 774 774. The Hawks banner crew hard at work as they give their fans a little look at the banner. Been a few problems with that up against the breeze at the moment as well.
It's about to take off, isn't it?
Yes. They'll get it under control, I'm sure. And we've got the full game call coming up shortly. And the crowd is filling up beautifully as well. So as Clinchy mentioned off the top of the broadcast, 80,000 222 is the all-time record.
I'd also love if you're making your way in, just let us know how long it's taken to get through security. You were here a bit earlier and the lines were building.
They were, but then two of my broadcast colleagues came in after me and said, no dramas.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. You too?
Well, just cut straight to the front. I didn't really look.
No, I went through normal protocols. I went through the detectors and had to.
Yeah, so did I, but I didn't really
look.
look towards where the back was. I just sort of bullied my way in.
The full preview coming up next. Paulie's going to talk about his Dash brothers, so that is on deck coming up next, and the two teams not too far away from making their way out, the Cats and the Hawks.
The Roar told the story.
Did you know you can now listen to the footy on your smart speaker?
Play ABC AFL.
ABC Sport, your home for footy.
ABC Sport.
On ABC Sport, this is the AFL.
Room to steady and finish.
It's close to the goal line and Marty got there.
Another one.
Sit back, relax, witness the greatest. It don't get better than this.
Rampy from 55 and right on the way home.
Huge fend off and kicks the goal. The skipper off a step finishes.
Take a seat, 'cause it don't get better than this.
Right foot strike. He's got it. Oh, the home fans like that. Takes a bounce. Unguarded. Goal square. He's got it. Reed's going to go for goal. Oh, my goodness. That truly is remarkable.
This is the 2025 AFL Premiership season on ABC Sport. On radio, on digital, and on the ABC Listen app.
You take a seat, 'cause it don't get better than this.
It is one of the game's great rivalries, and it renews every year in the traditional Easter Monday blockbuster. Geelong versus Hawthorn, two teams that shared 7 premierships across a 9-year stretch, and they're two teams well and truly in premiership contention again in 2025. The MCG's a picture, over 80,000 expected, which would be a record attendance, the 15th edition of the Easter Monday blockbuster between Geelong and Hawthorn. It's great to have it on our air, Monday footy on ABC Sport. Wherever you're listening across the country, perhaps you're making your way back into town after the Easter weekend. Hope you've had a great Easter. For all of you that celebrate, 0437 774 774 is the SMS number, so let us know what you're up to across the weekend, if you're headed back following the footy this afternoon, and what you're on the lookout for. My name's Corbin Middlemass. Matt Clinch joining me in commentary. Ben Cameron is with us on the boundary. And our pair in the second row, two men who know the game inside out, one of the best analysts in the game, the two-time All-Australian Brett Delidio, and Luke Ball, of course, who you hear every Saturday on AFL Saturday here on ABC Sport, the Premiership Pie. The teams are in, and of course there's a late change. There's always a late change with the Cats, and O'Shane Mullen is out with a hip complaint. Ted Closey comes in, he starts as the sub, and Jankwath Jath is the sub for Hawthorn. Now, during the week, I noticed your take from last Saturday was pushed and extrapolated out into the media universe in the AFL.
Oh, not true. Yeah. Anyway, keep going.
In the hungry content engines of the footy media space, you spoke about the Dash brothers. Perhaps you didn't give it that little sort of sexy headline last Saturday, but you were all over this, Paulie, about two men in particular from the Cats. They were setting all kinds of records in terms of their metres gained.
Yeah, I did, and it was off the back of the Adelaide game, of course. Back Thursday night ago, just when you speak obviously of Max Holmes and Bailey Smith, and it just stood out to me. I mean, I was watching it on my TV at home, just stood out to me so clearly in what was a terrific game at the time, and a great midfield battled lids, the Cats and the Crows. Crows got the jump on them early, of course, and their forwards looked on top, but Geelong were magnificent the way they. But it started in the middle of the ground, and it started with Tom Atkins, of course. You think way back to Chris Scott, appropriately giving him the kudos that he deserved after the game, given his work inside. But then I just thought as that game went on, and the Crows were coming off a 5-day break and were probably a little bit light on through the
heavy game too.
Heavy game, that's right. But the games of Max Holmes and Bailey Smith, as that game went on, in particular in the second half, just stood out to me, both just with their ability to take the ball by driving legs from the inside to the outside. We know that's a lot of the game these days, the ability to get the ball out of congestion cleanly, either by hands or by legs, out into space, and then penetrate and hit that kick inside 50. I just think it's a watch for the rest of the year. Holmes and Smith, that 1-2 punch.
Which one do you go to? If you're going to put someone to one of those two, who?
Well, good luck. I think it's a great question.
I think I've seen Holmes be quelled, and I've seen him have not his colours lower, but just hasn't had the same influence that he had last week. Haven't seen it with Bailey Smith. Haven't seen him cop any attention yet. He's just been allowed to free wheel. So
yeah, he has. Yeah. Well, and we didn't see him at all last year, of course. And then you go back to his time at the Bulldogs. He was a bit more outside than anything about, and he had Bontempelli and Liberatore doing the work for him. So I think, and look, going back to the importance of a Tom Atkins, and he played, I think, probably his best game for the club last week. His ability to do the grunt work, alongside Dangerfield when it's his time to go in, and one or two others, allows Smith and Holmes. Now they can go in and win the ball when it's time and win the contest, but allows them to play to their strengths, utilise their legs, run and carry and bounce, and then they're both really penetrating kicks as well. If they can average 1,500 metres gain, now that's the proxy, the stat that we're going to use, I think, to measure this. I just don't think there's a 1-2 punch in the competition like it.
Yeah. In terms of damage?
In terms of damage, and, thinking about, we'll call them the Dash Brothers, I think it was my old mate Joey who gave him that title. I just think that as a weapon can be so far and above the next best in the competition in terms of a 1-2 punch. So you think let's say Collingwood are probably the other team that are going. So Nick Dacos, yes, and it's probably his brother Josh. Now he's more off the half-back line at the moment. I'm talking pure midfield, winning the ball in the contest, driving legs, running, carrying, and then penetrating with their feet. I just think that weapon, they can really separate themselves from the competition.
Let me have a think.
Have a think.
So you mentioned Lee Montagna went to work on this on Fox Footy, and obviously the work of Champion Data, talking about the fact that we've never seen a pair like it in AFL history. So they've been keeping metres gained for 20 years. They have never had a pair average this many from the same club. So Smith averaging 615 metres gained, Holmes 540, ranked number 2 and number 7 in the competition. Interestingly, though, Smith is ranked number 6 for disposal, so stands to reason you get a lot of footy. You're a chance to bounce the ball as much as anyone. Holmes is ranked 50th for disposals. And
long kick.
He's ranked 7th for metres game. So
bang for buck.
I was about to say, when he gets the footy, he's making the most of it.
Well, that's exactly right, and that's the game you're talking about, Bally, and where it is currently. If you can be damaging, don't get as much of it, but make them quality. Don't count your touches, make your touches count, as an old coach used to say to me. It was, 100%. If you can get the 15 to 20 and have that sort of metres gained numbers, but having some inside 50s and score involvement, that's one of your most damaging players on the ground versus a 35 touch, 25 of those handballs. Come on.
Yeah, and you look at the opposition today without Will Day, and as good as we love Warple, don't we? We love Jai Newcomb. We love what they do. They're going to have to find some of that today. And as I said, is it Weddle going in there? I think McKenzie's starting to progress, isn't he, and develop. McDonald could do a bit of it. But they're going to have to find a bit of that from somewhere else today.
Here come the Cats, 3-2 on the season on the back of a stirring comeback win last week. They're the first team on the ground as they burst through the banner led by their skipper Patrick Dangerfield. What a year he's having. He kicked 2 goals in the final term last week against the Crows with the game on the line, and his great mate Jeremy Cameron kicked 3 as the Cats came from behind to defeat the Crows. They've won 11 of the 14 games on Easter Monday. Of course, they had that long winning sequence during the Kennett Curse. And even in recent times, they have won 5 of the last 6 against their arch-rival in Hawthorn. Interestingly, this is the first time we've seen the Cats at the MCG since last year's preliminary final lids, where we sat in this box.
Yep.
They were ahead in that game. Obviously, Brisbane came from behind in one of the best finals you're ever likely to see, but they're back out here on the G today, the Cats.
Yeah, and they've been impressive so far. Apart from that St Kilda slip-up, which you can probably give them the mulligan that week, like we have given the Hawks potentially for last week. They've been really impressive, but it's been led by their backline. I think their ability, obviously the 2 Dash brothers that you speak about, but I think their ability to defend the ground, particularly at home, obviously we know that, but then away from there as well, they're just stingy. And you mentioned Tom Atkins in there. He's averaging over 10 tackles a game. He just adds that defensive layer, whereas he lets those other 2 boys go to work because he's doing the defensive grunt work. Port Adelaide have got Rosie and Butters when Rosie's not playing at half-back. Willem Drew's that one who comes in and just beats that tackle bag, So I love what the Cats are doing at the moment.
How's that for a roar? Hawthorn, they're technically the away team this afternoon. They're up in Melbourne on a familiar patch here at the MCG. They have won their last 8 games at the venue, 8 in a row, and by an average winning margin as well of 45 points here at the MCG. So they've got a game that's so well suited for this venue, the big wide expanses of the Melbourne Cricket Ground. And Sam Mitchell, I'm sure, will be looking for a response. He said they got taught a lesson last week by Port Adelaide. They've had 8 days to think about it. Here they are at a marquee slot again.
Yeah, as we said before, I don't think we'll get a slow start from them today. Really looking forward to seeing how they respond from what was a really poor performance. I think one of few games in Sam Mitchell's tenure where, particularly in that first half, they were not competitive. They were really poor. So I think we'll get a response today. Just back to the Cats to close off on that, Lids, and that defence. I agree, and going back to their last game against Adelaide, they were punched in the face early. In that first half, you pictured Darcy Fogarty kick 4 in the second quarter. They were without Stewart, but what they're able to do, what they've been able to do, is just shuffle things around. Without Jack Henry, who had a really good first couple of weeks of the year, so they know they're going to be without him for a while. But we spoke to Andrew Mackey about your boy Connor Sullivan. How impressive he's been. Blitz halves, his ability to go back and play a role there, and then De Koning, who I think really it'd be great to see them settle him across the back six now. They're just so well versed. Looking down, Zach Guthrie, what a consistent player he is, and Lawson Humphries, what a fight he's been. So I agree, it's their defence that really is the bedrock of their game, and it allows players like Smith, like Holmes to do what they do. So. They're going to be tested today. It's a different challenge, isn't it? So smaller challenge. That's right. They go from the tall timber of Adelaide and Walker and Fogarty and Thilthorpe today to that small, lively, dynamic forward line.
Gunston kicked 6 last week.
That's right, but it's more, isn't it? It's Watson. So who gets that role? And it's probably the one criticism or the one area where you might, over the last few years, and even going way back to their successful years, the Cats, where you might have been able to get them is when the ball hits the ground in that bag. We know they're so good at supporting each other in the air with those numbers that they've got there. And you look at a lot of those guys that I mentioned, they're all 6'4" and above, aren't they? So can the Hawks get the ball to ground and let Watson, Ginniman's not there today, but let Bruce, is it Hardwick going forward, let Dylan Moore, Connor McDonald do their thing today. Maybe it's the chaos ball that's better suited to today.
But run to bad spots at your own peril, I think, in terms of Hawthorn forwards, because it's... I used to find this when we used to play them as well, Bally, back in the day. You think, oh yes, I'm free, and I'll run over here and I'll get a touch out here on the wing. It's like, that's no worries, you'll kick it back to us in the way, and they set up their play, and that's the way I think they did it even last week. I saw Port Adelaide able to do that to Hawthorn last week as well. So I like the addition of Connor McDonald. I think he's a real valuable asset for Hawthorn to bring back into this side. He spreads the ground really well. He gets up and back and just adds to what Dylan Moore is. I think Nick Watson, he'll be wanting to get busy this week after a quieter week last week. Interesting that they've dropped Guinea. I thought that he was, maybe they've seen it for a couple of weeks now, where I'm not sure where his form has been at. But then what do you do with Sicily? What do you do with Hardwick? They've both been a bit swingmen. They've gone both ends of the ground. So really interesting to see how they set it up in terms of trying to kick a score today. I know their small forwards will do the majority of the work, but you can't rely on Gunston kicking 6 again, I couldn't imagine. No, that's right. And Dangerfield's the other one. I just love the way they've been able to use him now. He looks fresh and fit and healthy, doesn't he? And at his powerful best. So you look down, is it to Hardwick or... it's probably Josh Battle. I think you have to play someone who's a good one-on-one defender. Maybe Battle is better suited playing as that sort of loose drop-off defender, or is it Sicily doing that? So that's going to be a fascinating match-up today. Whoever gets the Dangerfield, given he's been spending 85-90% of his time forward and with great impact, that's clearly going to be a pivotal matchup. I think we'll see someone from Geelong's backline go forward today, whether that be a De Koning, Connor O'Sullivan. They might swing forward to try and stretch him a little bit down there, but knowing that they've got a much smaller forward line to defend, maybe they do go back the other way and give another key target down forward.
Off the SMS, 0437 774 774. Gene from Ballarat. Boys, please don't call Jeremy Cameron Jezza. There will only ever be one Jezza.
Can we call him Jerry?
Jesaulenko, you beauty.
I think we can go with Jezza still. He's the modern day. It's been a minute since Alex Jesaulenko played. I think we're just about due another Jezza. And from John, good afternoon, boys. Heading back to Melbourne from Portland after a nice Easter break with my family. What a great win by the Tigers on the weekend. Looking forward to the call today. Thanks for your contribution. 0437 774 774. Ted Closey, the late change. He's in for Oisin Mullen, who's the sub. And Chanquoth Jaff is the sub for Hawthorn.
We want to hear from those listeners, don't we? Like Brett Delidio, who have made the transition, might have been away for the long weekend and making your way back home.
Yep.
Get in touch on the SMS. But you mentioned the results that contrasted last week. Hawthorn conceding 121 points against Port Adelaide. And Geelong trailed by 30 points against the Adelaide Crows and were able to put on 9 goals in the second half. So maybe that luxury of playing James Sicily forward might not be there if Geelong can have that sort of burst. Can we see that again like we saw against the Adelaide Crows, and how much of a luxury is Patrick Dangerfield as a forward allowing that burst?
Well, I think, to go on the Sicily one at the moment, like they just needed a target, because I don't think they were getting it from Chol last week. Being there live, they everything that came in was just marked by Alir, or brought to ground, and they ran away with Rosie going to half back for the first time last week. So Dangerfield, he's just a different beast. I thought he would have done this a couple of years ago, to be honest. He's always shown that natural forward craft and explosion. He's great overhead. So what he's doing at the moment, probably to the detriment of young Ollie Henry, to be honest. Like, he's not getting as much of a look at it, but it's a luxury to be able to have Paddy Dangerfield just explode out of the goal square and command the footy. He's kicking threes and fours, but then to go and churn it out in the midfield. If he's not feeling it up forward, we'll go and mix it up for a little bit.
They've just needed him a bit too often, haven't they, in the middle of the ground, whereas, with Smith coming in, it's really in the way that they're going, and Atkins playing career best footy. I mean, we haven't seen poor old Cam Guthrie for a while, have we? So up until this year, they've just needed, or been too reliant around clearance and contested ball on Dangerfield being around
Dangerfield, wasn't it?
That's right, yeah. Whereas Smith coming in, the flow-on effect of that has allowed Paddy to spend a lot more time for it. I mean, you think back to last year, they had to bring Tom Stewart up, didn't they? He was playing midfield a lot of the time. So that the flow-on effect of Smith's allowed him to go back behind the ball and do what he does best. So, it's a pretty complete team, this Geelong team at the moment.
So he and Jeremy Cameron have both kicked 11 goals each. How many goals could Patrick Dangerfield kick if he spent the majority of the season at full forward?
50 plus.
So
two and a half a game.
Replacing that Tom Hawkins role pretty easily, really.
Yeah.
What about Jack Ginnivan being left out? How do you feel about him no longer warranting a place in this team 6 weeks into the year?
No, I think it sends a message just to say, well, there's no guarantees on anyone's spot here, and no matter what, I know you've come across from another club and you've played some reasonable footy, but he's been down a little bit this year, so I think it just says go back, sharpen up, and the next one would be probably Watson. If he does misfires again tonight or today, they'd be saying, well, back you go.
I think what it should agree, integrity of selection is critical. Doesn't matter who the team is. I think where Watson differentiates himself a little bit is when he doesn't have the ball. Now, we know that small forward line, and last week, you wouldn't have wanted to play in the Hawks forward line for the majority of that game, would you, in the last couple of weeks? But it's what you do when you don't have the footy, and I think Watson's one of the best players in the competition in terms of his ability to chase and tackle and smother. Whereas Jack's still got a bit of work to do on that front. So to me, that's what it says. I think we know you're not going to kick 2, 3, 4 goals every week, but are you having an impact when we don't have the footy? And I think that's, as I said, that's where Watson and Dylan Moore and those other small forwards separate themselves a bit. Not the end of the world for Jack. Go back, get your hands on the footy, work on that side of your game as well, and I'm sure he'll be back before too long.
You did have to love it. Gather round, they had the cardboard cutouts at the airport as you arrived, and sure enough, there was one of the Wizard there. He sidled up alongside it and took a photo, and the cardboard cutout was bigger than him. So he is the type of player that would love this sort of stage, so hopefully we get something from the Wizard this afternoon.
Guinea did play in the VFL yesterday, 23 disposals, 4 goals for Box Hill.
Yeah, so it would suggest that he's probably above that level, isn't it? But he's, doesn't guarantee that you play in the seniors every week if you're not bringing what your best is.
This place is humming. There is a huge crowd in attendance. The record is 80,222. That is in grave danger.
Gone. It's gone. I'm calling it.
Already gone.
Yeah, I'm calling it. Look at level 3.
Amazing. There's only been 7 crowds on Easter Monday over 70,000. So by any metric, this is on track to be the biggest Easter Monday clash that we've ever had. The 15th edition, Geelong have won all bar 3 of them. The captains Patrick Dangerfield and James Sicily meet in the middle of the ground. Ben Cameron is in the front row of the grandstand for us. You are in pole position, Ben. Perfectly situated between the 2 benches. Good afternoon.
Yeah, thank you, Corb. They're in the sunshine as well, the captains. The toss won by Patrick Dangerfield. He's pointed to the city end of the ground. So quite swirly down here right throughout the warm-ups, and still now very chilly, dare I say that, at 20 degrees. Sherry Deer down here as well, which was great to see with the Dare to Hope movement as a part of this game. What has been clear has been the step up in security for this match. Long lines getting in, which I know we spoke about a little bit throughout the pre-game. Also a significant lift in security and police presence right around the ground. That late change for the Catters, as you mentioned, Corb. Oisin Mullen replaced by Ted Closey the sub. Chankwath Jath for the Hawks, all ready to go from between the benches.
World champion coin tosser as well, Big Fanny.
Yeah.
Good. I've been starstruck if that was me out there.
There you go. He's got the cat scarf on.
Geez, you can take a boy out of Perth. Benny, he's got the big puffer vest out. 20 degrees and chilly.
He's not overly
big jacket.
He's not overly organised, Ben. Forgot any kind of jacket whatsoever. In the shade in the MCG on a day like this, you're going to need something. So
it's be a long, cold winter if he's got the puffer out 20 degrees in April.
He's got the ABC jacket and he's ready to go.
He's in the crosshairs today, Benny, I think.
So the Hawks off a shock loss. The Cats off a stirring comeback. They come together in the traditional Easter Monday blockbuster. The biggest one yet on ABC Sport. You're with Matt Clinch.
Easter Monday footy at the MCG, and we're underway as Stanley rises over the top of Meek and tries to get the hand pass away, looking for Bailey Smith. Tackled by Warple and lost his footing. Hand pass to Atkins for the Cats. They get the first foray forward. Tom Stewart off the inside of his boot, kicks it up to half forward where Jarman Impey gathers. His hand pass looking for Harry Morrison. Couldn't gather it first time again, close, but he can on the second. Hand pass to Warple. He's tackled, holding the ball.
Oh, that's hot.
Geelong right up against the boundary. James Warple thought he was going to get it across, and Max Holmes wins the free kick at right half forward.
He slipped over, so he did it prior, but he probably thought the boundary line was going to save him.
Holmes inside 50. No one flies in the end for Geelong, and Josh Weddle takes the mark.
Started on Dangerfield. Sorry, Clinchy. Weddle started on Dangerfield in the square.
From his defensive goal, works it out to D'Ambrosio on the back pocket. Hand pass to Amon. His hand pass almost chopped off by Henry, but they work it back for Hawks, and now a chance for D'Ambrosio at right half back. Hand pass away to McKenzie through traffic, dodging and weaving. Got away from Humphrey and switches the ball out to Morrison at half back for the Hawks.
Hawks to the punt road end. Handball away towards Impey. Retreats back by hand to Sicily. He's got the long sleeves on. Tacked a little bit more appropriately than Ben as Sicily sort of weaving his way around Dangerfield, kicks inboard over the head of his intended D'Ambrosio tried to give it to Waymon, who wasn't awake to it. Geelong win it back. Manor away to Humphreys, handball over to Myers, gives it to Close, centre half forward for Geelong. Handball to Dangerfield, kicks inside 50, kneels up strong. Is he getting a free? No. Newcomb cleans it up, only momentarily. He coughs it up. Smith to Cameron. Can't quite get it there. And it's marked on the line by Battle, who goes darting away for the Hawks.
Couple of bounces for him in his first Easter Monday clash. Hand pass away to Warple. He decides to retreat back by foot, and Carl Amon takes the mark.
There's a few nerves out there, I reckon, for both sides. Just experienced players, rushing kicks, making some early mistakes.
Luke Ball with you on ABC Sport. A crowd of over 80,000 expected. The anticipation of both sides as Carl Amon works it out to Jarman Impey, who marks it left half back. No score through the opening 2 minutes on ABC Sport. Kick up the wing towards Morrison. Can't take the mark. Brought down by O'Connor to Koenig's hand pass forward to Dangerfield. Slick hand pass to Holmes. Looks up inside 50. Working back. McKenzie gets a hand there in front of Jeremy Cameron. Works it away with Barras. Hand pass back to McKenzie. Kicks out to Weddle. Rises over the top for Dangerfield. Can't take the mark, and it goes out of play. In front of the members' side here on the broadcast wing of the MCG, one of the beautiful visual sights from our commentary spot. You can see the Geelong fans in the blue and white, and the Hawthorn fans, of course, in their traditional colours, the gold and the brown.
Nick Watson's the deepest forward off this stoppage for the Hawks. He's got Zach Guthrie today for company.
There's not too much that clashes with brown and gold, is there? Very distinct colours of Hawthorn. As Smith trying to get the kick away, smothered. Nana for the Cats, handball inside the forward 50. He's Dangerfield, hits up onto it, rolls around onto his right peg, shoots goalward, but he's offline. One bounce out of play in the opposite pocket. Cats home game, but they're in the white shorts. The blue hoops, of course, the navy hoops. And Hawthorn in the brown shorts in their traditional gold with the brown stripes.
I think if Hawthorn can't get their running game up and going here, they're going to really struggle with a lack of forward presence. You know, their ability, Geelong, to defend the ground is just going to be so strong.
Cats deep inside 50 once more. Shannon Neal doing the ruck work against Meek. Wins it down. Warple on all fours. Hand pass towards the boundary line. Sicily might be happy to take it across as he's tackled by Atkins, and a boundary throw in.
The SMS, why isn't this game in Geelong? Spent all that money to redevelop the stadium, and yet home games are still sold to the MCG. Well, there'd be 50,000 people that wouldn't be here if it was at Geelong.
Cats have been inside 50 on 4 occasions. Hawthorn haven't made it past halfway. Meek wins down the tap. Manor on the move. Can't gather. Meek's hand pass. D'Ambrosio tackle. And he might be gone. Manor, having initially been in touch in the passage of play, laid the tackle and wins the free kick. He's not going to wait. Swings on his right. Kicks the opening goal of this Easter Monday clash. The Cats are on the board first through 4 minutes. 1 straight 6 to Hawthorn, yet to score. Brett Delidio and Luke Ball, your experts on ABC.
He's off to a good start. Sean Manor, it's his 3rd possession, and getting involved defensively. I mean, they're worth their weight in gold, aren't they? That forward pressure. That time it was D'Ambrosio, who's great out in space, isn't he? We know that. That's a strength of his when it's in tight and in traffic. Just had a little bit of a panic there, and
I'm not sure what else he could have done, though. Like he was closed down really quickly, but because he faked, then there was just too many numbers around him. He just got swamped, didn't he? He
had to hang on, really. He got stripped in the tackle.
If he held onto that ball, maybe he gets away with that, but because he balked with his first kick attempt, he didn't really want to dump it straight out to the set up of the wall of the Cats.
I think that's probably, though, when in doubt, get it on the boot at least. Anyway, good start, Cats.
Geelong with the opener. Late change coming in. Oisin Mullen out. Ted Closey in. Starts as the sub, and Jaff the sub for Hawthorn. No clean takeaway as yet out of the middle. Warple drags it in. And it's always a worry as Atkins jumps on top of him, holding the ball. Free kick Geelong. And Atkins is going to take it out the centre. Handball away to Smith. He goes on a darting run. Kicks inside 50. Over the head of Dangerfield. That's okay. Dempsey behind him takes the chest mark, right half forward, 35 out.
Well, young Josh Ward there is going to get taught how the defensive side of the game today with Ollie Dempsey. He really likes to charge forward and test out his opposite winger. He did that firsthand just there. Bailey Smith again, he just loves to tuck the ball under the arm and really try and test out his opposing defender. I thought the ball may have been aimed at Paddy Dangerfield, but slotting in behind was Ollie Dempsey.
The Rising Star winner from last year grew up a Hawthorn fan. Now in the hoops at Geelong. His kick starts left. He brings it back. Perfect start for the Cats. They've kicked the first couple. We're only half a dozen minutes in. It's Geelong 2 straight. Hawthorn yet to score. Another slow start for the Hawkers. Brett Delidio, Luke Ball on ABC Sport.
He's pretty quickly becoming a star of the competition, isn't he, Ollie Dempsey? And you're right. He just plays that wing role perfectly. He gets back to support. He drifts forward. Listed at 187 centimetres, but good overhead.
He's got a licence, hasn't he, to get forward and really test him out.
And impacting the scoreboard early, but it's just clearances at the moment. 4-zip, Geelong's way. Smith involved, Holmes involved. Hawks mids, we spoke about it before the game. Got to roll their sleeves up here, don't they, and get to work.
Ben Cameron on the boundary.
The MCC have just upgraded their crowd expectation from 80,000 to 85,000 in the last 5 minutes.
Well, the members have decided to roll in late. The Cats with the first 2 goals of the match here at the MCG. Bounce to get things back underway. Stanley and Meek. Meek wins down the tap. Charging through, Nevitt can't get it. Big Lloyd Meek follows up. Knocks it out for the Hawks onto the wing. Leading the foot races, Warple can't gather. Dempsey slides in, lost his footing. Warple has a second go at it. Sleeks the hand pass out towards Ward against the boundary. Holmes offers the chase. Ward with a hand pass back. Links up with Connor Nash at right half forward for the Hawks. Inside 50 they go. Choles in the pack. Can't take the mark. It's brought down. Front and centre. Swinging shot on goal. Misses from Hardwick. Out to the right and through for a minor score. The Hawks' first score of the match. They're 1 behind to Geelong 2 straight 12.
Humphreys just miskicked that, but still got it to O'Connor. Hard in mouth moment for the Geelong fans as O'Connor goes long down the wing. They're slipping over again on the wing here as Blitzarps goes down. Barras takes the intercept mark, sends a kick down towards D'Ambrosio. Hand pass to Impey, kicks inside 50. That'll work out. Onto the chest of Hardwick, who marks against the boundary line, left forward pocket.
Yeah, I'm not sure of the option of O'Connor there just to go long really quickly. He didn't have the numbers or the representation. Going to close feed Barras wasn't probably his best choice.
Had a few problems earlier in the season. Broadcast wing in the shade, a bit of a slip and slide. Here's Hardwick, who bends it across the body beautifully. Hawks are in business. And Blake Hardwick kicks their first of the day. So Geelong 2 straight. Hawthorn now 1-1. 8 minutes into the opening term. Easter Monday footy on ABC Sport.
Yeah, it's a good call, Eds. It was just a bit of a blind play on, wasn't it, from Mark O'Connor? He didn't look up, and the Hawks had set up their team defence pretty well. Tom Barrass that time taking the intercept mark. And then they had players free forward of the ball and inside 50. So a good response there from the Hawks, and Blake Hardwick, who's gone forward, we know this year, very versatile. And I mean, the modern player, the modern forward is just so adept at kicking those sort of goals, aren't they? That even the angle inside 50 now
doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter, does it?
That was like a forward spinning drop punt, though. It didn't really bend. It just went end over end.
Brett Delidio and
purchase.
Loop ball with you on ABC Sport. Blake Hardwick up to 6 goals for the season. As we're back in the middle, Meek wins down the tap for the Hawks. Nevitt can't get a disposal away. It spills the way of Warple. Hand pass to McKenzie. Hawks out of the middle. Kicks long looking for Gunston. 1-2. Got it. Directly in front. 25 metres out from goal. The late challenge of O'Sullivan couldn't get a hand to it. And the ever-reliable Hawks forward has it with a chance to try and make it 2 on the bounce.
Clearance work, isn't it? I'm just looking at Cam McKenzie now with Will Day going out. It's his time, isn't it? Yep. To go into that centre bounce and make that starting midfield spot his own. He's a high draft pick, highly rated.
Oldest player to kick 6 goals last week, Jack Gunston, for 2 in a quick succession. He comes in, goal umpire a couple of steps to the left, but it's all clear. And the Hawks take the lead with that goal for the first time this afternoon. They're 2-1-13 to Geelong, 2 straight 12. And after the Cats had the opening 5 inside 50s, the Hawks have steadied. Luke Ball and Brett Delidio with you on ABC Sport.
Yeah, you're right on Cam McKenzie. Geez, I can't help but feel like I'm watching Sam Mitchell.
I was going to say that, isn't it? His coach must see a lot of it. I think he's taller.
He's taller and quicker. He's definitely quicker than Sam was. But just his ability to laterally get through traffic and then make a good decision. I think if young Connor O'Sullivan had his time again there, he might have decided to come through and just absolutely punch that one back into the centre square. Just a misread, I think, off the boot, and thought it was coming over the top. Thought he had enough on Jack Gunston, but can't buy experience, Paulie.
Forward craft, wasn't it? Just kept moving there, Gunston. He's been doing it for so many years.
Cats with the first 2, Hawks with the next 2. First lead change of the day, Hawthorn by 1. Atkins at the coalface, got a handball away to Holmes, kicks inside the forward 50. Dangerfield hitting up, ball's out the back. Stengel's got the pace, leading Barrass back to the footy, close to the boundary line. Dempsey collects, he's tackled. Now Barrass has a second go for the Hawks. Oh, handball away to McKenzie, drops that. Sicily lends a hand, he too tackled, dispossessed. The ball eventually out of play, so a throw in forward pocket for Geelong. 2-1 to 2 straight. Closey, the late inclusion for Mullen, and Jaff, the subs to start for Geelong and Hawthorn. 85,000 expected in the house. It is humming. The traditional Easter Monday blockbuster here on ABC Sport.
Danger's going to do the ruck here against Lloyd Meek. What can't he do? Meek takes it out of the ruck. Dangerfield lays the tackle, spills out the way of Connor Nash. Hand pass away. Barrass to Sicily, turns it over, kicks to Holmes. The pressure from the Cats forced the error. And Max Holmes, in the right place at the right time, will shoot out to the right from just inside 50.
Just a little bit too laconic there, James Sicily, and a couple of times early in this game.
He was like that last week.
I know, yeah. It's funny, isn't it? Sometimes he's such a brilliant player, but sometimes he can be a little bit sort of slow, hand to foot. That time he invited the pressure, and Holmes was in the right spot.
He's hit 5 goals straight for the season as Max Holmes comes in, starts at left, it stays left. My apologies to Geelong fans. Scores are level. 2-1-13 apiece.
That's the last time he was here. He went through all that pain in the prelim, either side of three-quarter time, and the lengthy conversations with the doc about whether he'd be subbed out or not, and ultimately his day ended there, and the Cats' hopes faded soon after. There's a kick from Sicily, heads wide. Ronnie Morrison is a free here. Holmes is held out of it.
Yeah, by McDonald, I think. Didn't allow him to get a run at it, Corb.
He started well. This will be his 5th kick.
It's about 65 out. Just about every player on the ground in front of him. Kicks to the hot spot. They come from all directions. Spills down to Sicily. Caught. Ball comes out. Battle slick hands away to Morrison. Goes back to Amon. Jams it on the boot. McDonald back in the team. Collects. Under pressure from Holmes. Handball to Nash. Handball to Weddle. Runs it out of defence now. Handball to Watson against the boundary line. Northern side to Chol. Big tackle. Stewart in the back. Free kick Chol. He's got it half back for Hawthorn.
He wants to come inboard, won't get to the intended target in Newcombe, and Mitch Nevitt sliding in front takes the intercepting mark for Geelong. between wing and half forward on the members' side. Scores locked at 2-1, 13 apiece through 13 minutes on ABC Sport. Nevitt kicks as high as he can, inside 50. Henry sets himself in front. Weddle just controlled the mark, but then he kicks straight into Stengel, who smothers it. It comes the way of Holmes. He's tackled into the turf by Morrison. Umpire says holding the ball. So Morrison returns the footy the Hawks' way as he looks to switch to Lloyd Meek.
They're hot on that, aren't they?
Yeah. Meek handball away towards Amon. He's headed to the southern boundary line. One bounce before reaching Moore. Keeps it alive. Sends a hand pass inboard to McKenzie, who's off and running. Back inboard. Short kick finds McDonald. Hawks over halfway. Handball to Newcomb. Nothing up ahead. Gets around Humphreys. Draws two defenders. Sweeping Polyfarmer. Hand pass away to Morrison. On the hop. Yuck kick. Trying to get it to Gunston. Gunston goes back. Collects a second time. Tackled by Stewart. Spun around. Coughs it up. O'Connor to De Koning. Centre half back. Handball to Atkins. Away to Myers. This is frenetic early as he kicks out wide and finds Dempsey on the southern wing for Geelong.
He spots Close, who's streaming from half back inside 50. Needs a kind bounce. He gathers. Gets it around Battle. Hand pass to Dangerfield. Left forward pocket. Here is Patrick Dangerfield. The Cats so slick from one end of the ground to the other. And their captain finishes in front of goal. Geelong back out by 6 points. 3-1-19 to Hawthorn 2-1-13. Danger's 12th goal of the season.
Yeah, good call, Clenchy. That is slick footy. And Corby, you called it a junk kick from John Newcomb, but my pet hate again, he had no one coming back at him.
Morrison.
When he finally did, they were all running back at Watson and Chol, all running back towards goal, hands in the air. He was looking for that short little lead up, and in the end he munged the kick. And then it was that Geelong, it was classic Geelong, wasn't it? You pointed at Brian Myers, those high half forwards getting up the ground and then sprinting back into space. Myers involved, Close involved with the kick to Dangerfield, and then
but that decision
the
of Brian Myers,
no chance.
His ability to change direction with that kick, mid-kick, to get that out to Ollie Dempsey, not just blaze away to centre half forward, that's what opened that game up. Then goal up.
Ben Cameron's up pacing around with the dry as the bone on. He's got the big overcoat jacket. He's Nevitt back in the middle. He's run down and caught by Chol, who did the ruck work and then the follow-up. Kick from Chol for Hawthorn. Heads out wide, finds Impey. Impey on that southern wing. Down to half forward. Short kick finds Connor McDonald, who's back in the team today, back from that ankle injury. Short to Ward. One of the young Hawks against the boundary line. Now the forward 50 kick, perfectly placed into the pocket for Moore. And Dylan Moore, the All-Australian forward pocket, has it in the forward pocket at the MCG.
Yeah, just aggressive positioning there from the Geelong defenders. Lawson Humphreys in front, but it's such a good kick. It got over the top of him and just landed on Dylan Moore's chest.
Moore, snap across the body off his left peg. He got it skinny. This is near side of behind. Hawthorn trail by 5 points, so it is Geelong 3-1, leading Hawthorn 2-2, 16 minutes in. Easter Monday footy on ABC Sport.
Tom Stewart back in the lineup, having missed the last two. Brings it into Ollie Henry, kicks up towards the wing. Dangerfield couldn't take the mark, lost his footing, and allows Newcomb to gather in front of the two benches. Hawthorn take back control. Hand pass to Weddle, works it back to Battle. He might go all the way back to Scrimshaw across half back. Gives up 25 metres in the process. Geelong by 5 points, 3-1-19 to Hawthorn 2-2-14. Scrimshaw trying to pull his kick. Won't get it to Weddle. In the end, Stewart crashes the pack. It clears to the back. Humphreys clean pick-up. Hand pass to Manor for Geelong. Sends it out to Nevitt, who marks on the wing for Geelong.
Mitch Nevitt in the number 10. Turns and heads down to half forward. Cameron the target. Sicily in the box seat. There's a hold in all of that, and Jez is going to get it. Cameron right on 50.
Oh, gee.
Dempsey wanted it.
A red hot on the on marking infringements the other day. The Melbourne and Freo game, I think, called. That one was a bit soft. Two players wrestling. The hands around, I guess.
Two hands around, that's what happens.
Yeah, that's the cue, isn't it? Yep. Need to do it, though. He had Sicily there for support. Josh Battle.
Kick 3 final quarter goals to sink the Crows. Jeremy Cameron from outside 50. Kick starts left, fading back. Clips the post. Had to do a lot late. Just caught the post halfway up. Geelong by a straight kick, so 3-2 to 2-2. Couple of early lead changes in this game, which is 17 minutes old. Geelong by 6.
Jack Scrimshaw is ready to bring Hawthorn back into play. Goes to the pocket to Weddle, who takes the mark. He looks out wider still, and Harry Morrison has it at right half back. Space is closed up quickly by Manor as the kick comes inboard to Scrimshaw. Hand pass away. Weddle arches the back, almost run down. In the end, got the hand pass away to Battle, who's up past halfway. He looks inside 50. Can he get out the back to Hardwick? He can't. Good spoil by De Koning. Staying down was bruised. Hand pass away to Newcomb. Here comes a Hawthorn goal. Joel to finish. Hits the post. Into the right goal post. And the Geelong fans at the punt road end are up. That seemed a certain Hawthorn goal. Cats lead by 5 points through 18 minutes.
He just tried to guide it through, didn't he?
And kick it. That's right. Kick it into the second tier, Marbiol. Brilliant bit of play, wasn't it? Just precise kicking and then hands from the Hawks, one into the other. Deserved a finish.
Humphreys brings it in wide to Smith. He's got the Karate Kid headband on again today, Bailey Smith. He goes short to Guthrie.
We're on headband watch, aren't we? Lids, how many out there? Too many.
Here's two. Here's another one. Blitzarps marks at half-back, hands it back to the runner, Bailey Smith. Got a bump from Impey. It was too late. Downfield free for Geelong. And the forward 50's opening up.
They've got a few of them, haven't they? I see three running across the centre of the ground. Guthrie, Smith.
There's at least half a dozen.
Stanley's got one.
Stewart.
Here's Stengel. He's going to kick inside the forward 50. The Hawks have had time to get numbers back. Kicks to full forward. Cameron had a fair piece of it in the sky. No mark. Spits out to Manor for his second. Trying to bounce it through. And in the end, it's helped over the line by Morrison. A rush behind. Geelong by 6. Ben Cameron on the boundary.
They were actually handing out those Karate Kid headbands out the front of the ground today. I got a photo of some young lads wearing those big white headbands with Geelong stripes across the front, believe it or not.
Didn't take one, Benny?
No need.
Morrison brings the Hawks back into play to Hardwick at half-back. Hand pass away to Ward and they're away. Bruce receives the hand pass, trying to get it out to Gunston at left half forward around Guthrie. Hand pass to Moore. Cuts around Atkins. Swings onto his right-hand side. They're out here. McDonald underneath it. Getting back to Koning. Desperate defending. He rushes it through for a minor score. Used every bit of his 204 centimetres to get back there. And it's a 5-point lead the Cats' way through 20 minutes in the opening term. Easter Monday footy at the MCG.
Oh, good scrambling, but a little bit of a concern for Chris Scott, just the ease with which Hawthorn are transitioning the ball from defensive 50 to front 50 at the moment.
Oh, Guthrie, what a kick out. Took some ground and goes long to Dempsey, who marks on that outer wing, the rising star. Handball away towards Bowes. Sweeps a hand pass forward. Got it to Manor and kicked the first of the day. Runs into trouble. Warple's got him. Thought about giving the handball and then hung on to it, and Warple said, right, I'll just lock you up. Handball away towards Scrimshaw. Kicks down to high half forward. Hawthorn a chance to go inside 50. McDonald marks. Handball out wide to Morrison against the boundary line. He sprays it out on the full. Oh, put it over the fence.
Yeah. That's just a real miss kick, that one from Harry. Usually a beautiful user by foot.
Easter Monday footy on ABC Sport. 21 minutes in, Geelong by 5.
Tom Stewart goes short to Atkins. So the Geelong fans are at the punt road end where Hawthorn are heading in that first quarter. So when Marbiol Chol hit the post, they all jumped out of their chair. Tom Atkins hemmed in the back pocket. 9 clearances last week against the Adelaide Crows. Risky kick. Launed Cameron. Couldn't take the mark. Newcomb cleared the path. It may still work. Blitzouch. Hand pass to Cameron. Breaks the tackle. Hand pass to Manor. Hand pass forward to Neal. They're on the overlap here. Over the top to Stengel. He can give it to Dempsey. In the left forward pocket. Weddle gets back. Desperate defending. He smothers what would have been a shot at goal. And the Hawthorn fans this time are cheering. A throw in the left forward pocket for Geelong. They lead by 5 points. Josh Weddle, the defending, desperate there in the end.
Yeah, both teams scrambling well at the moment, aren't they? Josh Weddle, love the smother, underrated stat, and a good spot to do it too in front of your home crowd there, adoring fans.
Forward 50 stoppage for the Cats. Stengel passing through, paddles it in front of him, picked up by Manor, immediately met. Scrimshaw tackles him to ground and the ball up. Cameron off the SMS. Any tag on Holmes from what you guys can see?
No tags at the moment from either team.
0437 774 774. Meek trying to grab it out of the ruck, fumbles it. Stengel had it, lost it. Now Ward, he's tackled. Throw a blanket over 20 of them at full forward for Geelong. Ponsford Standall, city end of the ground. Meek wins it down. Atkins extracts it as he does so well. Handball to Stanley, hooking it over his shoulder right to the goal line, and Morrison knocks it through. And behind for the Cats, they lead it by a goal. 3-4 to 2-4, 23 minutes gone in the opening term.
He's been good, Morrison. Gee, we spoke about Dempsey's wing role, wing work, but Harry Morrison's off to a fly. 8 possessions. A couple of times he's got back to affect the ball through for a behind.
Luke Ball with you on ABC Sport. Last 5 scores of the match have been behinds. Geelong got out by 12 points early. Hawthorn took the lead and the Cats led him by 6 points. Jarman Impey with a long kick in. Sport away in the end by Guthrie. Got it down towards Bailey Smith. Hand pass out. Humphreys. Nash's tackle by Holmes. Squeezes the kick forward. It might work. Bruce runs onto it. Hardwick one-on-one inside 50. Great defending. Working his way to the front was Bowes, and he takes the mark on his chest. He didn't seem a likely defender, but he served in that purpose well. Kicks it out towards Atkins on the wing. He's got 15 metres of space. He runs onto it in front of Warple. In 2 minds, decides to retreat back and finds De Koning.
Fullback looking into the sun there as well. He's setting behind the Ponsford stand. Nice bit of work from Jack Bowes. So De Koning to Holmes. He's in the shadows of the light tower at halfback. The yellow Sharon. Sends a high ball down the line of the centre square, and Neal stands tall as Barris goes to ground. Neal takes the mark, and now the inside 50 kick. Stanley's deep, heads in that direction. He's got it. Stanley marks it full forward.
Great catch, Shannon Neal.
Well, it's just 3 one-on-one wins in the air, wasn't it? You go back to Bowes here.
He's not going to take the set shot. He tried to handball it away to Ollie Henry, and the ump says, "Oh, you can't do that. You're off your line."
Come on, Reece.
He has missed a couple from this sort of range before, so I can understand why. It's a long way from hand to foot for a big fella.
Including the last time they were here in that prelim. Stanley at the other end this time, knocks it through.
Loves it.
Cats out by a couple of goals. And it's been Geelong's quarter so far, 25 minutes in. The Cats are 4-4-28, Hawthorn 2-4-16. A 12-point lead for Geelong. And dare I say it, Lid's never in doubt.
Never in doubt. Just 3-on-1, as I was saying, Lids, 3 one-on-one wins in the air. Back Jack Bowes, terrific win here down here.
That was a big
one-on-one in defence, wasn't it, against Blake Hardwick, and then Shannon Neal outpointing Tom Barras there at half forward and kicking it forward, and Reece Stanley. I mean, it's going to be an interesting battle, that ruck, isn't it? Lloyd Meek, who's a bit more of a bash and crash type ruckman, has been in terrific form up against Reece Stanley, the veteran, but ability to push forward and take a catch and inside and impact the scoreboard. That's a good early win for Reece.
Luke Ball and Brett Delidio with you on ABC Sport. Bailey Smith, Dangerfield, Holmes in the middle for the Cats as the umpire bounces it in the middle. Stanley sets himself, having kicked the last goal, wins down the tap, but Ward for the Hawks. Hand pass away to McKenzie, tries to get it to Meek. McKenzie does it himself at the end. Hand pass to Warple who push forward, pulls his kick and finds McDonald. Directly in front, opposed to Tom Stewart. 45 metres out from goal.
Yeah, great composure there from Warple. His ability to spit forward initially from that contest. Ball, just all the Geelong ballers have got a little bit bees to the honeypot, nose in the trough, so to speak, Corb.
Little horsey still there. His little rat tail.
Yep. He's going to give it off here. Tries to kick to Gunston. He's got it! Bowes was in front. Trying to come late was Holmes, and in the end, the set play worked perfectly. Although there's a few Hawthorn fans that had their heart in their mouth.
Rightly so too, Clinchy. That should not have been marked, I don't think, with in between 4 or 5 Cats defenders. Just a misread.
For a guy who's 33 years of age, Jack Gunston continuing on. Pretty much directly in front, looking for his second. He misses to the left-hand side. A couple of opportunities have gone begging for the Hawks. The Chol shot in the post, the Gunston shot there. Geelong leading by 11 points, 26 minutes gone, opening term.
Guthrie on the kick-out goes wide to Holmes. And he backs himself in as he looks at Bruce on the mark, tries to run around him, kicks down the wing. Dangerfield clever, knocks it back into a dangerous spot, but Weddle's awake to it. Hits it at speed, kicks Hawthorn now inside the forward 50. Gunston again. And the old-timer's on a heater. Kicked 6 last week. He's had a bit of it already today.
He has become a real problem, hasn't he? Just reading the fall of the ball, it's probably a bit swirly down there, and just the experience and that forward craft, his ability to get to the drop of the ball. I mean, that was just it was a great bit of play from Weddle, wasn't it? But just a long kick forward, and he just read it better than anyone.
Equal career high, 6 goals last week. Gunston on the
again.
drop pun, he's missed it wildly.
That's worse. Dropped it inside.
It's the whole set.
Yeah. He did that. His last set shot was very similar. Dropped it on the inside there, Bally.
Was it 6 straight last week?
Yep.
It is. It might be a classic MCG. We might need Benny to give us a bit of a weather update. He's given us a crowd update, but give us a breeze update.
Swirling, Ben?
Yeah, Fawley was listening off the top. I did describe the wind as swirly early on, Bawley.
Yeah, early on. That's what I said. Give us an update. 27 minutes in, Ben.
Still swirly,
your job's not
Bawley.
done, mate.
Oh, give me some popcorn.
Might have been a bit of carry-on from Saturday that's continued on to Monday.
We said rivalries are good, didn't we?
Absolutely. Dangerfield at half-back, steps around Jarman Empey, kicks up towards Stanley, can't complete the mark, spills back into his path. Lloyd Meek just dumps him to the turf. Ball emerges. Scrimshaw trying to get a hand pass out for Hawthorn. Tackled by Shannon Neal. Umpire circles and will ball it up.
It's not the rivalry I predicted, but Paul Cameron is right up there.
2 inside balls. Umpire to throw it aloft. Great to have your company with us on ABC Sport. Warple fends off a tackle from Henry. Just got the hand pass away at the last moment. Hand pass to Scrimshaw. Away to Ward. Dumps the kick to half forward. Lunging forward. Gunston takes the mark. Swings on to his right. He's got Newcomb out the back. Racing back. Blitzhouse. It bounces in front of the two. Blitzhouse uses his experience. Trying to find the line. He gets there. Does he? Umpire says all clear. A rush behind.
It was like a try, wasn't it?
It was. Desperately trying to get the millimetres required to rush it through. Hawthorn are pressing. Geelong hold a 10-point lead.
Oh, he might have just got away with one there. How did he get it out?
Yeah, exactly right.
Yeah. Brilliant clearance work, wasn't it? We spoke about that ability to get the ball inside to out. That was magic then from the Hawks here at halfback.
Free kick for Dempsey on the wing as he went to run and mark and had his run blocked, and that was in a marking contest and the ball wasn't close by, so a free kick for Dempsey. Last bit of sunshine breaking through in that pocket of the ground out there, southern side underneath the Shane Warne stand. Kicks down to half forward for the Cats. No mark. Meek mops it up. Handball away to Battle to Amon. Oh, handball to Ward. Went through his legs. Geelong went it back. Close. Handball away to Nevitt. Shoots goalward but misses. A behind for Geelong. They lead by 11 points. Ben Cameron on the boundary.
All jokes aside, I mean, the breeze is very strange, and Lids and Borley will be able to speak to it, but it's almost coming from the left forward pocket at the city end to the left forward pocket at the Punt Road end, but it feels down at ground level like it's coming the other way.
Ben Cameron on the boundary. Sicily with the kick-in duties. Coming late and making contact was Dangerfield. And will be a downfield free kick.
That was a legitimate attempt at a smother. That's a shocking call.
Just on that, Borley, they often say that, don't they? The flag's on the scoreboard. On ground level, it almost feels like
it's completely different.
It is. Yeah.
Sicily doesn't mind flirting from time to time with his kick out of defence, and Dangerfield was right onto that.
No, I thought rubbish call. Yep.
Rubbish.
McKenzie goes short to D'Ambrosio. Hawthorn have it at left half back as the siren sounds for quarter time. And the Cats hold an 11-point advantage at the first break. 4-5-29 to Hawthorn at 2-6-18. As is often the case, it was a little game of runs. Geelong kicked the first 2 goals of the match, got out by 12 points. Hawthorn answered with the next 2 and took the lead. And Geelong finished with the last 2 of the quarter. The Cats had the first 5 inside 50s, and they hold an 11-point advantage, in which we have all individual goal kickers. So Stanley, Manor, Dempsey and Dangerfield for the Cats. Meanwhile for the Hawks, it's Hardwick and Gunston.
Touched on it during the call, Clenchy. The first half of the quarter was all about goals, so 5 of the first 7 scoring shots were goals. Since then, it's been all about behind, so 1 of the last 10 scoring shots have been goals, or a goal. The other 9 all behind, so all of a sudden 4-5 to 2-6. Geelong by 11 points. Earlier today, the stall gift. Of course, the 100 dash for both the men and the women. Brie Rizzo won the women's stall gift from scratch. Becomes just the second woman to do it, so well done to Brie Rizzo. And John Evans, who upstaged Gout in the men's stall gift. He ran off 9.75 metres. He ended up winning the men's stall gift. So well done to John Evans after both Gout and Lockie Kennedy finished second in their semi-final and failed to make it through to the final itself. Evans and Rizzo both receiving $40,000 for picking up the stall gift dash earlier today. All right, the thoughts of Luke Ball and Brett Delidio coming up next. It is quarter time in the Easter Monday blockbuster. The Cats by 11 points. This is ABC Sport.
Join us on Anzac Day across the ABC. From Gallipoli and Villers-Bretonneux to the dawn service and march in your capital city.
We will remember them.
On ABC, radio, TV and iView and the ABC Listen app.
This is the 2025 AFL Premiership season on ABC Sport.
Manor on the move, can't gather. Meeks hand pass. D'Ambrosio tackle, and he might be gone. Manor, having initially been in touch in the passage of play, laid the tackle and wins the free kick. He's not going to wait. Swings on his right, kicks the opening goal.
And Atkins is going to take it out the centre. Handball away to Smith. He goes on a darting run, kicks inside 50, overheaded Dangerfield, that's okay. Dempsey behind him takes the chest mark, right half forward, 35 out. Rising star winner from last year, grew up a Hawthorn fan, now in the hoops at Geelong. His kick starts left, he brings it back. Perfect start for the Cats. They kick the first couple, sends a kick down towards D'Ambrosio, hand pass to Impey, kicks inside 50, that'll work out. Onto the chest of Hardwick, who marks against the boundary line, left forward pocket. Here's Hardwick, who bends it across the body beautifully. Hawks are in business.
He spots Close, who's streaming from half back inside 50, needs a kind bounce, he gathers, gets it around Battle, hand pass to Dangerfield, left forward pocket. Here is Patrick Dangerfield. The Cats so slick from one end of the ground to the other, and their captain finishes in front of goal.
Stanley at the other end this time, knocks it through.
Loves it.
Cats out by a couple of goals.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the AFL.
On your radio.
ABC Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
Easter Monday footy on ABC Sport in front of a record crowd at the MCG. Over 85,000 in the house. Geelong by 11 points. The thoughts of Luke Ball and Brett Delidio on ABC Sport.
Well, it looks like we're in for a bit of a cracker here, Bally. I reckon the Hawks have maybe ruined a couple of missed opportunities. Gunston's had a couple set shots after kicking 6 straight last week to put one out of bounds on the full and miss one from 20 metres out directly in front. And then Chol running into an open goal and slams it into the post. So they should be a lot closer, if not in front, I think, at the quarter-time break. But when they've been allowed to get their game up and going, Bally, they've looked really sharp. And I love the work of Weddle off half-back and Warple in the middle. Mackenzie's been, stepping and getting through that initial line of defence, that first line of defence. But to Geelong's credit, like their ability to continue just to win crucial 1v1s, especially down back. We saw Bowes down there. DeConning's got back late a couple of times. Blitzarves maybe got away with one on the goal line, but then there was the work of Neil up forward with a big contested Mark Stanley as well. And the other one's Manners, the one from half forward who's really impressed me. His ability to lay forward 50 tackles but then just get up and back. I know he got caught red hot holding the footy out there on the outer wing, but other than that, I thought he started the game really, really well.
Yeah, you're right. Terrific game, isn't it? And big crowd, so real finals type feel. And Clinch, you mentioned, I mean, they got the jump, the Cats at the first 5 clearances and the first 5 inside 50s, and looked like they had the Hawks very much on the back foot. And then the Hawks got going a bit around the ball, and it was Mackenzie, I thought, who was the one. I mean, look at the numbers. Newcomb's only had the 4 handballs. Yep. Warple had? Moore went in there. Warple's had 7, so he got going a little bit. So they just started to turn the tide a little bit around the ball with the big fella in the ruck too. And you're right, in the end, it should be pretty even, given that Gunston missed those last 2 shots at goal. I mean, he's looked really dangerous, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's reading it really well.
You think that, and they've got some pretty good matchups for him in the air down there, Geelong, but he's just reading what can be a tricky sort of swirly breeze and the drop of the ball. I mean, he's played so much footy, so much good footy here at the MCG, hasn't he? So, yeah, really, after that first 5 minutes, pretty even. And if anything, the Hawks started to get on top and get their game going. I mentioned, I think about 3/4 of the way through that quarter, that a bit of a concern for the Cats coaching staff, the way that the Hawks were able to move the ball from their back 50 to front 50 and have a shot and get a shot on goal just with ease. Just with we know their precise kicking, and Scrimshaw's been involved a couple of times. D'Ambrosio with their precise kicking. And you look at the marks column there; they've had 28 marks to 20. So that's the way they like to play. We know that, the Hawks. So that's something that the Cats team defence will need to tighten up on a little bit. But all in all, a pretty even contest with just a little bit of inaccuracy there, keeping or really allowing Geelong to hold on to a pretty sort of slender lead. Early in this one, my Dash brother update: Max Holmes, 305 metres game. He's had 7 possessions and
300 already.
I reckon he's onto
kicks.
it. So you're the maths man, Cord. What's 305 times 4? It's a pretty good day, isn't it?
1,200 and whatever it is.
That is. Bailey Smith's had the 8 possessions. He's been under pressure a little bit more with those. So really good contest in the middle.
Yeah, the interesting thing is that his kicking efficiency of his 7 kicks is only 43%. So when you go long to a contest, even if it's a contest, you still get those metres gained unless they mark it and kick it back the other way.
That's right. Yeah, I mean, he's predictable, isn't he? Because more often than not, they know he's going long. He just has to be careful though, not to kick it to, or make sure he's kicking it to the advantage of his teammates.
So we're on track for 1,836 as a collective. But if they go at this rate through the whole 4 quarters, it's a duo, Holmes and Smith, of course. Second quarter underway. Easter Monday footy on ABC Sport. Geelong by 11 points. Corbin Middlemass, Matt Clinch, Luke Ball, Brett Delidio, Ben Cameron as Smith got it out to Atkins, away to Holmes. He's caught there. Good chase down tackle from McKenzie. Well, the Hawks tried to give a handball away and Holmes never out of the game. On the mark, picks it off. Got it away to Manor. Handball to Cameron. Kicks inside 50 and the quick turnover. They torch him. Stengel takes the mark left half forward.
That is great stuff from Max Holmes and a great lesson. You're right, Cam McKenzie was a terrific chase down tackle. Got in cold. We don't see that often. But so often players, when they make a mistake or get pinged like that, will hand in their heads and not switch on. But Holmes was onto it. Just got a hand in, deflected the handball from McKenzie, and all of a sudden we get a shot on goal when the ball was heading down the other way. Terrific play, Max Holmes.
And the start this would be from being caught holding the ball to then starting the chain that leads to perhaps a goal. Stengel kicks an absolute helicopter.
It was a wounded duck, wasn't it?
It's by Barris. He gives it to Amon, trying to clear for the Hawks.
And Jarman Empey had to hold on. No, not paid the mark. Back to Stengel. Hand pass away to Manor. Opens up the angle. Curls it around the body. Through for another Geelong goal. His second of the match. And the Cats extend their lead to start this second quarter inside 90 seconds. The question is, did he have the ball long enough? Geelong 5-5-35. Hawthorn 2-6-18. That's the question for Brett Delidio and Luke Ball.
And James Sisley's asking that quick. He's still asking. He's actually chasing the umpire.
Oh, they're not going to change it.
No, that's right, James. Yeah, get on with the job. Look, probably there, wasn't it? I think either a mark or
Let's have a look.
Did he chop the arms?
I think he just sort of ducked the loaf a little bit and actually popped. But no, I won't give that on Jars. It was probably knocked out there in the contest. But what surprised me the most was the Stengel handball. Well, you don't often see that from a young small forward. Usually inside there. But we also called Manor in that quarter-time break ball. He started this game really, really well. Looked very, very lively.
He's a beauty, isn't he? Mature age recruit. What a couple of years he's had.
Hawks fans don't like it, though.
No, look, I think he controlled it. So they got away with one there, the Cats. A little rub of the green.
Seen less paid, haven't we?
Just ask the Adelaide Crows fans.
Yeah. Game high margin.
Sorry about that.
Game high margin, 3 in a row for the Cats, 17 points. Early stages, second term. Free kick in the middle. Atkins taken high by Nash. Geelong going forward again. Handball to Holmes. Kick straight down the pipe. Here's Dangerfield. Hitting up. He's got it. It's almost cartoonish, isn't it, the way he comes bursting out of the goal square, and good luck stopping him, like there's steam behind him.
What would have made me laugh then if that had bobbled out and the umpire said, no, paid it long enough, paid the mark. It's such, when the game can turn so quickly when you come out of that centre bounce. Max Holmes again, more metres gained, up to 372. Perfect delivery.
Had a day out once on Easter Monday with a big bag to start his dally today. Dangerfield comes in. He's got that too. It's 4 on the bounce for Geelong. And all of a sudden it's getting out of hand for the Hawks. 23 points Geelong's lead. 6-5-41. Hawthorn 2-6-18. 3 minutes into the second term. Interesting stage of the day already. The Easter Monday blockbuster on ABC Sport.
Yeah, again, they just need to stem the flow out of the middle. It's twice out of the middle for the Cats there off Tom Atkins, just putting his head in the hole, winning the free kick. And I love that. We know from a centre bounce, 6-6-6, there's one-on-ones ahead of the ball. Max Holmes not being too cute, just pumping it long, and Dangerfield reading the drop of the ball better than his opponent. Had to contend with the sun a bit too, didn't he?
Yeah, but the quick handball and backing your teammate in to break that initial line of defence, that's what gets that extra purchase on it, makes it an easier set shot.
Brett Delidio and Luke Ball with you. Easter Monday footy on ABC Sport. Cats skip out to a 23-point lead. Biggest lead of the match. Stanley wins down the tap. Trying to get it to Bailey Smith. He's tackled immediately. Meet Nash. There's 3 Hawks who lock him up. And the umpire circles and will ball it up. Dylan Moore's gone into the centre square trying to spark the Hawks. They've had just 3 disposals so far, while Geelong have kicked 2 goals. Stanley tries to swat it down, can't make really any contact. Atkins was dragged down off the footy. Stanley has another go. Hand pass turned over. Carl Amon for the Hawks. Hand pass away to D'Ambrosio on that left boot. He kicks up towards half forward. Brewster's underneath it, shoved under it by Stewart. Spills down to the front. Bailey Smith runs on it for Geelong. Hand pass is a turnover. Hardwick for the Hawks. Hand pass to Nash. Back to D'Ambrosio. Left half forward. Kicks long looking for Chol in the pack. Can't take the mark. Watson's front and center. Jams it on the boot. The Wizard in action. As he puts his hands to his ears, let me hear you. And the Hawthorn fans have a reason to roar. 2 quick goals from the Cats to start this second quarter, and the Hawthorn response comes through Nick Watson. Geelong by 17 points, 6-5-41 to Hawthorn 3-6-24.
Yeah, just great forward craft there from Watson. He come running into the contest, and his opponent there was Lawson Humphries. And I thought at the time, I was like, Lawson Humphries, great work to come over the top and spoil Chol, but almost great play by perfect forward craft from Watson, as I said, just coming to the front of the contest where more often than not falls bally. And he would have practiced that 100 times. Great finish under pressure. He does enjoy revving the crowd up. Yep. Young Watto, for a second-year player, doesn't mind celebrating hard.
A bit stiff as a defender there, aren't you? You're right. He had to come off Humphries, and otherwise Chol would have taken the mark. So he competes in the air, I suppose. One thing, you've got to try and clear the area, and Watson was in the right spot. His first kick of the game, though, Watson.
Premeditated, I reckon, that one.
Has anyone ever come into the game with a nickname like that, Lids?
The Wizard.
Memory?
Yeah. Thanks, Kaltumi.
Newcombe got a handball out towards Holmes. The 1-2 with Dempsey. Now Geelong down to half forward, past Ollie Henry. Picked up by Amon. Hand pass out in front of Weddle. He gives it to D'Ambrosio, still at half-back, but under pressure. Gee, Holmes just a savage on him with the tackle. Dempsey got it out to Dangerfield. Handball to Ollie Henry. Dumped by Barris up to get rid of the footy. There's no whistle. Ball's out of bounds and a throw-in. Holmes is peeling for out on the full. His teammate, Ollie Henry, should have got a free kick for that lingering tackle.
Ollie's looked up and is like, what's going on here? I'm not sure you can just keep holding on to a bloke and dump him to the ground, but anyway, move on.
Geelong by 17. They've kicked 4 of the last 5. Silver lining for the Hawks. They kicked the last one. 7 minutes into this second term. Easter Monday on ABC Sport. Newcombe to Warple. Takes on Myers, trying to make ground, and eventually the ump says, I'll have it. Between wing and half forward for Geelong. Counts to the punt road end in his second term. Ruck share it down. Warple knocks it on and then becomes tackler on Holmes, and there's one back. Makes the tackle stick after Holmes got him moments ago. So 4th time we'll do it. Another stoppage. High half forward here for Geelong.
Meek and Stanley tangle. It spills out the way of Bailey Smith with a headband on. Kicks inside 50. Ollie Henry worked underneath it, and James Sicily, the Hawthorn captain, takes the mark. In the trademark long sleeves as he looks into the middle of the MCG. How risky is he willing to be? He rolls the dice and shanks it, turns it over, gathered in the end by Blitzouts. Hand pass away to Smith. He links it up with Myers. Top of the goal square, Jeremy Cameron. Pay the full toll. Going for the rock star kick in the middle of the ground, and Jeremy Cameron only from 10 metres out.
Well, do you remember a couple of years ago when Alistair Clarkson sent Matty Suckling back to recalibrate, was what he said, because he was going for those sort of kicks? I'm not saying you're going to drop your captain, but, geez, a little word to him might be worthwhile.
Jeremy Cameron comes in for his first of the afternoon. And the Cats immediately respond back after the Watson goal at the other end. They restore a 23-point advantage. 7-5-47 to Hawthorn, 3-6-24. 3 goals straight to 1 goal straight. Luke Paul and Brett Delidio with you. Easter Monday footy on ABC Sport.
We mentioned the first quarter, Lids. He just can have these days, Sicily. He just doesn't look like he's totally switched on. I think he had a couple of times in that first quarter where he either got caught or fumbled. It just didn't look like he had his head completely in the game. And again, we know he could do that. And then he's just as likely to come out and do something brilliant. Just looking at him now, and he knows he's made the mistake. Don't really need to send the runner out to him, but needs to switch on. It's just an unforced error. It puts your team under pressure when they're up against it, defending hard, unnecessary.
The Cats by 23. Ben Cameron on the boundary.
The runner did go out and have a chat to him. He did go to all 3 lines, but ended with Sicily and had a fair old chat to him.
Greenspan and Bailey Smith got a handball, went for Neal, picked off though by Meek, his opposing ruckman. Handball to Newcombe, handball out wide to Morrison. Has it on the southern wing, kicks for Chol, he marks. Connor O'Sullivan, high half forward. And then sells a bit of a dummy. Chol gets around O'Sullivan on the mark. Handball away to Morrison, kicks inside 50, and McDonald on the end of it. Marks about 40 out left half forward.
A nice touch kick there from Harry Morrison. I think last quarter he went inside and just dribbled one off his left, but spoke about how his skills are one of his absolute strengths. That was a nice touch pass there to Connor McDonald. Really like this kid back in the side. I think he offers him so much in terms of up and down the ground. Another release player off half-back, but then also the ability to get involved score-wise.
First game back since round 2. He's one of our favourites, Connor McDonald. He shoots goal, he's offline. Just across the face, slides across the goals. Behind for McDonald, so 22 points Geelong's lead, 10 gone in the second. His nickname Croc. He's been rolling with this little rat tail, which has dyed blonde.
Yeah.
And he's had it from the jump, hasn't he? So
he has.
69, 70 games in now.
Guthrie brings the Cats back into play. Dangerfield and De Koning both fly it. Spills to the front. Moore taps it on for the Hawks. Got it to Connor Nash. Hand pass to Meek. Feigns the hand pass. Now to Nash. Fends off Nevitt. Needs the retreat back by hand. Gives it to Sicily. From the centre of the wing. He blazes away looking for Moore. It's out on the full. He needs a compass at the moment, James Sicily. Can't find him.
He just looked at Sis and he put their head to the sky. He's like, you are kidding me, are you?
Wonder whether Patrick Dangerfield would say anything as he stands alongside him. Probably.
Throwing those boots straight out, getting an old pair on that I trust.
Tom Atkins goes back and Guthrie has it in the back pocket. Here's Corbin Middlemass on ABC Sport.
Doesn't bode well either if he's going forward later today. Stewart kicks long down the wing. Nevitt hands on it. No mark. There's a block in the marking contest. It is a Hawthorn ball. Fancy that, the Hawks fans. I think they're not getting the rub of the green. Handball to D'Ambrosio. Kicks to full forward. De Koning skims off his knuckles, and there's Lawson Humphries. Cleans it up in the back pocket. Short kick. Finds close. Back flank. Pokes his kick down the line, and Blitzarms marks up against the boundary line. 22-point lead for the Cats. 11 gone, second term. Long kick beyond halfway. Trying to find Bailey Smith. He's outnumbered, and then the boundary line wins out. That result for Geelong.
Just threw the ball into Jarman Impey and has given away the free kick, Bailey Smith. And now there's a bit going on with Connor Nash and Bailey Smith. They're right up against the fence here, and Josh Weddle's come in. Sean Manners come in, and Jarman's down on all fours.
Well, in fairness to Bailey, I mean, Impey came over and bumped him well after the ball had gone out of play, so he's in retaliation of that, but he's can't see it often, Lids.
Yeah.
He's just slammed the footy
into his ear.
Into Impey's head, and it's actually hurt him.
It is high contact.
Yeah.
I got done for rubbing the towel on Lockie Henderson's face one day. I couldn't believe it.
He's a bit frustrated, Smith. Connor Nash has gone to him now, paying him a bit of attention.
Here's eye-catching with ball in hand. Bailey Smith did get a little fine from the AFL for giving double birds at the Adelaide Oval. As here's Jarman Impey, who gets the Bronx cheer. He gets a hand pass back to Carl Lamont. Hawthorn across half-back, turns it over. O'Connor dropped the mark in the end as Morrison came late. Blitzarms receives the hand pass. Hand pass to Guthrie, and here's Bailey Smith. Hawthorn fans outweighing the Cats fans at the moment as Myers comes inboard. Close, not paid 15. Knocked away in the end. Myers swoops back onto it. Cross his body with that trademark kick. Kicks out to Cameron. He's 60 metres out from home.
Cameron kicked the last one in the game. That's a dart into the forward pocket, just out of reach, trying to find Manor. One bounce out of play. Tell me about this towel. So what, you put it on Lockie Henderson?
I grabbed it off the... I had a goal kicked on me, and he was getting into me, so I grabbed the towel off one of their trainers and rubbed his eyes. I thought he was tearing up.
And you got free kick for a high tackle?
Well, because he kicked the goal, yeah, free kick against and shot on goal. Lucky he didn't kick it.
Who was your coach at the time?
Dimmer wasn't happy.
I was about to say, whoever it was, I knew they wouldn't have been a big fan of that. As a boundary throw-in, Nevitt on the bottom of the pack. Hump says, I'll have it.
Not much. They'll have a look at that. Like, those Sherrins are hard, and he's used that as a... inadvertently, you'd think. Yeah. Used that as a bit of a weapon, and it did hurt him, Pete.
Slammed it against his ear, gives away the free kick. We'll watch this space, moving further. Forward 50 stoppage here for the Cats. Sicily trying to clear, almost a turnover. Bowes knocks it down, trying to give it to Close. He goes to ground, tackled. There's some slick hands. Guthrie to Atkins, now to Bowes, runs into a wall. Hawthorn with it back, and Hardwick got it out to Warple, who goes darting away.
Hand pass away to Jarman Impey. He'll chip it out in front of Moore. The foot race is on. O'Connor in chase. Dylan Moore needs a kind bounce. He gathers it right half forward. Has Watson and Scholl inside 50. Tries to chip a kick to Watson. Well read by Humphries, who takes the mark in the left back pocket. His confidence growing, and he ducks around the Wizard as well. Here's a bit of my magic as he kicks out of defence for the Cats. Up towards Dempsey. Sicily flies, can't take the mark. Stengel gathers, hand pass to Dempsey, back inboard to Stengel. Gives the hand pass back over the top. As Blitzarms links up with Tyson Stengel. They're happy just to control it as Bowes works it back. And O'Connor has it left half back for the Cats. They lead by 22 points, 14 minutes gone. Second quarter on ABC Sport.
Oh, O'Connor pulls the trigger and got it eventually to his man Connor O'Sullivan, who kicks inside the middle of the ground. Picked up by De Koning, draws contact. Handball over the top, sets Myers free. 70 metres out, great kick. Puts it on the chest of Neal, who takes the sprawling mark at half forward. He was at full pace, Brian Myers, and just checked his kick back inboard, found the big man low down, who marks about 40 out.
It's a good switch in the end, wasn't it? I know it didn't
risky, wasn't it?
It was risky. well read off the boot. Wasn't the best kick from young Connor O'Sullivan into the middle of the ground. They made it work, got on the outside.
Bailey Smith just run off in front of you, Ben.
He's done it again. I think he just flipped a little baby bird as he came to the bench. He put a finger to the ear, and then he certainly raised a hand.
Meanwhile, the shot at goal from Shannon Neal misses out to the right, so he was running towards the bench. The crowd of the members in front of us were hooting and hollering at him, as you heard, and Bailey Smith reacting to that. Ben Cameron.
I don't want to be a sort of dibber-dobber here, but
yes, you do.
I think he genuinely went for the bird again, so a little bit of a recidivist here, Bailey.
Cats by 23. We've travelled 15 in the second. Easter Monday footy on ABC Sport.
Carl Lamont out of defence with a long kick, and eventually O'Sullivan's kick goes out of play. Sam Mitchell got accused of being a dibber-dobber at the Adelaide Oval, asked for one of the patrons to be removed for a bit of banter that took place at three-quarter time. Surely Bailey Smith can't be getting paid that well that he can afford to do it each week, can he, Lids?
I think he might be right.
Okay.
If it's only going to be 1,000.
Well, that's true. Might go up each time. Meek wins down the tap. Got it to Ward for the Hawks. Hand pass to Scrimshaw. Jarman Impey across half back. Corralled by Holmes. Hand pass Miss McKenzie. Opens it all for Atkins. Through traffic. One way. He only knows how. Hand pass to Nevitt here to wear the tackle.
Yeah, it's hot footy at the moment. Saw Tom Atkins' attack on the footy there. He will love that.
Players Association have been whinging the fines have been hitting too much. Obviously forgot back in the days he used to get a week for frivolous stuff, and that's why the fines came in. Got a ball up in the middle of the ground here as Atkins is locked up. Good game of footy. Cats by 23. They have kicked 5 of the last 6 goals, so Hawthorn trying to hang with them here halfway through the second term. Easter Monday footy on ABC Sport. Meek gets it out towards McKenzie. Surge kick forward, and DeConing well set up, takes the intercept mark, swings it to the broadcast wing for Dempsey. One of the blonde brigade for the Cats. There's back to Lawson Humphries. This man all class. Trying to kick it to Holmes. Wasn't awake to it. In the end, cleaned up by Atkins. He slips over. Now he's in strife. Holding the ball. Nash has got him. And the Hawks will get the footy here. And if they're quick enough, get something going on the counter-attack. Handball away to Ward. Handball made it tough for Moore. He picks it up, almost mowed down. Got a kick away. Holmes left it behind. Morrison goes and gets it. Handball away to McDonald. Kick smothered. Great work, Stewart. Loose footy inside 50 for the Hawks. O'Connor picks it up first. He's tackled. And after all that, a forward 50 stoppage for Hawthorn. 17 gone second term. Geelong by 23. Easter Monday footy on ABC Sport.
Pressure's ramped right up. Both teams being a little bit too cute at the moment. Inviting extra pressure in.
Haven't had a goal since the 8-minute mark of the second quarter. Spills down the way of Reece Stanley, trying to get it to Graham Myers. They strap for it. Warple at the bottom of the pack. Umpire circles for a few moments, trying to see if the ball will come clear. It won't, and he'll ball it up.
He got $1,000 last week, Bailey Smith, for the double bird. Just the one today. Is that a $500 fine?
That's what I'd be arguing.
Yeah.
From the ball up, Spills down the way of Ward, tries to get it forward to Chol. Hawthorn inside 50. Hand pass to Hardwick. Swings onto his right and misses. Well, they've left a few out there, the Hawks. 3 goals, 8-26 to Geelong, 7-6-48. The margin is 22 points Geelong's way.
I love how much of a copycat league we are, sort of in styles and everything else, it's sort of terminology. Well, I feel like no one gave anyone the bird, and now we've had multiple occasions where players have been flipping the crowd off and sort of every second week. Another instance today. Bailey Smith for the second week running.
The real test is, would our experts fine him? That's what I want to know.
Would we?
Yeah.
Absolutely. If he did it.
Yeah, I haven't seen it. I need to have a look at it, but yep, fine him for being stupid.
Yeah.
Doing it again.
Eyes to O'Sullivan, who kicks long down the line for Geelong. They've worked it down to high half forward. Picked up there by Neal. He's tackled and a ball up. And the last bit of sunshine before the sun falls below the stands. Out in that little corner in front of the Shane Warne stand, southern side of the ground. High half forward for Geelong. They lead by 22, approaching time on in the second.
Trainers are out to Marbiel Chol at half forward as Newcombe tries to get a hand pass clear, a hold. Free kick going Hawthorn's way. And Ward is going to take it at left half back. Geelong by 22 points. Hawthorn hit the front at the 10-minute mark of the first term, but since then it's been the Cats who have held sway. Josh Ward looks for short options, turns it over, close intercepts in front of Amon. 1-2 with Blitzhounds, back to close, into the pocket for Stengel. He looks at the options, goes the outside of the boot, and misses to the right-hand side. Geelong by 23 points. Both sides having some chances at either end, but unable to capitalise.
Just a bit too cute. You know that the Hawks love their precise kicking, but trying to play a bit too much perfect footy at the moment. That time it was close. Brilliant intercept.
Impey's getting jeered, by the way, because he got a ball shoved in his face by Bailey Smith.
He did bump Smith. He did instigate it. In fairness.
Scrimshaw on the wing. Handball away towards Morrison. Hawks up over halfway. Amon goes and collects against the boundary line southern side. A handball back to him. He kicks down to half forward. Off the boot of Morrison. There's a free kick here. It's going to go Chol's way. Over his shoulder, young Connor O'Sullivan. 60 metres out, left half forward. Cats by 23, 21 gone in the second. Chol pokes the pass over to Nash, broken up. Humphreys intercepts, comes away with it for Geelong.
Sends it up towards Stengel. Carl Lamont off balance, slapped it down, couldn't get it to Battle. Stengel regathers to the Cats, hand pass to Atkins, backpedaling. Battle corrals him, he kicks it up the Shane Warne stand wing. It's too wide for Close and out on the full. Hawthorn to take it back. Geelong leading by 23 points. Bailey Smith leading possession, getter on the ground with 14. Tom Atkins and Carl Lamont with 13. Not going to have to call Jarman Impey for you. Fans for Geelong will do the work this afternoon as he switches it back inside defensive 50. Massimo D'Ambrosio marks. Down low for Jai Newcomb on the half volley. Corralled in the end by Blitzavs. Kicks up the wing. Won't get to McDonald. Dempsey dropped the mark though. McDonald's able to gather it. Hand pass to Weddle. Members wing. Looks up to Gunston. He's got space in the end. He takes the mark on his chest. Austin Humphrey somehow lost contact there and Hawthorn on the break. Jack Gunston has it. Had the full kit in the opening quarter. A goal, a behind and one out in the full, having kicked 6 straight last week.
Well, they had 2 numbers out ahead of the ball there. The Hawks, bit of a breakdown. Geelong's team defence we're not used to seeing. It was Chol and Watson both out into space. In the end, Humphreys was able to hold Gunston up, so he has to have this shot.
Jack Gunston out to the right. They could use some class here. He comes in, starts it right, swings it through the middle. Gunston with his second. And the Hawks inch a little closer. Geelong by 17 points. The first goal since the 8-minute mark of the second term comes at the 22-minute mark. Geelong 7-7-49. Hawthorn 4-8-32. Luke Ball and Brett Delidio, your experts on ABC Sport.
Yeah, I know you've called a couple of times trying to be a bit cute, Hawthorn, Paulie, but I find when they get their game going with a handball hustle type, trying to get speed on the ball, not allow Geelong to set up, and that's what they did there. I know the kick didn't hit from Newcomb, or didn't hit Newcomb in the first place, from Amon, I think it may have been, and then D'Ambrosio, but because they got speed on it, didn't allow Geelong to get strong behind the footy, and therefore they get those numbers. Dempsey probably should have cut that off.
Yeah, he
dropped the easy mark on the wing, which then allows Weddle to provide run and just leaves your defenders with their backsides hanging out.
Brett Delidio alongside Luke Ball on ABC Sport. Were you ever fined in your career, Bally?
Once for tripping.
Oh. Tripping?
Yeah.
Right.
It was an accident too. 30 on it.
Stanley. What's Moore? He got it out. Nash. Handball ended up with Holmes. He got crunched in the tackle from Morrison. Hawthorn win the footy. Newcomb kicks inside 50, just out of reach from Gunston. The Wizards onto it in the pocket. He got rid of Humphreys. Upsets, it's all okay. Handball away to Gunston. Kick inboard, finds Chol. And Hawthorn a chance to get something going here. Marks back inboard, 15 out.
Oh, great work, Jack Gunston. A bit all at sea at the moment, the Cats defenders. Just a bit loose and dropping off, giving way too much leg rope to their opponents. I don't know how Marby or Chol found himself in 20 metres of space, 20 metres out directly in front of goal from the centre bounce there. Well done by what's a great battle, the Humphreys-Watson battle, isn't it?
Yeah.
But Gunston again involved. He's in everything at the moment in terms of the Hawks scores.
It's happening in front of you there, Benny. Dylan Moore.
Yeah, also Bailey Smith, who's got a cut above his right eye, so some claret streaming from that. Moore as well does not look in a good way. He's sort of got something on his chin. He's bleeding from his chin. He's also got claret coming from above his left eye, so he looks like he's in a really bad way at the moment, Dylan Moore.
Cutting 2 spots with the trainers being helped off. Paul Deers, old number 13, Dylan Moore. Get a hope game today. Raise money for pancreatic cancer. Then we'll keep an eye on all of that. After the delay for the blood rule, Mabior Chol to finish off the neat play for the Hawks. Very casual. That'll do. Pops it through. And Hawthorn are working their way right back in this game. Geelong's lead cut to 11. 25 gone in the second term. Geelong 7-7-49. Hawthorn 5-8-38. Easter Monday footy on ABC Sport with Luke Ball and Brett Delidio.
Well, you said that, Bolly, that they look all at sea a bit, the Geelong defenders, that with speed on the footy and no pressure out of the midfield there. I mean, they had Connor McDonald there who was coming out forward of the play. His ability just to get inside forward 50, it puts, the whole 50 gives you access, doesn't it? So that's where it makes it very hard to defend as a team. You get left to 1v1s and they're probably out of their depth a little bit a couple of times there, but you'd expect to not drop off quite as quick. Stewart goes back to
Stewart, wasn't it?
Yeah, he tried to defend the goal line versus just staying close to Chol.
Geelong kicked 3 of the first 4 goals to start the term. The Hawks were the last 2.
It's like Dylan Moore just got tackled into a knee of his teammate there, so hopefully he's okay.
Stanley wins down the tap against Newcomb with the fend off on Holmes. It's successful for the Hawks. Hand pass out to Sicily. Swings onto his right boot. Once more misses the target. Up towards half forward. Bruce tries to tap it away from Stewart. Ward slides in for Hawthorn. Cute kick out in front of McDonald. Can he steady? He gathers. 40 out. Cuts around an opponent. Kicks towards goal. Bounces and misses to the right-hand side. That would have been 3 in quick succession for the Hawks. They are coming. Geelong leading by 10 points. Ben Cameron on the boundary.
So Bailey Smith has had himself patched up. He's actually got the double headband. He's got the headband on with the tape around it at the moment. I've gone back through the footage as well. There's definitely a little bird on the way coming off the ground.
Having the old rude finger. As Humphreys goes wide out to Guthrie. That was Bailey Smith who just shot one to the crowd on his way off earlier in the quarter. As Guthrie goes long down the wing and there's a pack which forms and a ball up.
Doesn't learn, does he?
No.
Oh, well.
He's straight on the ground here after being patched up. He's looking to lay a tackle on Newcomb. Newcomb slips out of it. Got the handball away to Nash, almost socketed it out on the full, and he went and marked his spot where the ball landed. Does that usually work well, Lids?
Yeah, well, put his marker down like a golfer on the green, didn't he? He's like, that was the spot.
Certainly not out on the full. He's got big Lloyd Meek to come and do the ruck work here. So 27 minutes gone, second term. Easter Monday footy on ABC Sport. Geelong by 10. Hawks are coming. Meek wins the hit out and goes and wins the footy. Kicks it down to half forward for Hawthorn. Oh, hands on at the mark. Surely. No. Hardwick not paid. Picked up by Humphreys. He's tackled. Hardwick has a second go. Blitzharp's got him. Chol got it out. Handball meant for his teammate there in Ward. Picked up by Holmes. Trickles a hand pass further afield to Bailey Smith. He's getting jeered too. To the Hawthorn fans after the Geelong fans booed Jarman Impey. Hawthorn thought, okay, we'll do the same to Bailey Smith. He jammed that ball in the head of Impey earlier in the quarter and then flipped the bird to the crowd. 28 minutes gone, second term, Geelong by 10.
Jaff and Closey the subs this afternoon. Closey a late inclusion from Mullen. Gathered by McKenzie. Kicks Hawthorn inside 50. Guthrie, what a mark. Surrounded in the pack. His kick, though, left a bit of work to be done for Henry. He tries to tap it away from Morrison. The reinforcements come as Stewart gets a hand pass forward to Neal. Back to Ollie Henry. A chance to redeem himself. Hand pass to Myers. He's trying to look for options around the wing. He's only really got Stengel short, so he'll have to try and kick longer than that to Cameron. It's a 2-on-1 as Sicily brings it down. Charging onto it, Henry can't gather. McDonald for the Hawks. Hand pass to Morrison. Now Weddle with some space. Puts the foot down. Runs away from Neal. Neal hangs with him in the end. He gets the hand pass away to Scrimshaw. Works it to Bruce. At left half forward. Chips it into the pocket. Watson's on. Down low. He hugs it to his chest. Just before it hit the turf and inside the boundary line in the left forward pocket. They'll start in front of the race where the big freeze takes place on King's birthday. Nick Watson with a chance for his second goal.
They just looked at their intensity, haven't they, the Hawks? They're just winning critical contests there. There was one at half forward there that Ollie Henry would like back. It was Sicily came through. Set an up and down day, Sicily, but that was a big ball to win. +8 contested footy for the quarter, the Hawks.
Of course, he started his career with more behinds than goals as he opens up the angle. Watson fires on goal and misses. To the left-hand side, a minor score. Geelong leading by 9 points, but the Hawks are on a charge here in this second quarter. They kicked 3 goals, 4 to Geelong's 3-2.
Well, they've had 14 inside 50s to 8-2 for the quarter, the Hawks. Just haven't been able to capitalise. That was a tough shot, but they've missed some easy ones.
Small forwards on notice, of course. Ginnivan dropped. Went back to the VFL, kick 4 yesterday against Geelong's VFL. Here's Bailey Smith. And he puts his hand up to his ear as well. Hogan might.
Just play footy, mate.
Does it twice and then decides to kick off the back flank, down the wing. Neal takes the mark. Wouldn't have seen Luke Ball doing that, I think it's fair to say, in his career, as Neil kicks inside the forward 50. Here's Dempsey, spills a mark he should have taken, then missed his boot with the ball, couldn't quite get hit towards goal, picked up by Ward, almost surrendered in the tackle, holding the ball. Not sure what was going on there. Manor went and got him, holding the ball, and a free kick for Manor inside the forward 50. Almost looked like Ward had stopped. Manor tackles him to the ground, wins possession, and a shot at goal.
I think Ollie Dempsey would like his time again.
Well,
the two Ollies have had a couple of moments.
They have.
Like their moment again. But this bloke has been fantastic inside forward 50 with his tackling pressure. I think that'd be his third forward 50 tackle of the quarter. Well, not of the quarter, sorry, of the half.
Yeah. Sean Manor. What a feel-good story. Mature age pickup out of the VFL. Wasn't in the team at the start of the year. Hits the post there. As you said, Leeds here big on his opening term. He's been good again in this second quarter. He's kicked the first goal of each quarter so far. He's got perhaps the last score of the half here. So 43 seconds on the game clock. Geelong by 10 points as we tick towards half-time in what has been a pretty good edition so far of the Easter Monday clash on ABC Sport.
It's a fair contrast, isn't it, from playing for Werribee to in front of 80,000 plus at the MCG. Here's Watson on the wing for the Hawks. Hand pass away to Bruce. He links up with Morrison. Hand pass to Jai Newcomb. He works his way to centre wing on the outer side. Linking hand pass to Bruce. Had to wear the contact to Bailey Smith, who dumps him. It spills away of Zach Guthrie. Hang on, a whistle. It's going to be a Hawthorn free kick. This is against Bailey Smith. He's going to have to be careful he doesn't just flare out here. And Marbiel Chol's going to get the free kick. He wants to poke it into the pocket because on the move is Dylan Moore. He's at the head bandage. Hardwick keeps it alive. Hand pass over his shoulder to Gunston. Fends off Humphrey. Can't fend off O'Sullivan. Spills out as McKenzie now lays the tackle. And the umpire will be forced to ball it up. And Mark Blitzav's the last to rise in the left forward pocket for the Hawks. Their fans have found their voice. Geelong by 10 points.
5 ticks on the clock before half-time. Can they make something special happen here in the forward pocket? Meek wins it down, picked up by Warple, back to Meek. Squeeze the kick out across the goal face, it won't score. And that'll do us to half-time. Geelong by 10, 7-8-50. They lead Hawthorn 5-10-40. The margin did creep out to as many as 23 points on 3 separate occasions in that second quarter. But on each occasion, Hawthorn were able to hang about, peg it back. They kicked 3 of the last 4 goals in the game, Hawthorn. And as a result, 10 points is the margin at the half. The goal kickers, 2 for Sean Manor, who's been excellent up front, 2 for Dangerfield, and then singles for Stanley, Cameron and Dempsey. Meanwhile, for the Hawks, Jack Gunston's got 2, and then singles for Hardwick, Chol and Watson. Geelong by 11 points at quarter time. It's now Geelong by 10 points at half time. The flashpoint, which got the crowd involved in that second quarter, was a little incident between Jarman Impey and Bailey Smith. Smith took the ball out of play. To be fair, Impey bumped up alongside him. Crowd just sort of made sure he felt him. Bit of contact straight up and down the middle, and then Bailey Smith, who was holding the ball at the time, decided to jam the Sharon between his arm and Impey's ear. And as a result, Impey was hurt by it. He went to ground, gave away the free kick. The crowd's been hot on both players ever since. So Impey and Smith both getting jeered. Bailey Smith came from the ground, and for the second week in a row, he decided to shoot his rude finger.
Yeah, he's going to be carried away with it all, isn't he?
A little bird in the direction of the crowd, and as a result, he's been a central figure.
Well, he's a competitor. You know, I know, I love him, but he just doesn't need to be doing that sort of stuff. And I think, well, it's probably one of the biggest crowds he's played in front of, isn't it? So, you know, he gets, and he relishes that, loves it, and there's a bit of theatre to it as well. But when it starts to distract your performance and then the team's performance, that's where they just need to. And I saw Paddy Dangerfield sitting alongside him on the bench, maybe just having a few quiet words to him. But
it's a good point. This would be the biggest crowd he's ever played in front. Former Western Bulldogs player. This is their first game at the G this year. He would never played in front of 8.
Yeah, and he's playing well, but just let your footy do the talking. You don't need to be engaging, you know, in that sort of behaviour with the crowd. So
he doesn't. He loves it though.
He does. He thrives off it.
He's got form. With going to the crowd. Yeah. That bloke who was having a go at him a couple of years ago when he was at the Dogs, and he was sticking his tongue out at him and whatever else. He does enjoy.
Even at the end of the game last week, wasn't it? Yeah, walking off the ground when you've won. So sometimes
I don't think that's what the talking point should be though of that first half. I think like we've got a cracking game here. You know, there's been a few mistakes and there are a few goals left on the table, Bally, but, geez, we've got a real contest. Geelong looked like, at the start of that second quarter, they were going to blow the game apart almost, but to the Hawks' credit, and off the back of their clearance work, Bally, what are they, 13-3, I think, that quarter, was it, or is that overall?
Yeah, 13-3 for the quarter.
19-9 overall. They've absolutely given them a belting around the stoppages, but out of the middle of the ground as well. Their ability to defend, and that's what we said, that the Geelong defenders haven't been able to get set up and control it, which has been their strong suit over the first half of this year. They haven't been able to get set behind the footy because of their lack of dominance at clearance.
Yeah, I mean, the scoreboard looks the same, but I thought the Hawks really dominated the majority of that quarter after those sort of first couple of clearances which resulted in goals, and that's where they got it done. I think they really dialed it up around the clearances, and you think of Newcombe and Warple, and McDonald got involved. Morrison, I really like Morrison's game. Nash, they sent to Smith, and he had a really strong physical presence. And Meek, I think, in the ruck is starting to take over as well. So I thought they were dominant around the clearances.
Did you say earlier, Bally, Geelong won the first 5 clearances?
Of the first quarter,
so that's 19-4 from that point on Hawthorn's way.
Yeah, that's right. So they were able to control field position. And really, they just missed their opportunities. They should be in front, the Hawks, given their dominance around the footy, and then 15-9 inside 50s as well. And at times they have made the Geelong defence second guess themselves and look a little bit disorganised and all at sea. I really like the Humphreys-Watson battle. Watson only had the one handball in the first quarter. He's starting to impose himself on the game a little bit. You'd love to see him get up the ground, work up the ground a little bit more and test out Humphreys up the ground a little bit. Chol had some moments that quarter, didn't he? And Gunston really has looked super dangerous as well. So, save for some poor finishing, what did they kick that quarter, the Hawks? I mean, they're 5-10. I think they kicked 3-4 or 3-5. And you can picture, some pretty easy snaps. McDonald, you'd expect him to kick that. Blake Hardwick missed an easy shot as well. They probably should be in front at the half. But, really entertaining game. Yeah, high pressure.
15 shots each. It's not like, we're talking up Hawthorn because they came back in that second half. Their last bit of that quarter was really good. But at the start of that second quarter, Geelong looked every bit like the best team out there too, didn't they? So we just got a cracking game, I think, and it's going to be fought down to the death. If we're on our meters gain watch there, they quelled him in that second quarter. He's only up to the 450 odd, I think, now after being 300 plus.
Well, and Smith as well. So Smith and Holmes both only had 2 kicks, four kicks between them for the quarter. So they've really been able to put the clamps on them, and that, I guess, tell the clearance battle and the clearance numbers tell the tale then as well. So Sam Mitchell will be really pleased with that. They're able to turn the tables, and they're right on top around the ball. Can they capitalise, or will their lack of capitalising on that inside 50 and clearance dominance, will that hurt them in the second half?
Quick ones off the SMS. Damien says, "G'day, gents. Are the players instructed not to wear boots with longer stops?"
Yep.
So frustrating watching them slip over.
They're not instructed. I just think...
your choice, but just don't stuff up that choice.
That's right. Yeah, you're right, Corbett. It's out on this wing here, the MCC side wing, isn't it? It's
a tricky ground to get right, though, because it is soft here, but then it's harder everywhere else, and you can... running around all day with long stops in. I know people say, geez, you're soft, but you've got to do 15 Ks in it. Makes it hard.
Steve from Adelaide watching the game on TV while listening to your call. Is it me, or there are more players wearing coloured boots this year? The coloured boots are I
think anything goes
sign of the times
these days. Yeah.
Delidio sponsors handouts.
I don't mind. Yeah, I used to be a fan of the coloured boots. I know Bally wasn't, but when you're quick and you kick it a long way, I suppose you go with that sort of stuff.
Dangerfield doing what Cam Smith did when he was with the Melbourne Storm, play and umpire the same game from Luke. From Luca at Largs Bay, and from Roscoe in South Australia. How about a free down the ground when a player is pushed in the back as he takes his kick? It happens so often without action. I've also got one from Mark here. This is after Clinchy's comment earlier about the 2 Bulls going out at Ball v Cameron, obviously in the commentary box. Mark says, Ball v Ben, elite Bull versus elite Bull Duster. He wants a right or a try.
He's down there trying to keep his mic off.
What do you got for us, Ben?
It's not very nice about Bally. Bally needs to remember who gets his coffee every day as well.
I don't think there's any confusion as to who the Ball is and who the Bull Duster might be. It's half time here in the Easter Monday Blockbuster on ABC Sport. Geelong by 10 points. The second half not too far away. But first, the latest from the ABC newsroom.
ABC News, I'm Eliza Getzi. A woman has died and a man has been arrested after a series of carjackings and a shooting on the Bruce Highway in the Queensland Sunshine Coast region. Georgina Robinson reports.
Emergency services were called to a multi-vehicle crash involving a red Porsche and a white SUV near Aussie World at Palmview just after midday. Police alleged a man got out of the Porsche armed with a gun and shot the SUV's male driver in the arm before stealing the vehicle and fleeing the scene. The suspect then allegedly crashed the SUV near Landsborough and stole a grey sedan. He was arrested a short time later near Steve Irwin Way. A woman involved in the first crash has since died, while a man in the same vehicle was also injured and taken to hospital. The man with a gunshot wound has also been taken to hospital in a stable condition. The Bruce Highway southbound is closed and police say investigations are ongoing.
The Coalition says it's disappointed the government has not endorsed its plan to create a national child sex offender register, which would allow members of the public to request information from police about whether someone who interacted with their child was a convicted offender. It says the matter should be above politics and the Prime Minister should be supporting the idea on a bipartisan basis. Labor says it's open to improving current schemes, but frontbencher Murray Watt said the policy was a cynical move on the eve of the election. Coalition spokesperson James Patterson has criticised Labor's language.
But I was particularly disappointed to see his senior frontbencher, Murray Watt, call it a cynical move. I don't think the protection of children is a cynical thing. I think it's a critical thing, and Peter has shown throughout his long career, including as a police officer prior to politics, that the protection of children and women is a frontline priority for him, and it will be under a Dutton coalition government.
It's been a tragic Easter weekend along the nation's coastline, with 7 people drowning in 2 states. A woman died after being swept out to sea in Victoria, while her husband has been missing for 4 days. In New South Wales, there have been 6 confirmed deaths in the worst Easter weekend for coastal drownings on record. Dean Narramore from the Bureau of Meteorology says unusually warm weather saw a lot of people head to the ocean.
Pretty much all of southeastern Australia, Victoria, Tasmania, Queensland, and even earlier on in South Australia on Friday into Saturday before the front came through, were running anywhere between 5 to 10 degrees above average for this time of year. So many of us have seen temperatures in the high 20s to low 30s.
Overseas, the head of the UN Humanitarian Human Rights Agency in the occupied Palestinian territories has spoken of a real lack of accountability following the findings of an Israeli investigation into the killing of 15 emergency workers by soldiers in Gaza last month. Jonathan Whittall says they risk continuing to watch atrocities unfold without proper accountability. Israel's military has blamed professional failures for the killings and a deputy commander has been fired. Israel maintains 6 of the casualties were Hamas members and has rejected claims that any of the medics were executed. Back home, residents of the Northern Territory's eastern top end are preparing for strong winds and heavy rain as a tropical low moves through the area. The Bureau of Meteorology says there's a moderate chance it could be upgraded to a tropical cyclone today, and a warning of rain between 50 and 100 millimetres within 6 hours. Gove Peninsula local Klaus Helms says winds have picked up, but the heavy rain is yet to begin.
That's what I've been dealing with lately, just making sure the community's all battened down and ready, just in case, you never know.
And police are appealing to motorists to slow down and be patient as they head home after the Easter long weekend. Roads across the country are expected to be busy. New South Wales Assistant Police Commissioner David Driver says drivers must stay vigilant because a moment's distraction can be catastrophic.
We really want people to be completely aware of their surroundings and know that traffic will be heavy today. And, people just need to be very, very patient and pay attention to what they're doing. But today we will see high volumes of traffic, and no matter what time you leave, no matter what time you drive, you can expect lengthy delays.
To sport now, and 5/8 Lachlan Galvin has played his first match since being dropped from West Tigers' NRL side. The 19-year-old appeared for the Western Suburbs Magpies in their 12-point defeat to Parramatta in the second-tier New South Wales Cup. He set up a try at Lidcombe Oval, but struggled for attacking opportunities. Galvin was dropped to the reserve grade in the aftermath of the Tigers' announcement that he would play elsewhere in 2027. And in AFL, a 16-year-old Sydney Swans fan who threw an object at Port Adelaide's Aliir during yesterday's match has received a 2-year ban from the SCG. That's all the news for now. You're listening to ABC News.
Get ABC AFL Daily Podcast with Premiership coach Paul Roos.
Here it
Alongside Corbin Middlemass, Ben Cameron and Poppy Penny. ABC AFL Daily Podcast. It's your daily footy conversation. Find it on the ABC Listen app. This is the 2025 AFL Premiership season on ABC Sport.
Jarman Empey had to hold on. No, not paid the mark. Back to Stengel. Hand pass away to Manor. Opens up the angle. Curls it around the body. Through for another Geelong goal. His second of the match.
Had a day out once on Easter Monday with a big bag to start his dally today. Dangerfield comes in. He's got that too. It's 4 on the bounce for Geelong. And all of a sudden it's getting out of hand for the Hawks.
Back to D'Ambrosio, left half forward. Kicks long, looking for Joel in the back. Can't take the mark. Watson's front and center. Jams it on the boot. The Wizard in action. James Sicily, the Hawthorn captain, takes the mark. Looks into the middle of the MCG. How risky is he willing to be? He rolls the dice and shanks it. Turns it over. Gathered in the end by Blitzhouse. Hand pass away to Smith. He links it up with Myers. Top of the goal spurt. Jeremy Cameron pay the full toll. Jeremy Cameron comes in for his first of the afternoon. And the Cats immediately respond back after the Watson goal at the other end. They restore a 23-point advantage. Jack Gunston out to the right. They could use some class here. He comes in, starts it right, swings it through the middle. Gunston with his second.
After the delay for the blood rule, Nabiel Chol to finish off the neat play for the Hawks. Very casual. That'll do. Pops it through. And Hawthorn are working their way right back in this game.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the AFL.
On your radio.
ABC Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
Sounds there from the second term on what has been a highly entertaining Easter Monday blockbuster here at the MCG. You're hearing it all on ABC Sport. Corbin Middlemass alongside Matt Clinch. Ben Cameron is on the boundary across everything that's happening on the benches. Luke Ball, the Premiership Pioneer, two-time All-Australian Grand Final sprint winner, Brett Delidio with us.
Stop going with that, please.
As always. It's been a big day for sprinting on grass as we witnessed down in Stawell, which has been pronounced, I'm sure, by many people, including...
Don't do it.
I'm not going to name him.
Don't do it.
Somebody did mention to me Stawell or something along the lines, which it's written Stawell. But it's definitely said stall. So
you're playing a dangerous game because you get a lot of SMSs that come from different parts of Australia.
I noticed you didn't mention Florio before, where the South Australian little place down there. You left that one.
There's a few that I omit from time to time where I'm not overly confident, but keep them coming through and lids will keep me honest. There's no doubt about it. Brie Rizzo won the women's stall gift earlier today from scratch. She becomes just the second woman to do it. And John Evans is the 2025 men's stall gift winner. Both Evans and Rizzo are $40,000 richer as a result. So congratulations to both of them taking out the stall gift. Means Gout and Lockie Kennedy, neither of them made the final. And I mentioned earlier it was a 100-metre race. It was 120 metres given the handicap race.
And just gave up too much ground, both of them. Charged home, but just fell short. And that's the Stawell gift, isn't it?
Stawell.
Oh, no. The handicap system.
In the NRL, it is round 7 action there. The Easter Monday game between the two teams from out west, the West Tigers and the Parramatta Eels. It's half-time. It's 10-all. So there's a call available of that game through the ABC Listen app if you're looking for it. Annie of the SMS says Dangerfield has a tendency to look appalled, indignant and aggrieved about the umpiring decisions he determines are incorrect.
So? Every player does. Not sure I've ever gone over to an umpire and said, great call, mate. I think you really got that one right.
I'm not sure.
Unless it went in my favour.
Yeah. I'm not sure I've noticed it out of the ordinary with him specifically. But
he's no longer the prez anymore, so he can tell the umpires what he really thinks.
Paul from Mount Dunedin off the SMS. Hey, lads, in regards to Bailey Smith, big game experience. He did play in the 2021 Grand Final as well.
At Optus.
Several big finals.
And that only holds 50 or 60,000.
That's correct. 60 at best, so it wouldn't have been 85,000 like there was here today, but the biggest game that he's played in terms of crowd number with 85,000 people in the house. Ben Cameron is with us on the boundary doing a fine job in his ABC-issued jacket downstairs. How are you, Ben?
Going well down here. Just a few dark clouds beginning to loom over the MCG. So just having a look at the radar, and there are just a few specks. And I did check earlier on today, and it did suggest that we might have some showers around about 4 or 5 o'clock. It's currently 4:45, so right in that window we'll see if any rain does eventuate.
Brawley's been trying to hang on to this Indian summer as long as possible, aren't you, Brawley? You still got the shorts and the t-shirt you're rolling with?
Yeah, didn't bring the jumper either.
Right.
I didn't look that far ahead, and I might pay for it in this second half. Have we got another one of those ABC issued
What have they called?
That duffel coat is
dry as a bone.
Oh, look at Stu. Stu goes bang. Ask and you shall receive.
Stuart Hollywood Baker, he's got all the extra jackets. You wouldn't believe what's living at the back of this ABC commentary box. There's all sorts of things down there.
I think the ABC weather jacket is probably as old as Ben Cameron. That's been at the back of the box for some time, since the late, great Drew Morford was here at the MCG, and it's just now a little family heirloom for our ABC Sport team.
I think it might make it into Benny's rotation too. That's his A kit. I think he's got on today.
You've spoken a bit about James Sicily today, Lids. I noticed he's just having a little kick with one of the trainers down there.
Yeah,
so
fair enough too.
Just practicing his foot skills.
What's he going at? 44% from 9 kicks. So just under half. A couple of them have been real mungs, though, haven't they?
The good sides do that, though, don't you? They sort of tempt you to try and maybe bite off a little bit more than you would against one of the lesser-known opponents, and you can pay the ultimate
I think we judge him a bit harshly, though, because he does look a little bit laid back on his kick, but he's a beautiful kick of the footy. I'm never going to question that. I've seen that firsthand many years ago when I was still involved at Hawthorn, but he was... Yeah, he can look a little bit laconic at times.
I saw the numbers during the week, champion data, about time forward for James Sicily compared to down back. Hawthorn, an 11-point better team per 100 minutes, so same sample size, when he plays forward compared to when he goes back. Is it just about time we have a look at him up front?
Well, does he go forward when they're on top or when they need him, or when they're...
Usually when they're chasing the game.
Yeah. It is, yeah. No, I'd expect to see him. Yeah, they're not there yet. Again, I thought they had the bet. Certainly had the better of that second quarter. They just didn't hit the scoreboard, so I think everything's okay. I really like Weddle's game behind the ball too. So, I mean, he's the one who allows Sicily to go forward along with Battle, doesn't he? So you'd expect to see, as if it stays tight, which it's heading that way, isn't it? You'd expect to see them throw that magnet around at some stage, but I don't think they're at that level yet. John Newcomb's interesting games, and he's had 1 kick and 12 handballs. I think he's certainly had an impact that quarter. 1 kick and 12 handballs, so you'd like to see him back his leg a little bit more.
Ben Cameron on the boundary. Ben.
Yeah, no change to the subs here either. So Chanquoth Jath still in the warm-up top. Also Ted Closey, so both coming back to the bench.
That is the latest from downstairs. So Closey, of course, the late inclusion coming in for Oisin Mullen. And Jath, he starts as the sub today after the couple of changes that Hawthorn made. Ginnivan and McGuinness left out. Scrimshaw and McDonald coming in this week from the side that lost to Port Adelaide. Just repeating the good news in footy today is that despite the fears of the Western Bulldogs last night, no ACL tear for Sam Darcy. He will still require surgery for a knee fracture and is expected to miss a couple of months, but not a torn ACL as was initially feared. Easter Monday footy on ABC Sport. It is Geelong who lead it by 10 points. Second half upon us. Here's Matt Clinch on ABC Sport.
Crowd in readiness having made their way back to their seats, and the umpire gets us underway. Meek wins down the tap against Stanley. He's probably had the better of the contest, and Max Holmes gathers, breaks away as he takes a bounce and runs out to the Shane stand side, and bursts off Warple, gets the left half forward, long into the pocket, looking for Cameron. Sicily getting back to help. Jezza, 1-2, paid the mark. Thought there might have been a Hawthorn hand on the way through. Did Sicily miss it? I think he did.
Max Holmes, take a bow. I love that. I love players that backed in their speed. He's gone past Lloyd Meek. He's like, I've got you covered. And then he's looked at James Warple. He said, Mimi, I'm on my way as well. See you later.
Jeremy Cameron now just to complete the deed. 15 metres out, no more. Comes in from the left forward pocket and puts through his second. It took 45 seconds for the Cats to kick the opening goal of the third quarter. 2 disposals thanks to Max Holmes.
It's great stuff, isn't it? You're right. I was about to say, well, good chase, James Warple, but...
And then it wasn't.
Yeah, exactly. He looked over the right shoulder and went, no, got you covered as well, as you said, Lids. And just the penetration in his game. I'm going to harp on it, Max Holmes. Quite a second quarter. They were able to put the clamps on him and Smith in that second quarter, with Connor Nash in particular. But it's a terrific start to the second half for the Cats.
Geelong 8:56 to Hawthorn 5:10:40. Floodlights are on here at the MCG, so we will finish in darkness. It gets dark about 5:30 now without daylight savings, and a crowd of over 80,000 in attendance.
Hawks have kicked 3 of the last 4 leading into half-time. It's one way to make sure you remain on top. The Cats 2 kicks to to start the third quarter, and they end up with a goal through Cameron. Hawks a centre break here, though. So back to their clearance dominance as Mackenzie goes out wide to Newcomb, sends it inside 50, and big Mabior Chol gets to the front and marks 20 out this right of centre.
Well, you called for John Newcomb to start kicking the ball a bit more bally, and that was. He got out in the front of the stoppage, and a great kick to advantage there for Mabior Chol. He was able to just extend his arm and keep Connor O'Sullivan away from the drop of the ball. Had no play on it. It was a great kick. Just got to finish the work here, big Mabior.
Had a bad miss earlier in the match to this same end. That was from general play. This is a set shot. Chol moves in, and he's got this one. Goal for goal to start the third. And as Cameron knocks one through at one end, Chol does it at the other. And we're back to 10 points as we were at the half. A second for Mabior Chol. 2.5 minutes into the third term. Easter Monday footy on ABC Sport.
It just warms my heart, Lids, to see pure centre bounce work. And we've seen it from both teams. The first 90 seconds in this second half. That time it was Mackenzie involved again. Gosh, he does look like Sam Mitchell, doesn't he, when he arches his back. And a great spread there from Newcomb, who backed his teammates to win the ball. He just pushed forward hard, got the break on Max Holmes that time. He said, "You come and chase me, Max." And then a lovely kick to the hot spot.
Yeah.
To Mabior Chol.
Nice kick to advantage, wasn't it? Didn't allow anyone else to come.
Do you hold the record, Lids? Actually, do you hold the record for quickest goal out of a centre bounce?
That's funny you asked that, yeah.
You just wrote that down. He told me just to say that. Yeah.
What was the time,
we've seen two in a minute. I think Lids did in about 8 seconds.
8 seconds.
Lloyd Meek wins down the tap. That'll take some breaking. Holding the ball, and a free kick going Hawthorn's way. Warple is going to take it as he looks to load inside 50. Meek stream forward. He chips it to him. Up against Bailey Smith. Clever decision.
Good shootout.
I'm not sure. Lloyd Meek out to the right. He'll have to kick every bit of 50. It's probably the man you want your money on, but it was good work from the centre stoppage.
I'll tell you what, he's starting to have an impact on this game, though. Big Meekie. I think Reece Stanley started okay, pushed forward in that first quarter and kicked the goal himself, but since quarter time, Lloyd Meek, this will be possession 13, 8 of those contested, 5 clearances. It's a bit of a worry for the Cats.
The big ruckman starts his approach. Comes in and shakes it. It might work. It's a shallow kick towards Morrison. Can't get his fingers to it. Blitzhouse over the top, but it's too high. It'll be a Hawthorn shot on goal. And Nick Watson at the bottom of the pack. Well, I guess it worked in the end.
All part of the plan from Nicky.
Unconventional. Nick Watson has footy in hand. That's who Hawthorn fans want it. Get those wizard hats out.
He's having a laugh about it too, the big fella. It was. I mean, you know you got to get low, don't you? When Nick Watson's over the footy, a bit sloppy there from Mark Blitzhouse.
Still not as bad as Peter Laddams at halftime for the Sydney Swans a couple of weeks ago. Nick Watson for 2 goals for the Hawks on the trot. The Wiz. Easter Monday at the MCG. The Cats lead is cut to 4 points. As Geelong, all of a sudden their deficit is cut very quickly here. Geelong 8:56 to Hawthorn 7:10:52. 5 minutes gone, third term on ABC Sport with Luke Ball and Brett Delidio.
Well, it's all come out of centre bounce at the moment, Bally, hasn't it? That's an absolute shank from Lloyd Meek. Probably needing the extra bit of distance, wasn't he? But he just got too close to the man on the mark and just wobbled that thing inside forward 50. But the centre bounce work is where they're getting their scores from at the moment. We saw Max Holmes, the first one, Cam Mackenzie to John Newcomb, the second, and then again, just being able to get it out of that forward 50 in the spread from big Lloyd Meek. He's taking control of this game, as you mentioned.
Restart back in the middle. All of a sudden, a 4-point game. A ruck share it down, socket forward by Bailey Smith, makes 30 metres, picked up by Jarman Eppy, tackled, dispossessed, Dangerfield lurking on it, run into his own teammate in Atkins, ball comes free, Myers, handball away to Manor, kicks outside of
Cameron hits the post, he hit the volley out of midair, threw his left hand at him, and he's tried to kick it back over his head like a scorpion kick, and somehow he's jammed it into the post, and that would have been one of the best ever. Point of the year.
What imagination from Jeremy Cameron at full forward. It results in a behind. Geelong by 5, 6 minutes into the third.
Mark Paducah would have been out of his chair applauding that one if it had gone through. The Hawks across half-back. Warple works it up to Chol, comes inboard, finds Ward. He's got players in the middle of the ground, but he turns it over. Straight into Myers on the mark. Chips it forward to Henry. Geelong on the break. He's got Cameron one-on-one inside 50. Henry goes shallower than that, looking for Bledsoe's up against Impey. Juggles the mark. Such a costly turnover in the middle of the ground, and Geelong able to make them pay.
It's the coach killer, isn't it? Yeah, Josh Ward. It wasn't the option either, I didn't think. It was going to be a 50-50 ball. I think there was a lovely kick inside to him to change the angles. He had to face the game, as they say, look forward. Then he had one-on-ones ahead of the ball. He tried to kick it across the ground. It's a real coach killer. Ball that should be in Hawthorn's forward 50 now, in the hands of Mark Blitzarves.
Josh Ward off 2 steps. Graham Myers with the cat-like reflexes. Here's Mark Blitzarves, comes in and straight through the middle. Geelong answer back after 2 quick goals for the Hawks to restore an 11-point lead. 9-9-63 to Hawthorn, 7-10-52. Over 80,000 at the MCG for Easter Monday footy on ABC Sport. Brett Delidio and Luke Ball, your experts.
Yeah, it was young Josh Ward. He was trying to open the game up. So you face the game, Bally, and look forward. You might have had those one-on-ones, but he saw Jarman Impey streaming through the middle of the ground. If I could just get to him where the game opens right up and get full access to the full 50. But well done, Grant Myers, just staying alert on the mark, able to not just smother it, but take control of the footy. Small little chip inside to Ollie Henry. I didn't think he got enough of that purchase on that to give Blitzarves the best access to it, but he was good enough. Taller opponent. Great finish from the big fella, the swing man.
It's a settler for the Cats. Hawthorn got within 4 points. Geelong back out by 11. Nevitt at the centre bounce gets a kick forward. It'll sit beautifully for Bailey Smith. He collects, immediately drives it towards goal. It's touched on the line. Barris getting back, whacks it through for a minor score. So the Cats by 12 points. Had a little crispy ready to go before Leeds, but conversation moved on. You mentioned your record, 8 seconds.
Yeah.
I thought you were talking about your grand final sprint time.
Yeah, well, it could have been. Yeah. They didn't exactly time that. I told my wife it was about that time.
She wouldn't have bought that.
No.
I'll aim on out of defence. Talk about the track star of the family. Up towards half-back. Sport away from Lloyd Mee. Spills back Hawthorn's way across half-back. Impey needs support. Hand pass to Warple. Works it back. Barris out of defence. Finds James Sicily. Changes boots at half-time at left half-back. Let's see how the Hawthorn captain goes here. Side trailing by 12 points.
His first kick was ordinary, Clinchy. Oh, it's a bit better.
It's conventional. Up the wing in the direction of Meek. He's outnumbered. It clears in the end to Koning, and Marbiel Chol's onto it. He takes a bounce as he runs away from O'Sullivan, trying to get it to Watson out the back. Not enough height as he flicks his hand in the air, and Zach Guthrie takes a good intercepting mark for the Cats. Can work it back to Mark O'Connor. Just 15 metres out from his defensive goal at the punt road end, and now to Tom Stewart. And he missed the last 2 games. He comes inboard to Bowes.
Slow play here. He's holding the yellow Sherrod. The whole ground now in the shadows with the floodlights on as he pulls his kick to Bailey Smith. It's the response to Bailey Smith. He's involved in a little fracas with Jarman Impey in the second quarter. Flipped the bird to the crowd again. And now a long kick down the wing. Knocked away by Dangerfield. Bull burst free of the would-be tackle from Warple. Kicks inside 50 to close. Who marks at left half forward? And Patrick Dangerfield, they cannot lay a glove on him.
How good is that? That is just absolute strength.
Yeah. I mean, they lay the glove on him, just can't stick, can it? No. And that's Warple too, so that's one of the Hawks' best and strongest tacklers and inside players. It's just a champion willing himself on the contest.
Brad Close in the long sleeves skips in from left half forward. The drop punt goes goalward. It's across the face. Ollie Henry has to compete with Sicily. Sicily had a fair play on it but fumbled. It hasn't quite been his day so far. Watson got a handball out to Scrimshaw. The Hawks get it out of danger for the time being and punched away by Holmes over the boundary line. We'll have a throw in right on halfway. Cats by 12 points, 11 gone in the third quarter. Easter Monday footy on ABC Sport.
Cheerio to Paul, who would have liked that last passage of play. Just arrived at Tokyo Airport from Seoul. Pleased to stream the ABC call on my beloved Cats. Always a classic versus the Hawks on Easter Monday. Go Danger. He's doing his part of the bargain here as Meat wins down the tap, but Nevitt read it best for Geelong. Hand pass out in front of Manor, a couple of goals for him. Hand pass to Bailey Smith. He's relishing it at the moment. Hand pass to Atkins, kicks up towards Dangerfield, wrestling with Sicily. Danger got a hand to it, couldn't complete the mark. Sicily regathers. Hand pass away to Newcomb. Raking kick to Gunston. He marks on the Shane Warne stand wing. Has Watson at half forward, chips it a little in the air too much. Stewart couldn't take the mark. Watson brings it down, gets it to Ward. Hand pass back to Gunston at right half forward. He takes a bounce. It opens up in front of him. Can the veteran go all the way from 45? No, he can't. He misses everything. Out of bounds on the full. He tried to wind up and give it everything those old hamstrings have at 33 years of age, but no change to the score. Geelong by 12 points.
This is Lawson Humphreys. He turns 22 on Thursday in the Swan Districts. A long kick up to the wing. Flying for it, Blitzarves, no mark. Ball spills at his feet. Picked up here by Bowes. Takes on the tackle. Got a handball out towards Myers down the southern wing. Pulls his kick back inboard over the head of Atkins, the intended target. Goes back, collects. Met by Scrimshaw. Tackled. Ball comes out. Umpire says ball up.
Contest. Great contest. I think it was, who was it, McKenzie or Atkins?
Yeah, Atkins.
Scrimshaw, sorry. Yeah, he came in and halved that. Looked like Atkins was out in the way.
Lloyd palms it down. Atkins first one there again as it's stolen by Newcomb. Handball away to McKenzie. Handball goes back to Amon. Sweeping hand pass up over halfway for the Hawks. Finds Newcomb. Kicks inside 50. Gunston juggled mark. No. Says keep rolling. Had a fair play on it. Not paid. Picked up by Newcomb. Drilled in the tackle. Says ball up. 52 metres out from the Hawthorn goal. Cats by 2 goals. 13 gone in the third. Easter Monday footy on ABC Sport.
He's had 5 shots on goal. Jack Gunston for 2-1 throughout the afternoon. Meat wins down the tap. Nash, that might have been high. Free kick going Geelong's way. Myers is on his back, and yeah, a few Geelong players are showing some concern, especially Tom Atkins, who just telling him to stay down for the moment, and the stretcher might be having to come out here. So this is a concerning moment for Geelong. Brian Myers trying to pull himself off the turf and not looking in a good state as he puts himself back down, and the Hawthorn players coming in to remonstrate as well.
You didn't see what happened there.
No, just waiting for the replay. He's in a bit of trouble.
It's the right ball. Connor Nash, which gets him right to the face. He was trying to lay the tackle, but he's got him right across the mouth.
Oh, good.
He was trying to tap it. But that's a swinging arm.
Sort of with the force of the Irishman coming in, he's generated a fair bit of power and got
right across the chin.
Myers right across the chin. And, he will be undergoing a concussion test and is not in a good state at the moment with the doctor and the trainers out to him. Connor Nash is standing alongside Bailey Smith, and there's a few things being said to him.
Yeah.
He's obviously our first thoughts with Graham Myers. Hopefully he's okay, but is Connor Nash in a bit of trouble?
Of course he is, yeah. I think, unfortunately, we won't see Grind for the rest of today, but Hawks fans won't be seeing Connor for the next couple of weeks, I would think. You're right. I mean, it's just careless. You certainly didn't mean it, but once you swing an arm like that, I don't tend to take a very kind view.
It's completely accidental, but it's just one of those ones that you can't have that where a player is...
Well, it's careless, and that's the threshold.
We saw Riley Tilthorpe get done for it a couple of weeks ago. Last year, was it?
Yeah. Ben Cameron on the boundary, Ben.
Yeah, he's got the real staggers up here, Brian Myers. It's not really very comfortable to watch, if I'm being really honest. But, our thoughts are certainly with Brian Myers, but Closey warming up very strongly down here on the boundary as well. A nice round of applause and ovation for Brian Myers from the Cats fans.
He's one of those Geelong players who's played 76 consecutive games as well, so all in all of Jack Crisp at Collingwood, but he's had a very consistent run for the Cats.
It's the longest streak of any Geelong player.
Been good today too, having an impact on the game as usual. 5 score involvements with his 11 possessions.
He's coming off the ground. He's got an arm around both of the trainers, being helped off. He had the jelly legs up immediately. As Ben Corley alluded to, his day is done. He's going to be helped down the stairs, but Brian Myers out with suspected concussion. And Connor Nash, a nervous wait ahead of the findings of the MRO. He's in trouble and he's going to be missing time as well for that.
We've rarely seen it, but then we've seen him twice in 2 weeks.
Yeah, so last week we had sort of Vlauston obviously have his nose broken by Paddy Voss, and this got a tackle wrong, whacked him around the nose, broke his nose.
Yeah.
Voss ended up getting 3 weeks. And you think that's almost a carbon copy, isn't it? It's the same kind of thing. It'll be a 3-week ban. The only difference in that case, actually, obviously, Vlauston wasn't concussed, even though he had his nose broken. But it looks like Myers is here as the Hawks under pressure trying to work it out of defence. Weddle, handball to the big man Meek, gives it back to Weddle, puts on the Jets.
Good chase.
What a chase. Stengel never gave up on it. And Stengel with the chase down tackle wins it for the Cats.
A team lifter, hand passes to O'Connor, who's running by, drives it inside 50 over the head of Jeremy Cameron, and Sicily takes the mark, hugging it to his chest.
You shouldn't be calling for that mark, O'Connor. Tyson Stengel, skillful enough. He had players fall to the ball. It's just, as you said, a rush of blood. A poor kick, poor entry.
Sicily looks out of defence, sends a high ball in the direction of Meek and Gunston. De Koning's underneath it, can't complete the mark. Morrison's hand pass, chopped off by Bowes. Swings onto the right boot, sends Geelong back inside 50. Cameron tries to get underneath it. Barris reaches up and spoils it out of play. Into the front row where the crowd grabs the footy. Ben Cameron on the boundary.
The sub's already been made, so Closey about to come into the game. Warm-up, top off, doing some sprints. He's done some tackling warm-up, ready to go. They're not waiting around the Cats.
Kingspan late inclusion, Ted Closey. Second week in a row he's been late in and starts as the sub. And Stanley removes Meek out of the way, grabs the footy, snaps goalward but misses. A behind, so the lead is now up to 13 points for the Cats, 18 gone in the third.
All of a sudden we've had 10 goalless minutes so far. And a couple of minute delay with Brian Myers leaving the field as Sicily plays on and streams out of defence, kicks up to Battle, he marks it right half back on the Shane Warne stand side of the MCG. Plays on, Dempsey tries to corral him, comes inboard to Jarman Empey, dropped the mark, has enough time to regather though, looks with a kick around the wing and Lawson Humphreys takes the intercepting mark for Geelong. He looks inboard, Stengel's the target, Newcomb getting back, completes the one-handed juggling mark. Now he can switch here. He's got Warple on his own as left half back. Choles on the wing on the member side as well. He cuts back on his left-hand side, just trying to get it forward. It wasn't all that pretty, but it is effective. Chol gathers, takes a bounce. Now he's got Bruce short. He chips it to him at left half forward. Geelong have managed to get some players back as Bruce tries to play on. That's around Stewart, kicks on his left, puts it out on the full. Into the front row, under the Ponsfords and under the Olympic stand, and Geelong fans are happy to let him know about it. The veterans for Hawthorn have had their problems in front of the pockets this afternoon.
He had the 4 kicks today, Lukey Bruce. That wasn't a good one.
De Koning to Stewart, and now to Ollie Henry, who takes the mark on the wing. Barris closes him down as he walks off his line, kicks to half forward, and Scrimshaw up strong, takes the intercept mark, and now the lights are green. Off they go, the Hawks. Kicks to the wing, finds Moore. He switches play one side of the centre square to the other, or misreading it. Gunston over his head, collects on the kind bounce, pokes it into the pocket. McDonald marks against the fence in the Dom Sheed pocket, right forward pocket at the punt road end.
It's a good turnover, wasn't it? Their ability to read the play there and just get that ball moving again. I thought Gunston had completely muffed that one up there. He misread that in flight. It had enough time, given the quick ball movement. This bloke just continues to pop up, be involved in scores.
Right peg against the fence, right half forward, drop punt sails goalward. He misses near side. And they call Croc. Connor McDonald in his first game back. 12-point lead for Geelong. Time on third quarter. Easter Monday footy on ABC Sport.
Zach Guthrie brings Geelong back into play. Into the back pocket, he finds Bowes. Looks long up to the Shane Warne stand side where Dempsey sets himself, makes body contact with Ward and completes the mark. He swings onto his right-hand side, tries to cut past Ward. He wasn't buying what he was selling. Sends it up towards half forward. Up goes Barris, and an excellent mark. Just held his body in the air and was able to complete the mark in front of the pack. Goes short to Jai Newcomb. He wants to switch back across half-back. This has been Hawthorn's go in the third quarter. Trying to stretch the Geelong defence out towards Scrimshaw. Waits for Closey to run at him. The sub into the action. Hand pass away to Sicily. Kicks out wide to Morrison. He takes the mark 55 metres out from home. He looks up, pokes it towards Gunston, who marks on his chest. This has been the easy part. Now trying to finish.
Yeah, that's great footy, isn't it? That's classic Hawks footy. Starting to have an impact across half-back. Their intercept defenders, Barras taking the mark that time, Scrimshaw's having a big quarter, and Sicily that time Much better kick to Harry Morrison, who just keeps working and working. And now Jack Gunston, who's looked really dangerous all day.
2 goals, 1 for Jack Gunston. He comes in, and this time he's able to finish. As Hawthorn nudged just a little closer once more, and it's back to 6 points, the Geelong lead. The Cats 9-11-65 to Hawthorn 8-11-59. Jack Gunston has his third. Ben Cameron on the boundary.
The Hawthorn sub has just been made. Shankworth Jath has just run on the ground. Luke Brewster's come off, and he's going straight to the back of the bench. His dirty day is done.
Well, I've been impressed with how well and seamlessly that Barrass and Battle have fitted into this Hawthorn back six. He saved them a couple of times already in this quarter alone. Tom Barrass, just the ability to get a late fist in or make a big contest, marking that one just then and turning it over. Just gives them so much surety down back, doesn't allow Sicily not to have to take a big key player.
That sucks as a way to end your day, doesn't it, for Luke Bruce? Last kick was slide off the side of the boot. Now
old premiership teammate, look after him there. Turned the clock back a bit today, Jack Gunston, hasn't he?
Yeah.
Got reward for effort, but she's been good.
Joel grabs it out of the right, kicks inside 50, bouncing footy, unkind for Hardwick, clever, paddles it back up to get into the footy, but Humphries cleans it up for Geelong. Handball to O'Sullivan, handball to Bowes, runs out of the defensive 50, kicks down the wing for Geelong, all slipping over Joel, slides through though to Jaff, his first involvement, a handball away to Morrison, handball to Amon, nice little dance step, gets around Closey, sends it to half forward, Gunston! Another one-on-one win. And he's got O'Sullivan now for company after having a change up there. And Gunston, who's already got 3, has been threatening up front on the back of 6 last week. He's wide out here at left half forward. Gunston gets close to the man on the mark, gives it a fair ride, but in the end he's going to miss everything out on the full. So Geelong by 6 points. We did have 2 lead changes in the opening quarter. The Cats got it out by 23 points on a couple of occasions. The Hawks got back within 4, but they've never been closer than that. We're now 23 minutes into the third. Easter Monday footy on ABC Sport.
So Sicily has gone forward now with the sub being made. So Bruce comes off, Jath goes to half-back, and Sicily goes forward.
He's had 7 shots on goal, Jack Gunston, for 3-1. There's the kick from Holmes. The mark initially wasn't paid, and now it is.
That'll be ropeable, the Hawks fans.
Yes, Connor O'Sullivan now does get the footy returned to him from Jaff, who's come into the action, and the Cats have it at right half-back, holding on to a 6-point advantage. The rising star nominee from round 2 sends it long towards Shannon Neal. He's outnumbered. Weddle held him down, and Battle takes the intercepting mark for the Hawks in the left back pocket. Turns and centres it into the corridor to Connor Nash. He gets the Bronx cheers for his arm to Graham Myers. Kick out towards Sicily. To Koning makes the spoil, and off hands it goes out of play. The throw in under the Shane stand wing. Geelong leading by 6 points. The Hawks having booted 3 goals to 2 so far throughout this third quarter through 25 minutes.
They haven't looked great going forward the last few times, the Cats. Barrass and Battle have just been able to read it. Look really sure down there. Just need to look at a different way of bringing that ball inside forward 50, I think, the Cats.
15th Easter Monday clash. In terms of these two teams playing this annual fixture, the Cats have lost only 3 of them. Hawthorn undefeated at the MCG in their last 8 games, dating back almost 12 months. Each one of those 2 trends will change this afternoon. Back underway on their wing. There's still no clean takeaway, and in the end we've gone from a boundary throw into a ball up.
It's a good call there. It's a good the Cats forwards this quarter. Dangerfield 1 possession, Close 1, Stengel 1, Neal hasn't touched the footy. Jeremy Cameron only 2.
Ruck share it down, falls to Closey, squeeze a kick inside the forward arc for the Cats. Scrimshaw and Ollie Henry, they both overrun the footy, picked up by Newcomb, he's tackled. Another stoppage. Left half forward here for the Cats, kicking to the city end of the ground. Whacked forward by the Hawks, Holmes though collects and sends a high bomb into the forward pocket. Weddle leaps up and well scored by Henry out of play. Boundary throw in left forward pocket for Geelong. Cats by 6 points, 9-11 to 8-11. 4 minutes to go before three-quarter time, and another highly entertaining hit out on Easter Monday.
Continuing to live up to the billing as it's thrown back in. Nash is doing the ruck work here against Stanley. Stanley slaps it down. Atkins was on the move. Newcomb lays the tackle. Desperately holding on to him as he brings him down. And a ball up in the left forward pocket. Jeremy Cameron on the move as it's thrown up here. Stanley tries to slap it down. Ollie Henry runs into a dead end. Newcomb lays the tackle. There's a bit going on as well as he's wrestling over the top of him. Tom Atkins doesn't like it as he's trying to drag him off, and the umpire's pretty keen to throw this up. A lot of players around this stoppage. And the City end. Geelong deep in attack. Stanley drops it down. Jaff onto it. Tackled immediately by Stengel, and the umpire will do it once more.
Ruck share it down. Picked up by Dangerfield. Handball away towards Closey. Kicks to full forward. Down there is Dempsey. Traps it. Goals. The basketball background on show just dribbles it to himself and then pops it through. Dempsey with a couple. And the Cats out by 12 points. Again, they keep Hawthorn at arm's length. 27 gone in the third term. Geelong 10-11, 71. Hawthorn 8-11, 59. Easter Monday footy on ABC Sport.
Well, I think it was 3 or 4 stoppages in a row, wasn't it? Forward stoppages against the run of play a little bit. And the quick kick forward by that sub, Closey.
Yep.
And Jack Scrimshaw, he's furious. He feels like he was absolutely interfered with, and maybe he was. Big Shannon Neal clearing the path, not really having a play at the ball. What do you think, Lids?
No, well, Scrimshaw had his hand around Neal's neck as well. Like, he's trying to get access to that footy.
And the ball would hit the ground too, so play on for mine. It's essentially a shepherd, isn't it?
Yeah.
And Ollie Dempsey hasn't had his best day. He's had moments, hasn't he? But good enough there to slam it on the boot.
I love where he sets up, though. He goes and attacks from the wing spot. Doesn't go defensive and try and set up a wall. Goes down there and says, well, I'm going a chance to kick goal. And does.
2 goals for Ollie Dempsey. 2 goals to Jeremy Cameron and to Patrick Dangerfield. Dempsey up to 9 for the season. 13 for Danger and Cameron. Back in the middle of the ground. Newcomb lays the tackle on Bailey Smith. He gets up, stands alongside James Warple as Meek wins down the tap from the next stoppage. Atkins onto it, hand pass too slick for O'Connor. Picked up by Bowes, kicks up towards half forward. Cruel bounce for Stengel. Cameron knocks it down. Bailey Smith races after it. D'Ambrosio after him. Smith gets a hand pass out towards Jeremy Cameron. Little topo. He and Weddle scrap for it. Hard against the boundary. Cameron kept it alive. It comes back to him. He fires on goal and misses to the left-hand side. I'm sure the ball span properly at any chance when he jammed it on the boot, but he was able to at least get it through from behind. Geelong by 13.
Scrimshaw into Amon. A short to Morrison and a short kick to Ward. So Hawks trying to work their way through the maze. Short kick to Newcomb. Swings a handball inboard to Ward. He's off and running. Takes a bounce. Gets over halfway. Now the forward 50 kick. Look for Sicily. Went early Stewart. Sicily dropped it at the back. Picked up by DeConian for the Cats. Handball to Humphries. Kicks from one back pocket to the other. And Closey, the sub, who's on the ground for a concussed Brian Myers.
Just dropped it, didn't he, Sis?
Yeah.
He had a good play at it. Stewart mistimed his jump. Sicily just dropped an uncontested mark in the end.
Closey long out to half-back, looking for Sullivan. Not quite. He's tackled out of play and the ball will be thrown in. Ben Cameron on the boundary.
Connor Nash has come to the bench. He's getting a little bit of work done now. That's not the interesting part. It's the fact that he had to walk right in front of the Geelong fans who lined the fence, who let him know a few of their thoughts about what happened to Brian Myers.
Good on you, Ben. Thrown back in. Meek tries to throw a boot at it against Stanley. Can't make contact. Carl Amon's onto it. He's tackled by Tom Atkins and the umpire will ball it up. Geelong leading by 13 points, 10-12-72. Hawthorn 8-11-59. Cats have led since midway through the first quarter as Newcomb gets a hand pass forward. Warple at right half forward, corralled by Bailey Smith. Kicks it long inside 50. Gunston comes out, can't take the mark. McDonald a bit of a fumble and it's gathered by Bowes. Knocks it out to Guthrie. He's tackled by Gunston. Spills back to McDonald. Flick hand pass comes out to Sicily. Trying to get it to Gunston. He lost his footing. Now he's tackled by Close. Brought down in the end. There's a couple of Cats lay the tackle and Ted Closey involved as well. It's only about 35 metres out from the Hawthorn goal at the punt road end.
Hawks got within 4 points earlier in the quarter. It's Geelong by 13 now. Forward 50 stoppage for the Hawks. Gunston swats it down, picked up by O'Sullivan. Handball out to Bowes. He's tackled, ball up.
Hawks turn to trap the ball inside their front 50 here. Let's see if they can get a few of these. Where's Watson? Can he get on the move? Create an opportunity.
Meek knocks it down. Here's Watson, tackled by Stewart. Do it all again, another stoppage, centre half forward for Hawthorn. Hawks made their sub too. Luke Bruce out of the game. Chankwoth Jaff in. And Closey the sub on for Myers. Comes down to Warple. Hand pass under pressure to D'Ambrosio, who's locked up, and a ball up again. Still inside Hawthorn's forward 50. Another forward 50 stoppage. Geelong by 13 points as we tick towards three-quarter time.
Meek just sharks it forward in a tangle with Stanley, trying to get it towards Newcomb, getting back to Coney. Stewart run down by Jaff, holding the ball. Marbiel Chol got him in the end, the run from behind, and Tom Stewart could do nothing but look in frustration as he was trying to get desperately towards the boundary line, but in the end, he was a millimetre or two too short.
Oh, it's a great chase, isn't it, from the big man? He's got some serious wheels, Chol, when he gets going. He can be quite laconic most of the time, doesn't he? But when he wants to, he can really motor up. Right side for a left footer here. This will take his best.
Hitting the right arm of Tom Stewart, and now Marbiel Chol has to try and work the angle. 2 goals so far this afternoon. He steps out, snaps on his left, around the body he goes, and successfully puts it through. Marbiel Chol in celebration as Hawthorn answer back once more in this seesawing affair as the Hawks get back within 7 points courtesy of Marbiel Chol's third, and Geelong's turn to try and answer back. The Cats 10-12-72, Hawthorn 9-11-65. 32 minutes gone in this third term. Luke Ball and Brett Delidio with you on ABC Sport.
Yeah, you're right, Paulie. There's nothing like a big bloke running down a running defender. He's just looked like he's had a week off, Tom Stewart. Hasn't quite been at his sharpest today. We saw him jump about 3 days early just before and missed time one as the ball came in. Tried to run it down of defence just then. And well done to Marbiel Chol just for staying in the game. I know he probably questioned his intensity at times. If he's any more laid back, he'd be asleep. But that one was brilliant. Great run down and great finish from out there in the pocket.
It's a great kick, isn't it?
All over it, Bally. Right side for the left footer. Hucked it back with perfection as Meek wins it down. Nice work from Holmes. Just toe pokes it out of reach of Warple. As soon as he collects, he's tackled and caught holding the ball. Gee, hot whistle. McDonald rewarded. Advantage applied. Ward gives it to Warple. He loads up. He misses. Warple behind on the run.
Been able to get
pressing.
2 in a row. Yeah, have they, Cook?
6 points the margin. Geelong lead it. Ticking towards three-quarter time. Easter Monday footy on ABC Sport.
Couple in a row to start the third quarter after the Jeremy Cameron goal, but really it's been Hawthorn with 4 goals to 3 so far in this third term. The Cats have kicked 3 goals for as Tom Stewart brings Geelong back into play. Kicks out towards half-back. Stanley competes against Meek, tries to slap it back up the field. Warple's onto it. Cameron lays the tackle with Bowes, and the umpire will ball it up.
It's the third different occasion this quarter they got back within a goal. So, as you said, haven't been able to get that next one just to draw level or edge ahead.
They have it at half-forward. Time running out before three-quarter time. Atkins gets a hand pass out. Bowes shovels it forward, gains a few metres. Manna and D'Ambrosio. D'Ambrosio wins it. Hand pass to Jarman Impey around his body to half-forward. Bounces wide of Stanley and Connor McDonald. And the siren sounds for three-quarter time. We're set for what will be a thrilling final term as Geelong hold a 6-point advantage here at the MCG on Easter Monday. 10-12-72 to Hawthorn 9-12-66. The Hawks with 4 goals to 3 in that third quarter, having trailed by 10 points at half-time and 11 points at quarter time. For the Cats, 2 goals to Dangerfield, Dempsey, Manna and Cameron, while Stanley is the other individual goal kicker. Meanwhile, for the Hawks, 3 goals to Marbiel Chol and to Jack Gunston, 2 to Watson, and Blake Hardwick, the other goal scorer for the Hawks.
They're both pretty good final quarter teams too. Hawthorn have won 3 of their 5 and Geelong 4 of their 5 final terms this year. We saw the Cats close last week from behind against the Crows. They've got a lead to protect here. 6 points, their advantage at three-quarter time. Marcus in South Melbourne off the SMS. Booing Bailey Smith works about as well as booing Nick Dacos or Toby Green. Just makes them play better. We'll get the analysis of Luke Ball and Brett Delidio in a few moments' time. Easter Monday footy on ABC Sport. The Cats by 6.
The Roar told the story.
Did you know you can now listen to the footy on your smart speaker?
Play ABC AFL.
ABC Sport, your home for footy. This is the 2025 AFL Premiership season on ABC Sport.
Max Holmes gathers, breaks away as he takes a bounce and runs out to the Shane Warne stand side and bursts off Warple, gets the left half forward, long into the pocket looking for Cameron. Sicily getting back to help. Jezza, 1-2, paid the mark. Jeremy Cameron now just to complete the deed. 15 metres out, no more, comes in from the left forward pocket and puts through his second.
But a bad miss earlier in the match to this same end. That was from general play. This is a set shot. Joel moves in, and he's got this one. Goal for goal to start the third.
Lloyd Meek comes in and shakes it. It might work. It's a shallow kick towards Morrison. Can't get his fingers to it. Blitzhouse over the top, and it's too high. It'll be a Hawthorn shot on goal, and Nick Watson at the bottom of the pack. Nick Watson for 2 goals for the Hawks on the trot. The whiz. The Cats lead is capped at 4 points. Chips it forward to Henry. Geelong on the break. He's got Cameron 1-on-1 inside 50. Henry goes shallower than that, looking for Blitzhouse up against Impey. Juggles the mark. Here's Mark Blitzhouse. Comes in and straight through the middle. Geelong answer back after 2 quick goals for the Hawks to restore an 11-point lead. 2 goals, 1 for Jack Gunston. He comes in and this time he's able to finish. As Hawthorn nudged just a little closer once more, and it's back to 6 points, the Geelong lead.
Picked up by Dangerfield. Handball away towards Closey. Kicks to full forward. Down there is Dempsey. Traps it. Goals.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the AFL.
On your radio.
ABC Sport Digital.
And on the ABC Listen app.
Geelong by 6 points, 3/4 time in the Easter Monday blockbuster at the MCG. We're on ABC Sport. Geelong 10-12-72. Lead Hawthorn 9-12-66. It is beautifully set up. Luke Ball and Brett Delidio.
Well, we were just talking off air about who we think can win this game, and you can make a case for both sides. You know, given the Hawthorn have had, they've dominated possession. They're plus 60 in terms of overall touching the footy. In the contest, they're up just a touch. The clearance work is where they've really got a hold of the Cats, plus 8 in that area, but you still feel like Geelong have just held them just off, haven't they? And you said during that quarter, or late in that quarter, they haven't been able to kick 2 in a row to really bridge that little gap. So from what we were talking about, we think Sicily's probably going to have to be the man down forward to maybe grab a hold of this game. And then I countered that to you and said, well, I think Danger's ready to almost grab a hold of it as well. Tom Stewart's looked like he's been a bit rusty down back, so he's probably ready to impose himself a little bit. But can the Hawks midfield match it with Bailey Smith, Max Holmes inside?
Well, they certainly have since quarter time, haven't they? I mean, it's been a pretty even battle through the middle of the ground, and the numbers reflect that to an extent. I mean, the Geelong burst out of the blocks, but the Hawks, since that sort of 10-minute mark of the first quarter, have been on top around the footy, generally speaking. They just haven't been able to get bang for buck with their forward energies. In fact, both teams' forwards have been reasonably well held or under control. And then look at Nick Watson. Can he find something, find a spark this quarter? He's only had the 7 possessions. Okay, kicked 2 goals, but really been under control for most of the day. I mean, ironically, Jack Gunston's been the one who's looked the most likely, hasn't he?
In terms of order centre. 3-1. And I would have thought that's where that wasn't their strong suit. I would have said it would be their smalls today would get a hold of the Cats defenders, but they've looked very lively, Gunston in particular.
Yeah, and then Myers out. He's the sort of player who gets better as the game goes on with his work rate, so that'll hurt the Cats a little bit. You're looking around that. Shannon Neal, no impact really. Close has had some moments, but no real straight. Even Jeremy Cameron's only had the 10 possessions. He's had some moments. 2 goals, 3. Had some moments of brilliance, but no forwards really been on top, have they, throughout the course of the day? So can someone stand up and assert themselves on this contest? It's there to be won, isn't it, in this last quarter? Well, that remains to be seen. I think you're right. Dangerfield, given the form he's been in and what happened last week against the Crows, looms pretty large, doesn't he? And Sicily's gone forward. Perhaps it's him from the Hawks' point of view, and keep an eye out on the centre bounce as well. Clearly, who's able to win the ball around clearance and control field position in this last quarter will give themselves the most opportunities. Hawks haven't been good enough to take it to this point, and the Cats have been able to, as you say, hold them at bay and really have led all day. So first goal is crucial.
Who do you trust more?
Well, my first thought when we were chatting off air was I think the Hawks win. I feel like they've just, since quarter time, certainly gone better.
I've gone the other
I'm not
way.
sure if I trust them more. So
Cats? I think the Cats can get it done, yeah.
okay. That's probably based on trust too, because you've seen those senior players, experienced players,
do it time
forward
and
the ball
again.
to it time and time and again. So I'll go with the Hawks then. I'll have a bob each way.
Okay.
I like it. What about you, Clinchy? Who wins from here?
Yeah, good question. Cats are mine, I think.
Yeah, I'll take the Hawks. There we go. So we're 2-2, split down the middle. Obviously, 15th edition of this game, as we touched on a couple of times. There's only been 3 of them that have been won by the Hawks, but there has been a whole lot of games decided by single digits, 5 of them, and 6 games by 2 goals or less. This is headed into that category. Geelong by 6, final term underway. Easter Monday footy on ABC Sport, and we've got a secondary ball up. Holmes tackled by Warple. We've got a Dash Brothers update too. We need to get our calculators out as
Holmes has been subdued relatively.
Smith squeezed the kick out from the stoppage here, picked up by Close, his tackle.
Still had 557 metres gained, though.
About 1,000 combined, so a bit of work to do.
Okay. At quarter time, we're tracking for over 1,800. Geelong by 6 points, started the final term. Easter Monday footy on ABC Sport.
Lloyd Meek wins down the tap for Hawthorn. Got it to Warple. Back to Meek. Back to Morple. Hand pass away to Carlem on inside 50 out in front of Sicily. Has Stewart in tow. It bounces past the 2 of them. Guthrie races back. Didn't take it cleanly. Breaks the Sicily tackle and hand pass to Stewart. Swings onto his right hand side. Geelong out of defence. Up towards Dempsey. Impey in the end. Peeled off perfectly but dropped the mark. Had to spoil it in the end. Blitzav's hand pass inboard to Dempsey. Didn't quite get to the intended target. And now Connor Nash is tackled as Sean Manor, just in frustration, couldn't quite gather the footy on the wing.
Ben Cameron on the boundary. Break the tie for us, Ben. Who wins from here?
I think the Cats get it done.
Okay, and we go 3 for the Cats, 2 for the Hawks. Game in the balance, start of the final term. Cats by 6. Back underway. And the ball up on the wing. Here's Ward for Hawthorn. Hand pass away to Newcomb. Gives it to Impey, shifts it across the ground, taken by Chankwat Jaff, who's off and moving. Sprints away, handball to Massimo D'Ambrosio. He's 60 metres out, now closes to 55. Kicks to full forward, Sicily down there, threw his arms up, no free kick. Ball hits the behind post on the hop, and we'll have a boundary throw in.
It's a great battle, isn't it? Stewart and Sicily, 2 of the competition's best defenders, playing on each other. They've had 2 contests already. Stewart's been able to halve both of them.
Deep forward, 50 stoppage for Hawthorn, coming home to the City end or the Ponsford stand end. Meek wins it down. Atkins took on the tackler, just got it away. They gave him a bit of time to do that. Coming through his manner, steals it from Ward. Pack forms though, half forward for the Hawks. 6-point lead for Geelong. Was he a little lucky, Atkins?
Yeah, he got given an eternity, didn't he? But well done to keep fighting through it.
Beat the Newcomb tackle, and then Gunston had him a long time. Did get boot the ball. 2 minutes gone, final term. Cats by 6.
Meek wins down the tap, but it's rowed by Manor. His kick is smothered, and Connor Nash goes to work, lays the tackle on Holmes, and the umpire will ball it up.
Big Lloyd looms large, I think, at the moment. Blitzav's been given the responsibility of rucking against him.
Geelong has kicked the first goal of each quarter so far as the tap comes down to Manor, kicks up towards Dangerfield, 2-on-1. Scrimshaw lost his footing, couldn't complete the mark. He tries to dive back on the footy against Stanley, spills out the way of Dempsey, hand pass to Close, out in front of Dangerfield. Jaff coming the other direction, and Danger charges through. Off hands, the ball goes out of play. Neither player taking a backward step. It's great footy to watch. Geelong by 6 points with a crowd of over 80,000 in for this Easter Monday clash at the MCG.
He runs straight, Danger, doesn't he? Doesn't take a short step.
Jaff, he's got the fresh legs on as the sub. Close, he also on. Gee, that's a crooked throw-in as Meek wins the hit out. Like he was sort of angling that back inboard with the ball up after the boundary throwing.
Yeah, it did look crooked, didn't it? But to the centre circle is where they're supposed to throw it, I think.
Okay. Geelong by 6. 3.5 gone, final term. Corbin, Middlemass and Matt Clench. Ben Cameron on the boundary. Luke Ball and Brett Delidio, your call team on ABC Sport. As Holmes gets a handball, trying to give it away to his Dash brother in Smith. Pack forms as the fellow number 3, Newcomb, wrestles it from him. The ball up right in front of us and the benches. Great game of footy so far. 2 lead changes early. The Cats have led from that point on. Warple slips a tackle. And now a throw. Warple penalised trying to give it away. Cats work it down to half forward and now advantage applied. Stengel mark, 60 from home, looks for the skipper. Dangerfield's in the pocket, takes the mark.
It's good tackle pressure, wasn't there, in the contest? Their ability, Manor a couple of times already in this last quarter, his ability to just get his hands on it and get a crucial ball going forward. Keep going, playing, man.
Dangerfield arcs around to improve the angle. It's bang on target. They've done it all day, the Cats. And again, they keep the Hawks at bay. A 12-point buffer for Geelong. 11-12-78. Hawthorn 9-12-66. And again in the final quarter, it's Dangerfield with a big-time goal. 5 minutes into the final term. Easter Monday footy on ABC Sport.
Seizing the moment, wasn't he? And we saw it even with a couple of his contests here. You're right, when it was a terrific read off the ruckman by James Warple, who probably thought he was entitled to a high contact, but Manor involved again, and then a bit of confusion. And I think it was that confusion that made Josh Weddle just switch off for a second there. And Dangerfield played to the whistle and got the break on him and got into space. And we called it. We said it at three-quarter time, didn't we? Yeah. We're looking at who's going to have an impact in this last quarter. He's in pretty rare form, the ex-skipper for the Cats.
Luke Ball with you on ABC Sport. Back in the middle, Stanley follows up his ruck work, gets the clearance at Geelong. Off the outside of the boot, kicks out towards close. Jaff just gets rid of him, throws him out of the marking contest and takes the mark. At left half back, Geelong leading by 12 points. The sub in 2 minds decides to go laterally and wide out to the boundary line where Amon takes the mark. Inboard to McKenzie. Kick mark game for the Hawks. Wants to give it around the back to Jaff. Dangerfield comes at him. He squibs past him. Almost ran straight into him in the end as Henry put the pressure on. Ball spills back to Ollie Henry. Jaff trying to redeem himself, trying to knock it out. Danger on all fours. Eventually it's Cameron who lays the tackle. And the ball is stuck underneath Dylan Moore.
Cats by a dozen. 6 gone final term. Another close one on Easter Monday. Stanley and Meek go at it. Ball spills down to Warple of Hawthorn. Hand pass away to to Amon rather. Kicks hurriedly up to the wing. Punched away by De Koning. Kind bounce for the Hawks. Suits Hardwick. Handball to Newcomb. Handball further afield to Chol. He's got it just backward of the logo. Kicks down to half forward. A little shove from Watson. All legal. Bangs bodies with Stewart. Watson does really well. Wins it a second time. Handball inboard and a free kick. It's going to go to Moore. He was clipped high competing for that Watson handball. Moore's got it 55 metres out. Sends the Hawks to full forward. Sicily's down there, forced to spoil. Lands in the lap of Stewart. He's held up in the tackle. And a ball up, top of the goal square, full forward for the Hawks. Down by 12, Hawthorn. 7 minutes played, final term.
Gee, a couple of great contests there, Watson and Moore.
No one in the ruck for the Hawks. So Blitzhouse just takes it out of the ruck. Sicily realised and gave him a shove. The kick up towards half back and it's spawned out by Chol with support from Jaff. And close was the one cat competing in the air. Geelong by 12 points. 7 minutes gone, final term. Cats looking to move to 4 wins and 2 losses. The Hawks a possibility to move to 5-1 and bounce back after that disastrous loss to Port Adelaide last week. Thrown back in. Blitzavs and Meek. Meek palms it down to Moore. Ducked out of a tackle from Nevitt. Nevitt got in the second time. Bose can't kick it up. McKenzie can. He's tackled. It's desperate now as O'Connor locks him up. Top of the 50 for the Hawks.
It's great pressure, isn't it, from the Cats? They've dialed it up this quarter. Great tackling.
Haven't led since the 15-minute mark of the opening quarter, the Hawks. Warple got a hand pass inside the forward 50. Holmes gives it to Smith. And then the kick partially smothered. Spills away to Sam De Koning. Kicks down the wing. One bounce. Kept in by Cameron. Geelong somehow keep possession. Now they've lost it. Fighting through Newcomb. Got a hand pass back to half forward. Smith collects. He's shut down by Warple. Ball comes out. They're still scrapping for it. Tough stuff. And in the end, the umpire says, I'll have it. And a ball up, half forward for the Hawks.
Yeah, it's getting willing, isn't it? They want to put their body on the line, these players.
Meek palms it down. Newcomb stripped of it. Spills to Blitzhouse. Out past to Bailey Smith. Leading possession getter on the ground. He kicks up towards Henry. Can't complete the mark against Impey. Impey trying to knock it back for Hawthorn. Got it to McKenzie. Smith plays the tackle. McKenzie spun a full 360. Gets a hand pass back. Barras works it into the middle of the ground and Carl Amon takes the mark. Call to play on as he stepped off his line. Gains a few metres. Drives a high ball inside 50. Coming from a long way back. Sicily flew uncontested in the end. Then he lays the tackle on Blitzhouse. Almost like he was defending in the end. He got his hands there but couldn't complete the mark.
What was Tom Stewart doing?
Yeah. Yep, he was expecting someone else to help.
Well, it's been that sort of day for both he and Sicily, hasn't it?
Meek knocks it down. Here's Watson, comes bursting through the Wizard. 55 metres out, kicks to full forward. O'Sullivan playing in front, takes the intercept mark, beats Gunston to it.
Love that young player taking front position, having the courage as a defender to play in front, rewarded with the mark.
O'Sullivan out to DeConing, handball away towards Humphreys, who just burns off Joel and then sends a kick for Geelong to half forward. Cameron the target, brings it to ground. Cameron keeps possession, runs it up, back onto his left. Got a handball away towards Manor. Manor caught holding the ball. Great tackle from Battle.
That's 50 it should be for Jeremy Cameron, if you're asking me. You can't drag a player down after they've given the handball and they're trying to get her handball received back.
Battle spots Newcomb, went forward. It was a risky kick. He takes the mark in front of O'Sullivan. Hand pass to Amon. They've got a 2-on-1. It clears Watson and Stewart. Out the back to Sicily. Charging effort from DeConing. Sicily bounces it through. End-to-end footy for the Hawks. And as has been the trend of the match, the Cats start promisingly in the quarter. And Hawthorn look to wrestle back the margin. Geelong by just 6 points. 11-12-72 to Hawthorn 10-12-72. James Sicily having gone forward in this final term, and now he has a goal.
Oh, how's the kick from Josh Battle? Just the risk involved, risk reward, just to pick out John Newcomb in between. It was 5 Geelong players in the overlap handball. Carl Amon, they had the numbers ahead of the ball. The Wizard Watson was in space. Tom Stewart made the decision to come off Sicily. But again, he's just had one of those days, Tommy Stewart, hasn't he?
He's come off for a little reset.
He hasn't played for a month.
He's come off for a little reset.
He just overran the ball, and James Sicily ran into an open goal.
Would not see him do that ever. He's just had a mare today, hasn't he?
He's had way more good days than he's had bad days, Tom.
Yeah, he does. Certainly has.
Completely misjudged that. Cost them a goal, and now it's a one-score game. Geelong by 6. Atkins in the middle. He's tackled and a ball up. So uncharacteristic. 5-time All-Australian, the 32-year-old Tom Stewart. Caught underneath it. The goal was there to be had out the back. Sicily takes advantage. Hawthorn another stoppage win. Here goes Amon. Kicks to centre half forward. Watson good positioning. No mark though. Sicily threw his arms up. Watson goes in. The foot. He slips over. Bounces its way through to Joel. He fumbles too. Close to the boundary line, and in the end Guthrie sees it out. Oh, what might have been for the Hawks inside 50. There's still plenty of time. Only a dozen minutes played in this final term. Geelong by 6.
Tom Stewart misses the ball to try and spoil or take the mark. Nick Watson slips over with the nickname The Wizard. We are seeing it all this afternoon at the MCG. Blitzouts wins down the tap against Meek. Nash is onto it. Atkins onto him. He ragdolls into the turf, and the umpire will ball it up. Now Nash didn't like that attention. And the fans are starting to get involved as well. Geelong lead by 6 points. Not too many have moved from their seat throughout the match. Now we in for another epic finish here. Blitzouts wins down the tap. Nevitt locked up by McKenzie. There's no room to go, and the umpire will ball it up once more.
It's the 15th edition of these games. We've had 6 of them already decided by under 2 goals. And at the moment it's the Cats by 6. The Hawks are coming yet again. Haven't led since the 15-minute mark of the opening term. Atkins handball along the boundary line. Dempsey kicks back inboard. Dangerous. Impey favoured by it. Henry fighting on. Socket forward by Stengel. Hawks win it back. Morrison. Hand pass away towards D'Ambrosio. Kicks in the middle of the G. Finds Scrimshaw. Eventually takes the juggled mark. Handball to Amon. Here's the forward 50. Kick to McDonald.
Great kick.
And Connor McDonald will kick to tie the game.
Yeah, he's been elite this last quarter, Carl Amon. 7 kicks at 100%, 312 metres gained. That was the best of him so far. That ability just to sum it up really quickly and find that little pocket of space. Connor McDonald, 30 metres out, directly in front.
Just cool, calm head, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Switch inboard, didn't bang it down the line, opened up the game, and a lovely kick inside 50.
McDonald's drop punt is good. The game's tied. Let's start again. Less than 12 minutes to decide it. 78 points apiece. And the MCG is rocking again. Easter Monday footy on ABC Sport. 11-12-78 plays 11-12-78. Luke Ball and Brett Delidio on ABC Sport.
Well, that's it in the end, isn't it? It's who fatigue sets in. It's been a really tight, tough second half. Pressure high. I thought it was it Ward who came in, McKenzie even, who made a terrific one-on-one win. And just that kicking efficiency. So this quarter, Geelong only 50%. Some unforced errors. Carl Amon, what a quarter he's having, as you said, 7 kicks. And that was just a brilliant option. He had some players further out, didn't he, wide, but looked inside, lowered his eyes, and found Connor McDonald, who went back and finished.
Ben Cameron on the boundary.
If you're wondering where the celebration is from Connor McDonald, also earlier the Wizard Watson, that is the Ja Morant celebration from the NBA that both of them have gone with earlier or throughout today.
Interesting one. They got beaten by 50 points today, the Grizzlies.
Neil got a poke in the eye, had to follow up the ruck work against Marbiel Chol. Spills down the way of Holmes. His kick is smothered by Carl Amon. Dempsey was clean down low. He managed to get a hand pass out to O'Connor. Swings onto his right-hand side, up towards Stengel and Dangerfield. Stengel marks high on his shoulder. Swings onto his right. Dangerfield went boundary side. He's all on his own. He pokes it to him. The two working beautifully there. Everyone looking to the top of the goal square where Ollie Henry was, and Patrick Dangerfield marks in the left forward pocket, only a few metres in from the boundary, underneath the Olympic stand. This will take his best.
Yeah, he caught a clinching. It was Barris and Weddle who just turned their head. They were charging back to the goal, and too much space for Paddy Dangerfield.
Inside right-hand post. Inside right-hand post.
He's going to kick this one straight.
He's straight. He's going to give it off. Holmes is all on his own.
Wow, goodness me.
What are the Hawthorn defenders doing? And Connor Nash turns around in disgust as Dangerfield was about to start his approach and realised Max Holmes is all on his own 10 metres further in front.
Yeah. No one else to blame, though. You get filthy, but it's your opponent, Connor. Jarman Impey had Tyson Stengel, I reckon, before that.
Now, Max Holmes in the left forward pocket is going to kick across his body. He's 35 metres out. He starts on the angle, steps out, snaps across his body. It won't come around enough. It's out to the right. The chance goes begging. Geelong lead, but just by a point. 16 minutes gone. Final term. A thrilling finish coming up on ABC Sport.
Crowd posted at 88,746, so that breaks all records. The biggest crowd for Hawthorn and Geelong outside of grand finals. It's the biggest home crowd the Cats have ever played in front of. This is a team that, of course, were in the part of the original 8 way back in 1897, so 88,746. Cats' all-time home crowd record. As the Hawks make everyone a little nervous with the short kicking game there as I'm reading out that attendance. Amon to Scrimshaw, then Weddle, and now Impey. Back pocket still pressed up against the behind post. Long kick down the line. Cats lead it by 1.
Push.
McKenzie flies as
Neil
out of zone umpire.
It was against Sicily again.
Free kicks going Blitzarv's way.
Danger wants it in the pocket.
Still a bit of space inside that forward 50 as Blitzarves is going to drive it very long. Is there a marker down there? They all leap up. Weddle had a fair play on it. No mark. Here's Cameron trying to get boot the ball. Goes across the goal face. And there's Amon trying to bounce away in the opposite pocket. Henry almost got him. Handball away towards Weddle. His handball picked off. Collected by Closey, who snaps goalward and puts it out of bounds on the full. Not to be for Ted Closey to sub. Geelong by a point. 17 and a half gone. Final term. Easter Monday footy on ABC Sport.
Tom Barris as he sends Hawthorn up towards half-back. O'Connor brings it down. Atkins to Nevitt to Closey once more into the pocket. Too wide down the full for a second consecutive kick.
Oh, he's fighting the footy at least.
Glass half full.
That's it.
So Tom Barris will do it all again. Just goes, picks the footy out from the gutter.
I like the number 42, David Wojcinski.
Yeah, a lot of Wojcinski about it. Yeah.
Barris sends it as far as it can in the direction of Jai Newcomb, who flew uncontested, couldn't hang on to the mark. Guthrie got there late, over the shoulder, free kick Hawthorn's way.
She's been good, Newcomb, after a slow start to the game. Up to possession 26, 10 contested.
Jai Newcomb hand passes to Scrimshaw around the outer side, works it to Morrison, hand pass to Amon. He runs away from Atkins and looks up towards half forward, trying to find the Wizard. Watson, 50 out, he threaded the needle. He's probably just beyond him, but he might think otherwise.
You want the moment.
Sicily's in the pocket. He gathers some momentum. Fires. It's across the face of goal. Sicily underneath it. Got hands to it. Dropped the mark. He got rid of Mark Blitzavs. It's been that sort of afternoon for James Sicily, the Hawthorn captain, as he throws his head back.
If they don't get up, he'll want to burn the tape of this one.
And those boots.
Skipper. That's right. As Carl Amon's caught it. 10 possessions at 100%. 6 inside 50s.
404 metres game.
Cats by a point. Forward 50 stoppage for the Hawks. Picked up by Closey. Got a handball out of there. Finds Dempsey. Handball to Stengel off the back flank. Kicks up over halfway. Neil. Strong mark. Neil's got it on the wing. He can look forward. Cameron's deep. He gives it back to the runner in Stengel. Pulls his kick wide to Close, who takes the mark. Close. He's got a couple of options. He could have gone inboard to Henry. He comes wide to Manor.
There's a big mark from Neil, wasn't it?
Big mark, but great use from Tyson Stengel. That's just experience. Getting the ball in the hands of your class players. Yep, a couple of times there. He could have blazed away. Really smart play with chaos going on around him.
The Ollie Dempsey win on half-back too. Really smart body work. Just to shift his opponent off the line of the footy, win that 50-50 ball that gave him this shot on goal.
Big time kick for Sean Manor. And Izzy Smith's old number 7. Out to his right. The drop punt sails goalward. He misses out to the right and behind. Geelong's lead doubles. It's 2 points. 20 minutes gone in the final term. Hawthorn have led for only 2 minutes. There were 2 lead changes in the opening quarter. They last led at the 15-minute mark of the opening term. Geelong have led since.
Carl Amon brings Hawthorn back into play to battle. Back to Amon, kicks up the wing, and the mark is taken by Hardwick. And coming inboard, he missed Weddle on the bounce. Newcomb gathers, Nevitt knows the tackle. Spun in the tackle, hand pass is almost turned over. Jaff knocks it to Scrimshaw. Hawthorn hang on to it. Hardwick redeems himself at half-back, kicks up to McKenzie. And they've got a chance here. He can chip it over the top to Moore. Between wing and half-forward on the members' side. Sicily's the deepest target. Gunston's led up, that's ignored. Dylan Moore takes a bit more time now. Geelong leading by 2 points. Sends it towards the teeth of goal. Meek's gone forward as well. Big spoil by O'Sullivan. Spills the way of Watson. Smith is tackle. Over the shoulder. Bailey Smith can't believe it. Did Nick Watson buckle a little there? He's going to have a shot on goal here.
Grabbed his arm, didn't he? Just about.
Play on.
Don't like it, Wally.
Well, from this angle, the umpire was right there in fairness. He had the best view. Let's have a look.
Left arm under the chin.
Yeah, okay.
He's led with it.
I mean, you know what he's going to do.
Yep.
So, I know fatigue late in this game. You know what Nick Watson's going to do if he's running towards you. Technically there.
Nick Watson, the smallest man on the field, comes in from 35 metres out to give the Hawks the lead. He misses to the right. And Geelong's lead is 1 point at the 21-minute mark of the final term. Hawthorn just can't take that crucial step.
Our boys are on their feet in the box. And why wouldn't you be as Smith marks the kick out, goes long down the line. Neil trying to mark again on the wing. He can't. Broken up by McKenzie and out of play. Throw in here just forward of the wing for the Hawks. Down by a point. Geelong have led all day. The widest it got was 23 points twice in the second term.
Holmes comes back on. This is where you want your best players on and around the footy. 5 to go.
22 gone final term. Cats by 1. Boundary throwing. Meek and Stanley rucking. Pack forms at their feet and the ball up. Brian Myers concussed in a loose tackle from Connor Nash earlier in the game. He was subbed out in the third quarter. So both subs made. Jaff on for Hawthorn. Closey on for the Cats. And for the third time we'll get a stoppage on the wing. We're down to 5 minutes and 6 seconds. Umpire comes in, chucks it in the air. Meek palms it down. Smith on the bottom of all that, and he's tackled. Make it the 4th time we'll do it. Another stoppage in front of a record crowd. Geelong's biggest ever home attendance, 88,746.
Turn your radio up just a little louder as Holmes trying to break through. He's tackled by Warple, and the umpire will ball it up once more.
Well, who's going to make the big play here? 5 stoppages in a row.
Watson, Manor, Holmes, last 3 scores have all been behinds. Meek tries to take it out of the ruck. Having initially knocked it forward, he's tackled by Manor.
Free kick paid.
Free kick by the non-officiated umpire in the middle of the ground, over the shoulder. And Lloyd Meek will get the free kick. Is that a good game? But it's allowed Geelong to push all their numbers back in defence, and Meek's going to switch it in the middle of the ground to Scrimshaw, who dropped the mark. Neil comes running at him, has enough time to gather. Hand pass to Jarman MP. He runs away from close, looks wide out to half forward, sends a high ball towards Sicily and Moore. Moore got hands to it, couldn't complete the mark, and it rolls out in front of Sicily and Stewart for a throw-in in the right forward pocket. Geelong leading by a point. Hawthorn have it inside their attacking 50.
Not sure Sam Mitchell wants big Lloyd Meek taking a 50-metre switch kick across the middle of the ground late in the game, does he, Lids?
I don't think that's the first option.
Sicily and Stewart deep in the goal square. Both have had in different days as Meek wins it down. Here's Watson at speed. Humphries come and got him. Ball comes out. Hand pass, though, picked up by DeConey. Handball away to O'Sullivan. At half-back, kicks into space on the wing for Geelong. Bouncing footy in front of Stengel. He needs it to sit close to the line. He runs it out under pressure from Amon. Not a bad result for the Cats. And a throw-in on the wing.
Been good this last quarter too, Tyson Stengel. It was a clever kick from O'Sullivan. If he had it blazed away, Josh Weddle was by himself behind the footy. Just chipped the kick out in front of Stengel. They get the stoppage on the wing.
Fourth quarter clearance is 12-6 Geelong's way, which bucks the trend in the game. Stanley palms it down. Here's Atkins, responsible for a lot of that.
Oh, now then.
Hurry kick forward, deliberate.
Of course, we haven't had one today.
Out of bounds with insufficient intent. The free kick for Scrimshaw at half-back for Hawthorn.
Oh, look out!
D'Ambrosio, run down. Dangerfield got him. You could hear it coming. Luke Ball could. And there was no one who could help Massimo D'Ambrosio in the middle of the MCG.
No 15. Kick adjudged to have gone. 14. Play on.
Dangerfield at right half forward. Wants to try and get it to Blitzhouse. He sends it out in that direction. Neil's there as well. Got hands to it. Couldn't complete the mark. Weddle clears to the Hawks. But Guthrie comes charging down. Marks on his chest. Gunston and Sicily just a little too far back, the Hawthorn forwards.
They were. Yep, they were.
And the Cats lock it in their forward half. Zach Guthrie out to the right, kicks once more to the danger zone. Neil's there, three Hawks fly, gets to the back. Stanley's hand pass, Dangerfield cuts to the right, fires on goal, it's across the face. And close marks, but he's over the boundary line, out of bounds on the full. So Dangerfield from the right forward pocket has put it out on the full in the left forward pocket. Geelong still lead by a point.
3 minutes to play. 1 point game.
Yeah, plenty of time. Oh,
Weddle's dangerous kick. Neil breaks it up. Dangerfield will get a second look at it. He knocks it out, but straight to Jaff. Hawthorn back with it to Scrimshaw. He's caught. Stengel wins it. Gives it to Manor. Manor! Goals! And the Cats pull further in front. Is that a game-changing kick for Sean Manor? A 7-point lead, and Geelong's number 7 makes it so. 27 gone in the final term. The Cats 12-14, 86. Hawthorn 11-13, 79. A 7-point game late in the piece. Easter Monday football on ABC Sport.
Oh, just a little bit laconic from Josh Weddle with that kick up the middle, wasn't it? Just invited Big Shannon Neil in with the pressure. Great follow-up again with the tackle. Stengel in the right place, right time last quarter. He's been big. And Sean Manor, we've spoken about him all game, really, haven't we? His ability to stay involved either defensively and offensively now. The 3 goals today.
9 score involvements.
Yeah,
he's been good.
He's a big game player, Sean Manor.
Just telegraphed the kick, Weddle, didn't he?
Yeah.
Poor kick off one step. They had plenty of time. No need to panic.
Geelong by 7 points. Meek double palms it down to Warple. Hand pass to the run of Newcombe. Sicily on the lead.
Okay.
Marks on his chest in front of DeConing.
Well,
to the right, 50 from home.
Here's his moment. He's had a stinker, let's be honest, hasn't he, the skipper? But that's the beauty of footy, isn't it? Keep presenting. Keep putting yourself in the action. And you can impact the game. So here's his chance.
He's kicked a goal already in the final term, but has had a match to forget. Can the Hawthorn captain rise to the moment? He veers out to the right. He misses everything out to the right. Oh dear. Fails to score. Geelong by 7 points out of bounds on the full on the right-hand side.
Even a score. He had to score at least, didn't he?
Had to.
So still 2 kicks now. Gosh.
7-point lead for the Cats. Bowes brings it out broadcast side. Neil's in that pack, as is DeConey. No mark. Morrison got it down away towards Meek. He kicks a high bomb inside the forward 50. Is there a mark for the Hawks? They come from all directions. Spills through to Stewart. Handballs a turnover. McDonald knocks it down to Gunston. Hooks it back to the teeth. The goal marked in the opposite pocket. Blitz halves on the behind line. Cats by 7 points. 28.5 gone final term. 100 seconds on the game clock.
Geelong normally do this so well. Blitzhouse has decided he wants to switch it out towards DeConing. He's up against Gunston. He rises, doesn't. No, he does. Complete the mark. Juggler's on the third bite in front of Jack Gunston at left half back. He's going to chip it back inside the defensive 50 to Stewart. Seconds off the clock is valuable. At the city end of the MCG, Geelong hold a 7-point advantage. Now called to play on. He'll hug the boundary line with a kick to Dempsey. Scrimshaw's in front. It comes off hands and goes out of play. 1 minute and 10 seconds remaining. 88,000 at the MCG.
Well, caution of the wind time now. Yep. The Sid's got to go over the back of the head. Lloyd Meek, where's aim on? Jaff, run onto it. See if he can't create something out of nothing here. Geelong will be trying to keep it in tight.
Hawks chasing the game. Cats by 7. In front of over 88,000. Down it comes. Stanley picks it up at his feet. Got it away to Dempsey. Handball to Smith. It's Geelong going forward. Dangerfield and Impey bang bodies. Ball slides out the back to Weddle. He's got it at half-back, and they're going to have to go the long way around the mountain. They try and switch it to that southern wing. Weddle, dangerous kick. Close competes in the air along with D'Ambrosio. Loose footy. Battle. Clean pick-up. Handball to Jaff. Jinking run down the wing. He's going to come back inboard. He finds Battle.
Oh, where are you going, Josh?
Battle's coming back in the centre square. He's got it to Morrison. Drops a mark he should have taken. Keeps moving it on to Scrimshaw. Has it on the wing. Looks up front for the Hawks. It's a contest kick. Geelong with numbers back. Blitz arms over the top. Punches it towards the boundary line. Gunston should get there first. Hooks it back to a dangerous spot. Picked off by Cameron. And Cameron will clear out towards half-back for the Cats.
He just bangs it out of there, but Morrison's underneath it. He drops the mark. Dempsey takes it. Hand pass to Atkins. Away to Bailey Smith. He runs away from them at half-back. Chips it forward to Neal. Geelong are out. Shannon Neal. Hand pass inboard to Manor. Takes the bounce. Kicks inside 50. Stengel. The siren sounds. In front of the biggest ever Easter Monday crowd. A thrilling Geelong victory by 7 points as it goes all the way down to the wire. The Cats move to 4-2. A great performance at the MCG.
We are Geelong, the greatest team of all. We are Geelong, we're always on the ball. We play the game as it should be played, and at home or far away. Our banners fly high from door to door, down at Gardenia Park.
The Hawks drew level at the 13-minute mark of the final term, but Sean Manor kicked what proved to be the winner. Geelong prevailed by 7 points, 12-14, 86 to Hawthorn 11-13, 79 in front of 88,746 fans. It was the Cats by 11 at quarter time, by 10 at half time, by 6 at three-quarter time. They run out 7-point winners.
So stand up and fight, remember our tradition. Stand up and fight, it's always our ambition. Throughout the game to fight with all our might, because we're the mighty blue and white. And when the ball is bounced to the final bell, stand up and fight like hell.
For the winners, 3 goals to Patrick Dangerfield, 3 goals to Sean Manor, 2 goals to Ollie Dempsey and to Jeremy Cameron, individuals to Reece Stanley and to Mark Blitzhouse. While for the Hawks, 3 goals to Jack Gunston and 3 goals to Marbiel Chol, 2 to Nick Watson, individuals to Sicily Hardwick and Connor McDonald. What could have been for the Hawks, what was for the Cats a 7-point win.
Gee, this game just keeps outdoing itself. So 88,000, a record attendance, 15th edition, 6 of them decided by single-figure scores. This, the 6 of them today, a 7-point win for Geelong. And like so many of the past, it ends the same way, with that song being played at the finish. Geelong have now won 12 of the 15 editions of this game. 12-14 to 11-13. Luke Ball and Brett Delidio. And your initial thoughts on what we've just witnessed in front of a rocking MCG on Easter Monday.
That was a cracker, wasn't it, Bally? That was everything I hoped it would be on that long drive back from Adelaide to come here and enjoy that game. It was both sides had their chances, didn't they? Nick Watson had the chance to put the game back in the Hawks' favour. Couldn't quite miss that. Couldn't quite nail his set shot. James Sicily again late, couldn't even score. He had a bit of a dirty old day, Sis. As had Tom Stewart, both captains at either end of haven't had their best days, but they just found a way through. They're better players, didn't they? I think the Cats that stood up at big moments. Bailey Smith had another really good game. Dangerfield late, kicked a 3. Sean Manor just stood up in big moments. I mean, for a mature age recruit to come in and just, played some big tackles in the front half and then kick goal. That goal at the end there was a crucial one to really seal it for him. But
It's amazing when he kicked it, there was still, 3 and a bit
Yeah,
minutes in the
so there's
game
still
clock,
plenty
but-
of chance.
Yeah,
chances for the Hawks.
And then that goes down the other end, and blitz halves with some huge plays with the game on the line, and what a great game of footy.
Well, I think that they're just. Well, we asked the question at the start, wasn't it? What do we know about the Hawks? Was last week a blip? Well, you could probably say that they're still a genuine side, aren't they?
Yeah.
Their ability to compete and take the game on. They did that today up against a pretty match-hardened Geelong side.
Yeah, they did. They probably just made a fair, they'll reflect on the game. Just a few too many errors, even skill errors, even right up to the end there, wasn't there? Just some drop marks.
That Weddle kick back inside late.
Yeah, so, effort, no question. I thought it was, two good teams going at it, like the occasion, as you said, Corp, often brings. And in the end, Geelong were just able to, and really across the whole day, I mean, the Hawks never got in front, did they? The Cats established a bit of a lead early, then, weathered a few storms, absorbed a bit of momentum. I thought the Hawks got on top around the clearance and the contest with Meek starting to sort of exert some influence, and Warple and Newcomb getting going a bit. But they stood up, they scrambled, in their back half when they had to, and then found a way to score, didn't they, through Dangerfield and Manor, as you said, when they needed to as well, and just were always able to keep the Hawks at arm's length, even though right till the end there, the Hawks had their chance to win.
Imagine if someone asks you about the game and they say, the Hawks lead at any stage. It's like, the 15-minute mark of the first quarter. It doesn't tell the story of the game at all, does it, to think that we got that kind of a finish and how close it felt like they were all day. The third quarter, on 3 different occasions, they got back within a straight kick. They actually tied the game at one point in that final term at the 15-minute mark, and then Sean Manor kicked the only goal after the 15-minute mark, which was still 3 and a bit minutes from full time. And in the end, it turned out to be the game changer, and importantly for Geelong, the game clincher. So a 7-point victory. They get to 4-2. And they drag the Hawks back down to their level, so 4-2 for the Hawks as well after a 4-0 start on the season. For the Cats, they play Carlton here at the MCG on Sunday. And for Hawthorn, they also have a Sunday fixture, so 6-day break with the Easter weekend. They play the West Coast Eagles at Docklands, which is a rare marble stadium for Hawthorn. They don't play too many home fixtures across town. The Cats are still out on the ground, as you can imagine, lapping it up, about to send out a few little footies to the Cats fans that have stuck around, and they've broken a record today. This is more people than Geelong have ever played a home game in front of. It's incredible for a team which came into the competition in 1897. There were 88,746 in to see it. We're getting some pictures on our monitors of Brian Myers, who was concussed in the third quarter. He hasn't missed a game in a couple of years for the Cats. Unfortunately, he won't be playing next week after being buzzed in the third quarter after a high tackle from Connor Nash. So that'll have ramifications not just for the Cats but also for the Hawks when it comes to Connor Nash. We talked about Stewart and Sicily. It's a bizarre day for two of the greats of the competition. Two guys in their prime in what they're doing at the moment.
It's a levelling game, isn't it?
Isn't it? It's just humbling for both of them today. And Sicily sort of started down back, went forward, and looked like he had feet for hands on occasions, trying to take a few marks. And unfortunately for Tom Stewart, and what looked to be a telling goal in the final quarter, he just ran underneath the footy in a way we almost have never seen from him in 150 games.
Well, I think in the defence of Tom Stewart is that he's coming off missing last week, which makes it, you give him a little bit of grace there. But Sis was a little bit scratchy last week as well, I found, with his ball use, and just needs to dial back in on it, I think. I mean, he's a beautiful kick at the footy, there's no doubting that. But there was just some uncanny stuff that I hadn't seen from either of those two players, which have been, fantastic players for a number of years.
I think that's the thing. I mean, the Cats certainly didn't reach their best today, did they? Even when you think about, Smith, who just kept running and working, ends up with 28 possessions. He had to work through a fair bit of attention from Connor Nash there for most of the day. Max Holmes started well, didn't he? But really sort of drifted out of the game. Didn't have much of an impact in the second half. Atkins was his usual industrious self. Dempsey had moments, but also had some poor moments as well. I thought Stengel's last quarter was really, really important and telling. And blitz halves, as you said, Corby, had some moments, and Humphreys continues to improve and show what a bargain he was. So they banked the 4 points and know that they didn't get anywhere near playing their best footy today, and that's the sign of a really good team, isn't it?
It doesn't really change your opinion on either team.
No, I think they're both. top 4, top 6 teams. Absolutely.
We're about to head into the Geelong rooms. Look, some news coming through from our ABC newsroom, and just at the completion of this game, it's obviously been a huge weekend, the most holy weekend on the Christian calendar. And for the Catholic community, the Vatican has just announced that Pope Francis has died at the age of 88. So stay tuned to ABC Radio for further updates across the evening, or visit abc.net.au/news for the latest. That's abc.net.au/news. But Pope Francis has died. The Vatican announced aged 88. So Vale to Pope Francis. It's a tough segue, but back to the footy. Geelong by 7 points, 86-79. They beat Hawthorn in a thrilling Easter Monday clash. Into the winners' rooms with Ben Cameron.
They're led in by Patrick Dangerfield, and Shannon Neal just catching up with Brian Myers, who's been down here right throughout, just wandering around, waiting for the team to arrive. Did look a little groggy. Looks like he's in better spirits now, embraced by Max Holmes, who's checking on his well-being. Just said, I'm okay, and gave him the double thumbs up, which is better than the double that Bailey Smith went with last week, as they just filter in slowly here. Lee Naylor in the rooms as well, the mother of Max Holmes, as they're about to huddle up and sing the song. Just waiting for a straggler. Tom Stewart has been held out by some of the family members that have rolled in, so eventually he comes through, as does Bailey Smith, who's lost the headband. And he'll get in the huddle to sing the song. Here we go. So the Cats pretty happy with themselves. Bailey Smith and Ollie Dempsey having a pretty big embrace. I'll come back to you in a moment, Corb, with a chat.
Thanks, Ben. Look forward to that. First game of the MCG this year for the Cats. They win it by 7 points. Sean Manor kicking the only goal in the final 15, 16 minutes of general play. And the Cats now 7-7 at the MCG since the 2022 Premiership. So not as dominant here as you would have thought, given their success more broadly in the competition. But they square themselves off. And for Hawthorn, it's the first time they've lost here since the Anzac Day weekend last year. So it was almost been 12 months to the day since they tasted defeat here. That snaps an 8-game winning sequence, of which the closest any side got to them was 20 points. So they had been dominant here at the MCG, but found themselves behind early, 23 down in the second quarter, and chased the game from that point on. They did get even in the final term, and Sean Manor, with the side up by a point, ended up making it 7 points. And ultimately, the Cats won by that margin in front of 88,746.
Biggest crowd of the AFL season for 2025.
How good's that?
Probably hard to argue it's the best game, yet it was thrilling in its sort of curiosity as to how both sides had opportunities and couldn't take it. And it was a guy who was in the VFL 2 years ago, Sean Manor, who was able to make the most of it.
Well, I think like we said at the start, a lot of people trimming their list of premiership contenders. I think everyone's got GWS, and you've probably got Geelong and Hawthorn and
Collingwood,
Brisbane and Collingwood. And when you think about those 5 and the combinations, we haven't had too many of them meeting so far. So I know we had obviously the Holy Thursday game between Brisbane and Collingwood, but we get another one here. And so it felt like with the occasion to match and marquee spot, huge crowd, it was something we haven't had a lot of so far this year. So great that we had a record, the best attendance so far to match.
And having done a couple of the other games across the weekend, the pressure factor of that game was significantly greater than those. Not to do it a disservice.
Yeah, and that's what stands out. I mean, we sort of lament there's some skill errors across the day, but I think and the crowd as well, just the pressure that both teams brought after quarter time at certain stages. I think that was significant as well.
The Cats are ready for us. Let's head to the winners' rooms with Ben Cameron.
I've got Max Holmes. I've just dragged him away from having a yak to his parents. The game, what are your immediate reactions to that?
That's just a hard-fought, just gritty win, I reckon. It was just... I don't even know how to speak after that. I loved it. I said last week was one of my top favourite wins of my career, but, geez, that would have to go right up there as well. It was, great day.
This team and this club just seems to find a way repeatedly, week after week, year after year. Why is that?
I don't know. I mean, Wellesley plays a big part in that. Stephen Wells, our recruiting manager, who's picked up a few diamonds in the rough over the years. But, I mean, I'd have to say it's a bit of... I hate to say it's the culture, because everyone says, like, we got good culture, we got our culture, blah, blah, blah. But I think we got a really just supportive and loving nature about lots of the boys, and if someone makes an error, we don't care. We just love each other, and I think that probably holds us in good stead each year.
I'll send you upstairs. Some of the boys have a question for you.
Max, it's Brett Lydio here, mate. Well done tonight. You're talking about spreading the love. No doubt you throw your arms around Shawnee Manor, mate. He was fantastic today. And talking about those diamonds in the rough that Stephen Wells has been able to find, he's certainly one of those.
Well, yeah, I don't even know about Shawnee who has a diamond in the rough. He should have been picked up years ago.
You're probably fair.
Yeah, he was unbelievable tonight, and he's got such good goal sense. He knows where the big sticks are at all times, and some of his stoppage work was unbelievable too. So absolutely love playing with him. He was amazing.
And one of your unsung heroes probably in the back line, Mark O'Connor. I thought he did a fantastic job on Dylan Moore for most of the day today. He's really quelled his influence. He's he can come in and just do a job.
Yeah, absolutely, and it was amazing from Merrick because O'Sheen was playing on him all day, all week, and then was unfortunately out an hour before the game. So Merrick had no idea what he was doing. He just accepted the gig and just went for it. It was great.
That's great.
It was a terrific contest, Max. Could you feel the pressure? I mean, the crowd, clearly an unbelievable crowd, the biggest crowd of the season so far, and that seemed to sort of bring out the best in terms of pressure. I mean, it wasn't. There were moments during the game where Hawthorn were making mistakes, and then you guys did as well. But I sort of tend to put that down to the fact that it was like a finals-like pressure and atmosphere out there. Did you feel that?
Yeah, absolutely. Felt like finals out there. I mean, we saw how Port played last week, and they put elite pressure on Hawks. So we were like from the get-go, we're just going to put on good pressure. And to be fair, they put an amazing pressure on as well. So, I mean, both sides were really good with that. And, I guess skill errors from both sides were there, but we were able to make the most of them.
You'll get sick of getting asked about him, but your fellow Dash brother, Bailey Smith, I thought you got the ball rolling in that first quarter, and then Bailey, as the game went on, had a bit of close attention from Connor Nash at times, but just we know his ability to keep running, and I thought that was telling in the last quarter as well.
Yeah, he's an unbelievable runner and unbelievable player, just as is. So. I mean, even that last contest, right when we didn't know how long there was to go in the game, but he took it on and ran away from the Hawthorn defenders and would have set up a goal had the siren not gone. But, I've absolutely loved playing with him, and it takes the workload off the rest of us, I guess.
Max, you're a star runner. We love watching you play here on ABC Sport. And today is the Stall gift, which we've spoken a little bit about. I'm sure you'll know, obviously, as the son of Lee Naylor and everything else, and the athletics background that you have. If we had a footy version of the Stall gift and the best runners in the competition, we've got you there. Who are in the other lanes? Who are some of the other runners that you'd be sharing the footy's version of the Stall gift with?
Well, I was actually thinking about this today as far as Geelong boys go, and I was thinking if all Geelong boys were to line up and run at the Stall gift, I reckon Brian Myers would pull a sneaky in the previous 4 runs and tank his time, and he'd have an amazing handicap leading into it. So I think he'd take the chockies there.
I love it. And competition-wide, who are some of the best runners when you get out there thinking, gee, they've got as much toe as I do?
Oh, Jesus, putting me on the spot here.
One plate today, I reckon. Wedd will be up there. He's pretty quick, isn't he?
I whooped him in the grand final sprint.
You did too. I love that.
Who was second there? Was Ed Richards pretty fast?
Yeah, he's quick.
Yeah.
Who was second there? I love that. That's a great response.
Daylight, wasn't it?
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, good. The start to the year overall, so you got the Hawks today, and you spoke about how much respect and admiration you have for them. Is that the best team you've played so far?
Adelaide's first half was unbelievable last week. Probably them and Adelaide so far. We've taken 2 losses to other teams, so a bit disrespectful to them, but I'd probably say, they were very good.
Max Holmes is with us on ABC Sport. Max, is Matt Clinch. Patrick Dangerfield is a forward. How do you see it from your point of view? And he found it in the pocket and chipped it over the top to you. I'm guessing there's not going to be too many occasions that he's sharing it with his fellow former midfielders.
Yeah, well, I didn't think he was kicking it to me. I was looking away, and then it just came up to me at the last second. But, I burnt him, so he's not happy with me. But he's unbelievable forward, and I would hate to be a 3rd or 4th defender on an opposition team and have to play on Brownlow medalist Patrick Dangerfield, that's for sure. He's been... How many goals he kicked? He'd be up there right now. Love playing with him, and his role this year's been unbelievable.
Yeah, 3 again tonight, so he's up to 14 for the season. Just to play in front of that crowd, could you hear each other in the final quarter? What was it like to have the game on the line and every possession felt so important?
Yeah, it was terrifying. It was, it was so loud out there. There's a lot of ping. I don't know. finger pointing because we couldn't hear anything from anyone else. Lots of screaming, but nothing getting heard. So it was an amazing atmosphere, and as you guys said earlier, it was definitely a finals atmosphere, and we just love playing those games. I mean, we play at the G for the next 3 weeks, so we're hoping to get 3 more of those. Next 2 weeks. So hopefully we get 2 more big crowds like that, but probably not because it's a special day. But it was amazing.
Amazing crowd, Max. No Geelong team has ever played in front of a larger home crowd than that. So a record attendance for Geelong today. It's a joy to watch you go about it. Appreciate your time and well done on the win.
Next, guys.
Max Holmes in the winners' rooms. The Cats by 7 points. I was building up to another question, then I got the text message through saying, "Rap, they got to go to the meeting." So that's why I bailed out on that after the long goodbye.
Carlton and Collingwood to come, so we might see a couple of big crowds still to come in the next fortnight for the Geelong side.
Well, that record that breaks the previous high water mark, which was set against Carlton last year in that humdinger that they played on the Saturday. 12-14-86, Hawthorn 11-13-79, Cats by 7 points. Round 6 is done. It's taken 5 days. We started on Thursday, finished on the Monday, and the good news is, in 2 days' time, round 7 begins. So Thursday night footy, Anzac Day Eve here at the MCG between Richmond and Melbourne. And then, of course, it's the best 24 hours in footy, sort of bumps into the next day, of course, with Essendon and Collingwood. Anzac Day, of course, the feature blockbuster. Michael Voss said last week about the Good Friday game that there's a few games on the calendar that sort of that the day is bigger than the game, and I think the footy has always known its place on Anzac Day and actually done a great job at fitting in around all the observances and actually having a role to play and tell some of the stories of the Anzacs to a footy audience and the general public more broadly that perhaps learn a little bit more about it in a way that they otherwise wouldn't have through the sport. So it's a special day, Bully. You've been lucky enough to play in a number of them. What a weekend coming up.
Yeah, it is. It's fantastic, isn't it? And another one of those games that, regardless of where or how each team is faring, it's just a game that stands... an occasion that stands over and above the footy, isn't it? What happens out on the field. So I'd encourage you to, if you can, I can't imagine there'll be too many tickets left up for grabs, but if you can snap one up at the last minute, absolutely get your hands in one, or just get around the ground. It's a magnificent occasion.
I imagine that would have been the case for you guys that in your sporting careers, and particularly around the Anzac Day weekend, where you hear stories and learn about the Anzacs and our war veterans in a way that I guess you probably wouldn't have if you weren't in that profession.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and it's sort of almost, I remember when I went to Collingwood, and absolutely that first one, learning stuff that I was probably a little bit embarrassed that I should have already known, going even back to school. It is. It's great. And I was trying to think, will there be players from either team experiencing their first one? Dan Houston's back, isn't he? He's back in.
Yep.
Harry Perryman for the Pies, and you'll know more about the Bombers. But anyway, regardless, and I think the other thing is it's great that it's extended out to the Eve game of Melbourne and Richmond, who, after both having great wins this weekend, all of a sudden that's got a bit to it as well, isn't it? So
all four
great
teams,
weekend coming up.
All 4 teams coming off a win.
Yeah, fantastic.
The way that it panned out. Yeah. So Melbourne, Richmond, Collingwood, Essendon in the space of 24 hours here at the MCG. Caddy and Kako, obviously, they'll be there for the first time as high draft picks in recent years.
And, of course, there's Fremantle Adelaide on Anzac night as well, so a chance to try and create their own history and tradition, as we were talking about in the pre-game, the opportunity to try and make these marquee matches their own.
And for someone that grew up in the West, I mean, Fremantle have done such a great job, almost as long as Collingwood and Essendon. So their Len Hall game paying tribute to the last surviving West Australian Anzac at Gallipoli has been running since '96. So they've always played in and around the date. And so the fact that it falls on a Friday means that they get to play the evening fixture, which is most appropriate.
How often are they played on the day?
So early on a lot, and then in recent years not as
so much. Yeah.
So it's great that they've got the opportunity to play on the actual day itself. But that weekend, at least, the Anzac Day weekend, it's always a Fremantle home game, so the Eagles will find themselves on the road.
The time zone just fits perfectly, though. Like it did on Friday night.
It'd be great if they got it every year. The Vatican has announced that Pope Francis has died at the age of 88, so stay tuned to ABC Radio for further updates across the evening, or visit abc.net.au/news for the latest at 18:30 Eastern, so that's coming up in about 5 or so minutes' time. We'll take a special PM program for all the latest, so you'll hear more about that in just a few moments' time. The Vatican announcing that Pope Francis has died at the age of 88. Full-time here at the MCG as round 6 comes to a close, a 7-point win for the Cats The votes in the ABC Footballer of the Year.
A little bit tricky to give today. There was no real standout. There was a lot of good players who had moments across the game, didn't they? And had an impact on the game. Dangerfield, always has an impact. And again, what a luxury it is for the Cats to have him forward. But we're going to give
Amon late.
Yeah, Amon's last quarter was sensational.
450 metres gained.
Yeah, he had a big last quarter, didn't he? And I thought Lloyd Meek certainly won that battle. We're going to give one to Bailey Smith. 28 possessions, 630 metres gained, 5 scoring involvements, 4 inside 50s. Not his best game, but I think a good sign for him there that he was able to work through some really close attention from someone who's really strong athletically as well. And, you heard Max Holmes there. I thought Max sort of drifted out of the game, whereas Smith was running hard in that last quarter, and I thought, he was significant. So well done to him. 2 to Jai Newcomb. I thought he was Hawthorn's best. Slowish start, but really worked into the game. 28 possessions, 11 contested, 9 tackles as well.
He's a bullet.
He was terrific. Yeah, he was. And again, no Will Day
hurts
against these better teams the last couple of weeks. I think they're going to have to, because I think you look at it. And McKenzie started well, didn't he? But drifted out of the game. He's still got some work to do to become a bona fide midfielder. Josh Ward spent some time in there, and Connor Nash, who we think is probably going to be missing. So McDonald came back into it. So they're still looking for answers through the middle of the ground there without Will Day. I'm going to give Shawnee Manor 3 votes for his
my boy.
17 possession.
He was good.
7 tackles. I think he was able to do the hard work. 9 score involvements and 3 goals too. So I thought he was terrific on a big stage. Certainly early, wasn't he? Really early. He looked on and had an impact across all 4 quarters. So well done to Sean Manor.
He kicked the telling goal at the end as the Cats win by 7. So 3 for Manor, 2 for Newcomb, 1 for Bailey Smith. He's an O&M boy out of Lavington. Of course, we're O&M fans, Lids.
We are, definitely. Up my way, close to my way. I'm GV more heart to heart, but O&M, my soft spot.
I knew we'd get a little clarification from you.
Yeah.
Goulburn Valley League just next door. But he's from a long line of players that have sort of made the transition from the O&M League to Werribee and then ultimately into the AFL system. And I noticed the Giants now sort of just a little awake to that. They've put their own little training base in at Albury, isn't it, at Albury Footy Club, to basically say, hey, come train with us. You don't have to make the long trip to Sydney. We'll keep an eye on you. If you want to play some VFL games, we got a VFL team. Come
learn the systems.
Yeah.
And it's a smart move from the Giants, to be honest.
Yep. Well, the players they've had out of there, so Sean Manners won, obviously. Riley Bice
at Sydney.
Connor O'Sullivan, your man who played some
Anthony Miles
before he was drafted. Yeah.
Footy Factory.
Yeah. Well, coming there. The old Tigers.
Yeah. We've got a couple of minutes before we're out of here, which is enough time to get a little scene setter from the Hawthorn rooms. The Cats winners by 7 points. Ben Cameron has made the trip across. Hello, Ben.
Hello, Corb. I'm down here in the Hawks rooms. No injuries to report for the Hawks out of this game. They're in a team meeting still from when I've got around here. So it's been a lengthy team meeting right now too as well. Sherry Deere, the wife of the late Paul Deere, along with Kalsha, have just gone into the team meeting. I must admit, I did look at Kalsha and think, gee whiz, how I'd feel if my mum was about to address all of my teammates. It'd be a nervy moment, but in all seriousness, a great cause. So they're locked away at the moment, the Hawks. No injury concerns. The only injury for Geelong was that Grime Myers seeming concussion from throughout the match.
Thanks, Ben. And for the Hawks, obviously, that means I'll probably miss Connor Nash, who got a tackle wrong. It concussed Grime Myers, and as a result, it looks like he's headed for a little sideline.
I feel for him a little bit, though, because it was, he was trying to make a play on the ball, and I just read something on social media about none of the Cats players actually remonstrated with him, so they obviously thought it was a bit of a play on the footy as well. Yeah. I've done that before myself, who then became a teammate, Taylor Hunt, clocked him fair in the eye. Jeez. Got completely off, but that was 10, 15 years ago.
Yeah, the swinging arm, he's in trouble. Yeah,
well, maybe. Yeah.
Debatable.
Jack Scrimshaw just came back today from that sort of motion, didn't he? So, just you have to get that out of his game. Yeah, right. Nothing intentional about it. Footy sort of action, but certainly careless. So, he'll unfortunately have a bit of a holiday, as will Grime Myers. We'll miss next week.
Great fun, guys. Thanks for sharing it with us.
Pleasure.
Thanks to Brett Delidio, to Luke Ball.
Two nights. We'll do it again.
We'll be right back here again for the Anzac Day round. Thanks to Stuart Hollywood Baker, to the cult figure Adam Jones, and to Ben Cameron downstairs. We're done from the MCG. Geelong by 7 points in front of a record crowd of 88,746. Good night.
I'm Isabella Higgins, and I have an election